Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei lost his harem and built a stronger entourage. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The events unfold after Reiselvim's defeat and the sealing of the Trihexa. Like Issei's parents, Katase, Murayama, Matsuda, and Motohama are the only humans at the academy who know Issei's secret of being a pure dragon. The leaders of the factions will support Issei, except for Yasaka. Valley, Gasper, Kiba, Saji, and the Citri entourage will also stand by Issei. The antagonists will be Issei's former harem. Issei walked through the alleys of Kuro, feeling downcast and heartbroken. It wasn't physical pain but emotional turmoil. The reason for his sorrow was Rias and her entire entourage, including Kuroka, Yasaka, and Imenhild. Those women who had sworn eternal love and commitment to him had been unfaithful. In a flashback, Issei was enjoying a summer afternoon at Kuo Park when he noticed his girls dressed elegantly. He thought they looked lovely and approached them happily. However, he was suddenly halted as a group of well-dressed men approached his harem. They took the girls by the waist, lifting Ravel and Kaneko, while Yasaka and Kuroka were grabbed inappropriately. The men began to kiss them, their faces reflecting desire. Rias asked to be taught how to kiss, while Akino encouraged one of the men to teach her friend how to be a woman. Asia playfully permitted one of the men to touch her, and Kaneko remarked that he was better than Issei. Kuroka, lost in desire, expressed her frustration with Issei and Valley for not satisfying her. With comments filled with longing and inappropriate touches, Issei felt his heart shatter into a million pieces, and he ran away from the scene. Back in the present, Issei began to feel unwell and started to cough up blood. Drake, his dragon partner, called out to him in alarm. Issei admitted he didn't feel well, and Drake recognized the situation as the dreaded dragon's fall. Issei questioned whether it was the famous curse where a dragon dies from love. Drake confirmed that Issei's strong feelings for the Gremory girls had become a sharp lance piercing his fragile heart. As he witnessed their betrayal, the emotions that once filled him were now turning lethal. Issei bitterly remarked that he never thought he would die from love. Drake urged him not to give up. At that moment, a white-haired figure with dragon wings appeared in the sky, watching Issei in distress. Valley recognized Issei's plight and rushed to his side, calling out for him to react. Issei weakly responded to Valley. Drake pleaded with Albion and Valley to set aside their differences and help Issei, who was suffering from the dragon's fall. Albion expressed disbelief that the Gremory girls could hurt Issei so deeply. Valley insisted they take him to the Citri clan hospital quickly, activating a magic circle to transport them to the underworld territories of the Citri clan. Motel, Ko City, 9 p.m. The Gremory girls and their guests had just enjoyed a delightful gathering, where passion had taken over their bodies. They were all tired but happy, their skin glistening with sweat. Irina was cleaning herself with a tissue and expressed her excitement about the experience. Zenobia, still feeling the aftereffects, commented on the surprising compatibility of the group. Kaneko, eyeing Ravel, playfully mentioned her desire to taste the remnants of their earlier activities. Ravel, caught up in the moment, engaged in a playful exchange with Kaneko, leading to a light-hearted scene that amused their companions. The atmosphere shifted when one of the guests provocatively questioned Rias about her relationship with Issei, implying he was not fulfilling her needs. Rias, with a hint of arrogance, dismissed the concern, confident in her ability to navigate any potential fallout. However, unbeknownst to them, the leaders of their factions, parents, and guardians were waiting outside the motel, ready to confront the situation. Rias's father, Zeoticus, expressed his anger, while Akino looked on in fear. Barakiel, visibly upset, confronted Rias, expressing disappointment in her actions and suggesting that her mother would be ashamed. Ravel attempted to reach out to her brother, Razor, but he rejected her. Tensions escalated as various figures from different factions, including Surzex, Ajuka, and others, arrived, their expressions filled with fury towards the group. As the confrontation intensified, Rias found herself terrified, trying to explain the situation to her father. Gabriel, protective of her friend Irina, drew a weapon, escalating the conflict further. Zenobia prepared to defend her friend, but was stopped by Griselda, who had her own concerns. Kuroka rushed to protect her sister, only to be intercepted by Vale, who incapacitated her momentarily. The atmosphere was charged with anger and disappointment, as various characters expressed their disapproval of the actions taken by the younger generation. Kunu, feeling abandoned, turned her back on her mother, seeking solace with Penemu and Azazel, who offered her protection. Yasaka, witnessing her daughter's distress, felt a wave of guilt wash over her for her choices. Valerie declared that Elmenahilde should not return home, leading to more tears. The lovers, seeing their friends in such a difficult situation, stepped forward to defend them, but their bravado only served to worsen the circumstances. At that moment, the audio of the video played. Surzex, with an imposing presence that silenced the traitors, declared that Rias and her companions had practically signed their death warrants. He began to summon destructive power, while Barakiel formed spears of light alongside Michael and Azazel. Vala entered his balance breaker, Kiba drew his sacred demonic sword, and Gasper and Valerie transformed into their Shinso mode, their fangs ready to strike. Razor surrounded himself with flames. This was for Issei, and they were ready to unleash their attacks. The traitors cried out in unison, but their pleas fell on deaf ears, leading to a chaotic scene where bodies lay scattered across the ground. Zeoticus began to invoke a teleportation circle, commanding that they would come with him. Rias vehemently refused, but Venelana insisted it would be easier for her, forcing Rias to comply out of fear of her mother, and they were teleported away. In the underworld, the leaders of the factions observed the Gremory entourage, which included several embarrassed girls like Yasaka, Rosswise, Asia, and Kaneko, while the proud princesses Rias, Kuroka, Akino, and Ravel maintained their dignity. Surzex, visibly angry, questioned why they had been unfaithful to Issei, demanding answers. Rias, filled with resentment, retorted that he seemed to care for the strongest pawn, mocking her brother, which made Kuroka, Akino, and Ravel laugh. Barakiel, puzzled, asked Akino what was so funny, causing her to stop laughing upon seeing her father's furious expression. Lady Phoenix warned Ravel to stop laughing for her own good, and Surzex continued, blaming them for putting Issei in danger, which horrified Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rosswise, Elmenahilde, Yasaka, Kaneko, and unintentionally, Kuroka. Asia was in shock, Zenobia couldn't believe it, Irina hung her head, and Kaneko had tears in her eyes. Elmenahilde and Rosswise felt overwhelming guilt and began to cry, while Kuroka struggled to suppress her sadness. Yasaka felt worse than she had in the human realm. Rias, in a fit of anger, dismissed Issei's feelings, claiming that another had made her feel more like a woman than her useless pawn. Akino, feeling guilty, urged Rias to be quiet. Rias, still furious, declared she would never forgive her brother for killing the love of her life, Eddie. Akino, unable to contain herself, slapped Rias, leaving her in shock. Surzex then announced the punishment, invoking a scroll through magic. He declared that Rias Gremory, Akino Hymenma, Ravel Phoenix, and Zenobia Corda would be demoted to low-class demons. Rias was frozen in horror at her brother's words, as was Ravel, who faced degradation with the approval of her own parents. Rias trembled with anger and sadness, tears streaming down her face as she realized the gravity of the situation. Surzex continued, stating that from that moment, Rias and her entourage would lose the protection of the Gremory family and their surname. For demons, being demoted and losing their clan name was the greatest dishonor. The girls began to cry, filled with regret. Akino begged for Issei's forgiveness, Kaneko expressed her sorrow, and Zenobia hugged herself, lamenting their actions. Venelana, in disbelief, remarked that it was too late for apologies. Surzex concluded that Kiba Yudo and Gasper Vladi would formally leave Rias Gremory's entourage, as they did not wish to be part of the dishonor orchestrated by their queen. Kiba and Gasper held Rias's evil pieces in their hands and, in a gesture of disgrace, threw them at her feet, leaving Rias shocked by their resignation. Kiba turned his back on Rias, stating that for Issei, he could no longer be her knight. Gasper, with tears in his eyes, renounced his position as well, seeking comfort from Venelana. Rias felt as if everything was crumbling within her. Then, Overlord Michael invoked a scroll and began to read. He declared that Irina Shidu would no longer be his ace and would be exiled from heaven, stripping her of her angelic powers and leaving her devastated. He continued, stating that Zenobia and Asia would no longer have the privilege to pray to heaven, and with a wave of Gabriel's magic, their most cherished ability was taken from them. Next, Azazel invoked a black scroll and read aloud, announcing that Akino Himejima and the entire Gremory entourage were forbidden from entering the Grigori's facilities in both the human world and the underworld. Akino fainted from the blow, while Yasaka was left shattered by the news that Kunu would be placed under the care of the Grigori. Yasaka was in tears, expressing her disbelief. Kunu shot a glare of resentment at her mother before turning her back and heading towards Penemu. Kunu hugged Penemu and expressed her desire to see someone. With the group's approval, Penemu announced her intention to leave with Kunu. They activated a teleportation circle, departing from the Grigori and Yukai meeting, leaving Yasaka heartbroken behind them. Valley approached Kuroka, who looked at him with bitterness. In response, he delivered a strong blow to her abdomen, causing her to gasp and fall to the ground. Valley, disappointed, declared that Kuroka was out of his team and asked his teammates if they wanted to say goodbye to their former comrade. They agreed, starting with Biko, who struck Kuroka in the back with his staff, knocking the wind out of her. Arthur followed with a powerful kick to her face, causing her to bleed, and finally, Leifri used electric magic to deliver a shock. Vala turned his back on the injured Kuroka, stating that anyone who insults his rival and friend does not deserve to be on the team. Venelana observed the shameful scene and remarked that this could have been avoided if they had been honest with Issei. Rias cried out Issei's name, her heart filled with pain. At the Kuo residence at 10 p.m., Penemu and Kunu arrived at Issei's home, where they were greeted by his mother. Penemu and Kunu bowed and expressed their intention to see Issei. Aika Hayudo welcomed them, noting that they were the first visitors her son had received. Goro Hayudo called out to Issei, announcing his visitors. The brown-haired boy, wearing a white bathrobe, came out to greet them, surprised to see Penemu and Kunu. They cheerfully mentioned that they had come to play with him. As they conversed, Kunu expressed her confusion about Surzek's sending Issei home directly. Issei explained that both Sioticus and Lord Citri had agreed on the decision, and he felt uncomfortable mentioning the girls, sensing a slight pain in his heart that worried his parents and the Yukai. He reassured them that the doctor had said the pains would lessen over time. Penemu, concerned, remarked on the implications of that statement. Aika, incredulous, commented on the idea of dragons being capable of dying from love. Kunu asked about the possibility of the girls returning to the residence, but Goro assured her that Michael and Azazel had placed a seal that would prevent Rias Gremory's entourage from entering, including Kuroka and Yasaka. He explained that anyone attempting to breach the seal would suffer immense harm. Penemu felt satisfaction at the thought of Surzek's finally putting a stop to his sister's whims. Just then, a nurse appeared in a magical circle, wearing the Citri clan's insignia. She introduced herself as Annabel Vapula, a survivor of her clan, and explained that she was there to provide Issei with pain medication. Issei, surprised, thanked her and acknowledged her care during his recovery, which made the nurse blush slightly. Penemu and Kunu puffed their cheeks in jealousy at the interaction. It was 11 p.m., and Annabel insisted that Hayudo needed to rest because he had to attend the academy the next day. She mentioned that Miss Sona Citri had facilitated her entry into the academy, so it was important for him to go to bed. Issei reluctantly accepted the care of his new maid, while his parents, Penemu and Kunu, watched with amusement. Goro offered, suggesting that they could stay the night. He welcomed Issei's friends. Penemu and Kunu thanked Goro and made their way to one of the rooms occupied by Rias's entourage. They headed to the room that originally belonged to Rias Gremory. Upon seeing Rias's belongings, Penemu used her magic to gather them. Kunu, with a flick of her wrist, conjured a scroll and a brush, neatly labeling Rias's things. Then, with a teleportation circle, Penemu made Rias's personal items vanish, leaving behind only the large bed, a big oval mirror, and an empty wardrobe. She summoned a pair of black sheets and a black blanket adorned with embroidered crows. After changing into pajamas, they decided to get into bed. Kunu, determined, suggested that they should also look after Issei. Penemu agreed, sensing that Rias's entourage might come after him. She acknowledged the capabilities of the heir and survivor of the Vapula clan but felt they needed to lend a hand. They settled down to sleep, knowing Issei would return to the academy. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the Gremory territory, Rias's entourage lamented the actions that had driven Issei away. Rias, filled with fury and tears, demanded to see her pawn. Surzex, with a sharp gaze, informed her that he was no longer her pawn. He explained that they had to remove Issei's pieces to save his life, separating him from anything related to her to stabilize him. Thanks to a special spell from Majuka, they extracted the 8 red pieces without sacrificing his life. Surzex displayed the pieces, emphasizing that Rias had lost her knight, her bishop, and most importantly, her pawn, leading to the irrevocable cancellation of their engagement due to her foolishness. Feeling humiliated and furious with herself, Rias realized that her romantic adventure had cost her everything: her fiancé, 2 members of her entourage, her high-class demon status, and her reputation within the Gremory clan. Surzex addressed the entourage, suggesting they leave Issei alone for the sake of dignity, as they had already caused him enough pain. He noted that their regrets seemed to outweigh their true love, and he ordered them to leave his sight. The entourage retreated to Rias's spacious room, where they could all sleep. Akino expressed her indignation at Rias's plan to gain SXL experience, while Rosswise lamented that not only did Issei hate them, but their allies also viewed them with disappointment. Ravel held back her sadness, recalling how some had been exiled from their homes. Yasaka mourned the loss of her daughter and the one she loved most, casting a furious look at Rias. Through magic, they changed into regular pajamas, all wearing expressions of defeat. Silence filled the room until a Grigori magic circle appeared, bringing back Rias's personal belongings. As she examined the items, she found her makeup, comb, blankets, and a scroll. Upon reading the scroll, which turned out to be a haiku, Yasaka sensed a bad omen. The message read, "Keep the trash in its place, do not approach Issei anymore," signed by Kunu. Suddenly, the scroll began to glow, and an explosion erupted, leaving the girls startled, their hair frizzed and covered in soot. Yasaka face-bombed, recognizing it as one of her daughter's favorite explosive spells. Rias's expression shifted from dejection to uncontrollable rage, vowing to turn Kunu into her new fox fur scarf if she ever encountered her. The entire entourage attempted to calm their king, but Graphia's voice rang out from the upper room, urging Rias to quiet down and sleep. The next day, Issei was already dressed in his school uniform, preparing for another day at the academy. Annabelle, wearing her Kuo Academy uniform, bid farewell to her parents, the cadre, and the little Yukai. Upon arriving at the academy, they noticed the stares of their peers, especially the boys who looked at Annabelle with desire. Issei and Annabelle shot them a warning glare that seemed to say, "Look away, or you won't see anything again." The girls at the academy feared that the perverted beast of Kuo might do something to the girl accompanying Issei. Both of them passed by the student council, and Annabelle stopped her march. She addressed Issei, asking him to simply call her by her first name. Issei smiled at her, and despite his usual expression, Annabelle felt herself blush. She mentioned needing to see Sona to find out which group she would be in, bidding farewell to Issei as she entered the student council room. Issei continued on his way to his third-year classroom, where he was greeted by Matsuda and Motohama, who seemed ready to confront him. They shouted at him, but he skillfully dodged their attempts to hit him, causing the two to stumble and fall to the ground. Issei greeted them with a dry tone, expressing that he wasn't in the mood, which surprised his friends since he was usually so lively. Matsuda, feeling a bit nervous, asked if something had happened. Issei, looking very sad, replied that it was something he didn't want to discuss at that moment. Just then, 2 girls from the kendo club, one with pink hair and the other with brown hair, arrived. The pink-haired girl, with an aggressive tone, asked what the trio of perverts was up to. Motohama, adjusting his glasses nervously, explained that something was wrong with Issei, as it was the first time they had seen him like this. The brown-haired girl, Murayama, asked what was bothering him. Issei, feeling overwhelmed, shouted that nothing was wrong, but tears began to well up in his eyes. This alarmed Matsuda, Motohama, Katase, and Murayama. Kiryu Aika, adjusting her glasses with a concerned expression, asked if it was about Rias. Issei nodded in response. He decided to share his feelings, asking that it remain between them as he needed to vent. He recounted Rias's betrayal and the pain he had endured, including a near-death experience and the care he needed to avoid falling back into despair. Matsuda and Motohama lowered their heads in frustration at the suffering their childhood friend had faced, while Katase and Murayama were genuinely furious at the actions of Rias and the other girls, shedding tears for Issei. They embraced him and he cried in their arms, while Kiryu placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, feeling both sorrow and anger for Issei and his former girlfriends. Murayama reassured Issei that he would always have someone to support him, wiping away his tears. Katase smiled at him, bringing a bit of relief to his troubled heart. Issei thanked them, smiling back, which made both girls blush. Katase asked him to call her by her first name, and he agreed. Murayama followed suit, asking him to call her by her name as well. The three of them were starting to feel a sense of calm when a loud voice interrupted them. Issei recognized it immediately as Rias Gremory, the last person he wanted to see at that moment. Rias approached quickly, but Kaori and Saika stepped in front of Issei like a protective barrier. Rias demanded they move aside, insisting she needed to talk to Issei. Kaori, glaring at her, pointed out that Rias had already hurt him enough. This shocked Rias, as she realized they knew about her betrayal and that they referred to Issei by name. Rias insisted it was a matter between her and Issei, her voice trembling slightly. Saika, filled with fury, threatened to defend Issei with her bamboo sword if necessary. Rias warned them to step aside before she lost her patience. Now, Matsuda and Motohama stood beside the girls, defending Issei. They firmly requested Rias to leave him alone, stating they wouldn't allow her to hurt their friend any further. The entire classroom was stunned by the unexpected stance of the usually mischievous boys. Whispers spread among the students, astonished at the sight of Matsuda and Motohama standing against the beautiful Rias Gremory. Issei was taken aback by his friend's willingness to protect him, while Rias struggled to maintain her composure, trying to control her power to avoid making a regrettable mistake. Just then, the voices of Asia Argento and Zenobia could be heard, inquiring about Rias's whereabouts. Irina mentioned that she had just arrived at the academy and hoped she wouldn't run into Issei. The trio from the church entered the classroom, shocked by the scene unfolding before them. Asia, with tears in her eyes, called out to Issei, while Zenobia simply said his name. Irina, upon seeing her childhood friend, began to cry. Issei, feeling cold, addressed the girls. They were about to embrace him when Kiryu, with her pink braids and glasses, stopped them in their tracks, furious. She demanded to know what right they had to approach Issei after everything they had done to him. The trio froze, realizing Kiryu was aware of the betrayal. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the tension. It was Sona Citri, the former student council president, glaring at Rias and the church trio with a fierce intensity. She demanded to know why Rias had come to the academy. You have classes to attend at the university, and it doesn't matter if it's a matter of life or death to talk to Hayudo Issei. You have nothing to do here, so I ask you to leave. Rias, seeing that Sona had also come to defend the brown-haired boy, ran out but not before looking back at Issei with tears in her eyes, expressing that this was not over. The entire classroom fell silent at the scene. Sona Citri, exasperated, shouted for everyone to return to their seats. Hayudo Issei straightened up, looking frightened, and acknowledged Sona's support with a slight nod. Sona smiled before leaving. The teacher entered the classroom and announced a new student. A girl with blonde hair and red eyes walked in, and Issei recognized her. She introduced herself as Annabelle Vapula, coming from Western Europe, and hoped they would get along. The teacher instructed her to sit next to Issei, which she did. Classes proceeded normally until recess, when Issei and Annabelle went to the rooftop of the academy to have lunch together. Annabelle continued to take care of him and provide him with medication. Soon, Kaori, Saika, Kiryu, Matsuda, and Motohama joined them. Saika suggested going to karaoke, while Motohama insisted that a night out with friends would do Issei good. Matsuda smiled and added that they were doing it for him. Kaori invited Annabelle to join them, and she looked at Issei's friends with an expressionless face before agreeing politely. Issei called out to Kiba and Gasper, who emerged from the shadows with smiles, and invited them to join the fun. Kiba graciously accepted, and Gasper smiled in agreement. Kiryu, who knew Issei's secret, remarked that it would be fun to have a gathering of humans and demons. Their friends cheered enthusiastically. Meanwhile, a white-haired Nikomata had overheard everything and quickly informed her red-haired master, Rias, about the karaoke outing. At 3 p.m. at Kuo Academy, Issei and his friends, both human and demon, left their classes, having changed from their school uniforms into casual clothes for their outing. Kaori complimented Issei on his good taste in clothing, while Saika playfully noted that he was full of surprises. Kiryu joked about Kiba lending clothes to Matsuda and Motohama, who protested that they were not losers. Matsuda cried dramatically, lamenting that no one wanted them, while Gasper offered words of encouragement. Matsuda, overwhelmed with gratitude, hugged Gasper tightly, nearly leaving him breathless until Issei intervened. Annabelle observed Matsuda and Motohama with some compassion and expressed her desire to help them with their troubles. Issei raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her clan's specialty in fulfilling deep desires, ranging from healing ailments to even more significant matters. Annabelle explained that only she and her mother retained the power to grant wishes, as their clan had chosen to disappear due to being pursued by 3 factions. Curious, Issei asked if there were more members of her clan still alive. Annabelle confirmed that only she and her mother remained with their special magic, although they had relatives who shared the Vapula name but lacked their abilities. She then offered to demonstrate her power, and Issei nodded with interest. Annabelle turned and walked toward Matsuda and Motohama, asking them to go ahead with Issei. Annabelle wanted to speak privately with Motohama and Matsuda, and Kaori, Saika, Kiba, Kiryu, and Gasper agreed. Before anything else, Annabelle activated a time field that froze the humans in place. Only Issei, Gasper, Kiba, Matsuda, and Motohama were immune to her magic. She explained that no mortal, angel, fallen being, or demon could enter without her consent. Annabelle then asked Matsuda and Motohama to speak the truth and trust her completely. The 2 friends exchanged glances and nodded. Annabelle extended her arms and hands, asking her first question, whether they fully trusted her. They both responded affirmatively. For her second question, Annabelle inquired about their desires in this world, reminding them to speak freely in the presence of trusted witnesses. Matsuda began to share his wish. He expressed a longing for a woman who would love him as he was, acknowledging his flaws but believing there was a noble knight within him who wished to protect his beloved princess. Tears filled his eyes as he spoke of wanting to spend his days with her. As Matsuda spoke, a pink sphere of energy began to form in Annabelle's left hand. She then turned to Motohama, urging him to share his desire. He expressed a similar wish to no longer feel alone. Although he had friends, he yearned for the woman of his dreams, someone who would love him for who he was, a self-proclaimed pervert. Tears also welled in his eyes as he spoke. Issei, Kiba, and Gasper realized how difficult life had been for the duo, as their struggles with desire masked their insecurities. Annabelle created a pastel blue sphere of energy in response to Motohama's words. Annabelle then posed her final and most important question, whether they would be willing to sacrifice something to obtain their deepest desires. Both Matsuda and Motohama nodded without hesitation. With that, Annabelle declared the ritual complete and prepared to summon one of her sacred gears, Heart Temptation. Combat gloves made of platinum, woven with rubies at the knuckles, adorned her hands. She blessed Matsuda and Motohama with the fulfillment of their heartfelt wishes. Annabelle then moved toward the duo, merging the spheres of energy with them. Instead of pain, they felt a profound relief wash over their souls, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Annabelle, without breaking contact, pulled away from their chests, extracting brownish spheres that represented their burdens. The two friends exhaled in surprise, feeling lighter than they had in a long time. Annabelle used her sacred gear to destroy the extracted spheres. Exhausted, Matsuda and Motohama fell to their knees, feeling rejuvenated. Matsuda remarked that he felt better than ever, while Motohama felt as if he had finally rested enough. Issei approached Annabelle, curious about what she had done for his friends. She explained that not only would their wishes be fulfilled, but she had also healed their troubled souls. Heart Temptation was one of the first artificial sacred gears created by Azazel, inherited from her ancestor Gaia Vapula, who was revered for her ability to heal deep emotional wounds. This sacred gear had been passed down to women capable of fulfilling heart's desires and healing souls. Annabelle noted that while it was artificial, its power could rival that of genuine sacred gears when wielded by the right person. However, the user must suppress their emotions completely for it to function properly. Issei understood the reason behind Annabelle's stoicism, while Kiba and Gasper were amazed by the power of the last of the Vapula line. Motohama expressed his excitement about their outing, feeling fantastic, while Matsuda encouraged everyone to enjoy the young afternoon. Annabelle smiled slightly as she deactivated the time field, freeing Kaori, Saika, and Kiryu. The friends set off for the city, ready to sing their hearts out, unaware that they were being followed by a red-haired girl and her informal entourage. In her mind, she vowed that Issei would not escape her. They would talk, and she hoped for his forgiveness. To be continued. Inframundo, territory of the Citri clan. Vale carried Issei, who was unconscious, and was personally received by Lord and Lady Citri, who worked to stabilize him. Vale, along with Albion, informed them about the fall of the dragon, and only the clan leaders concluded that Rias's infidelity and her entire entourage were the result of Issei's critical condition. "This is unforgivable," Lord Citri stated. "We must inform the Gremory lords, Surzek-sama, and Issei's parents," Lady Citri added. "I will go personally for Issei's parents," Vale declared, teleporting to the Hyudo residence. 2 hours later, Zeoticus, Venelana, Surzex, Graphia, and Milikas arrived at the Gremory residence, visibly distressed, to meet with the brown-haired boy. Lord Citri greeted them at the door of Issei's room. "I'm glad Lord Gremory has arrived," Lord Citri said. "It's good to see you, my friend, but let's get to the point. How is Issei?" Zeoticus asked, concern etched on his face. "He is stable for now, but what happened is related to your daughter Rias Gremory and her entourage," Lady Citri explained. "What do you mean?" Venelana asked, confused. "Do you know what the fall of the dragon is?" Lord Citri asked seriously. At the mention of this, Surzex's expression shifted from worry to pure rage. "Rias!" Surzex shouted, his voice echoing throughout the underworld. "What is wrong, son?" Zeoticus asked, shocked. "The fall of the dragon is practically a death sentence for dragons who see their partners being unfaithful. The more partners they have and the more infidelities they endure, the quicker and more painful their demise," Surzex explained, trembling with anger. At that moment, Vale appeared with Issei's parents, who were in tears over their son's condition. Zeoticus and Venelana concluded that their daughter had committed a serious act of infidelity that was practically killing Issei. "Mr. and Mrs. Hyudo, on behalf of my clan, I offer my sincerest apologies, as our daughter was the reason for Issei's critical health," Zeoticus said, kneeling before the Hyudo family in a gesture of shame and remorse. "No, Zeoticus, you did nothing wrong. Please stand," Issei's mother replied. "But everything happening to your son is because of my daughter's misbehavior," Venelana said, now kneeling as well. "We ask that you both rise, please," Issei's father interjected. "Do not humiliate yourselves. It is already too much to see our friends bearing the shame on their faces. We repeat, this is not your fault, but rather your daughter's," Issei's mother said, her fragile face showing a weak smile. At that moment, a Citri doctor exited Issei's room. "The young Hyudo has awakened," the doctor announced with a bow, accompanied by 2 nurses. "You may enter, but please be cautious with your questions. It took considerable effort to stabilize him." Surzex, Xioticus, Issei's father, and Vala entered to see Issei, who lay there with dull eyes and a face still reflecting pain. "Son," his father said, deeply troubled. Xioticus and Surzex said, filled with concern. "My friend," Valley added, distressed. The brown-haired boy turned his head and managed a weak smile. "Hello," he said. Surzex approached him. "It was my sister and her entourage who did this to you, wasn't it? They were unfaithful, right?" Issei shed several tears and nodded. Valley could not contain his fury, just like Surzex, but Xioticus had a better idea. "I think it's time to give my daughter and her servants a proper lesson. Venelana, Graphia, Lords of Citri, come here, I have a plan," he said as the women of Gremory and the Citri clan leaders gathered. "Call Michael, Usul, Barakiel, Sister Griselda, Rosweiss's grandmother, Ulfis, Razor with the Phoenix Lords, and unfortunately Kunu. We must inform them of what happened to Issei and the infidelity committed by our daughter and her friends. This cannot go unaddressed. We must exercise our authority as parents and leaders of our clans and factions," Xioticus declared, resolute. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter End. City of Kuo, 5 p.m. They arrived at the karaoke where Issei and his friends had rented a room to sing. After 10 minutes, Rias and her group arrived, asking the karaoke attendant about Issei's whereabouts. "Excuse me, which room did that brown-haired boy and his friends go to?" the red-haired girl inquired. "Room 4, the attendant replied, puzzled. "We want to go to that same room," Rias insisted. "I'm sorry, but that room is at full capacity," the attendant said, denying the request. Rias was losing her patience. "Excuse me, can you give us a room close to room 4 if available?" Asia asked, trying to calm her older sister. "Of course, room 6, the attendant said, handing them the keys to the mentioned room. They quickly made their way to room 6, but as Rias passed room 4, she saw Issei with his friends. She tried to open the door, but it was locked. Resigned, she went to room 6 with her entourage to enjoy their time at the karaoke. Meanwhile, with Issei and his friends, Matsuda was the first to sing. "All right, I think I'll sing this one," he said, selecting a song. Everyone was surprised that the bald boy had such a remarkable voice. "Matsuda, I didn't know you could sing so well. Why don't you join the music club?" Kiryu complimented him for the first time. "Do you really think so?" Matsuda asked, surprised. "Now it's my turn," Kaori exclaimed. Everyone applauded at Saika's perfect performance. Kiryu then stepped up, ready to take his turn. The surprises continued as no one expected Kiryu to sing so well. Saika turned to the expressionless girl and encouraged her to sing. Annabelle browsed through the song catalog until she found one that convinced her, selecting it for the screen. Annabelle showcased a beautiful voice, bringing tears to Saika, Kiryu, Kaori, Kasumi, and Rika. Issei then announced it was his turn and chose a song that resonated deeply with him. He began to sing softly, but his friends knew he had chosen this song because he always listened to it when something bad had happened. As he sang the first verse, he thought of a red-haired girl who had saved him from a terrifying death at the hands of a fallen angel, believing he had found love. However, memories of betrayal flooded back, where he recalled her kissing another passionately. His thoughts shifted to a former nun and another fallen angel, whose betrayals hurt him the most, as they had both sworn to love him. He remembered the NTMT moments they shared, which now felt like a painful reminder of their deceit. In room 6, Rias and her friends recognized that Issei used this song to unleash his anger and frustration. They began to feel uneasy, and tears started to flow from Rias, Akino, Asia, Irina, and Kaneko. Akino expressed her distress, questioning Rias about how they ended up in this situation of betrayal. Rias, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to respond. Akino, filled with anger, confronted Rias about her insecurities and the consequences of her actions. She lamented how their brilliant future with Issei had been ruined by Rias's misguided idea, which had led to their infidelity and the cancellation of their wedding. Akino's heartache was palpable as she tried to find solace in Asia, who also shed tears for the man who had saved her life multiple times. Rias, in a moment of frustration, admitted her guilt but insisted that they should not consider themselves as damsels in distress. She recalled the moments of betrayal with vivid detail, mimicking Akino's voice in a mocking tone. Rias declared her determination to find a way for Issei to return to them, despite the turmoil they had caused. Kuroka, feeling indignant, urged Rias to come up with a plan, unable to bear the thought of Issei being with others. Back in room 4, Issei poured his heart into the next verse, expressing his feelings of loneliness and despair. Saika and Kaori watched, recognizing that he was still struggling to overcome Rias Gremry's betrayal. Kiba and Gasper were taken aback by their friend's heartfelt performance, feeling remorse for not supporting him when he needed it most. As Issei took a deep breath, ready to release all his pain in the next verse, Kasumi and Rika were impressed by his singing. Rika asked if something had happened to Aika's friend, concerned for Issei's well-being. Kasumi observed that Issei's singing carried a deep emotional pain. Kiryu, looking serious, noted that something had happened to Issei, but he felt unqualified to explain what it was. Annabelle shared the same concern for her charge, though she wished he didn't have to suffer like this. Rika, watching Issei with compassion, remarked on the sadness in his voice and the way he sang. The lyrics echoed in the room, expressing feelings of despair and longing for a world free from hatred. When the song ended, Issei was immediately enveloped in warm embraces from Saika and Kaori. Saika praised his singing, resting her head on his shoulder and promising to stand by him, vowing to strengthen him spiritually despite his physical strength. Kaori joined in, resting her forehead against his chest, expressing her commitment to protect him from anyone who might harm him again. Issei felt a mix of shock and happiness as he embraced both girls, unsure of how to respond. Their friends Motohama, Matsuda, Aika, Annabelle, Kiba, and Gasper watched with joy as Issei slowly began to smile. Kasumi suggested she had an idea of what had happened to him, and Rika agreed, indicating they were thinking along the same lines. Soon, everyone gathered around to hug Issei, including their two new friends. Suddenly, a magical circle with the Gremry emblem appeared in the karaoke room, revealing Grafia, Surzek's personal maid. Issei, Kiba, Annabelle, and Gasper greeted her with a bow. Grafia addressed Issei, informing him she had a message from Surzek. She explained that he needed to come with her to receive what he had rightfully earned, and that he could bring everyone in the room since her sister was watching. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Issei promptly agreed to follow Grafia. He encouraged everyone to come along and asked Rika and Kasumi to join them, assuring them he would explain everything. He also requested Grafia's assistance if needed, to which she nodded. The platinum-haired maid activated a teleportation circle, causing Issei, Kiba, Gasper, Motohama, Matsuda, Annabelle, Kaori, Saika, Kiryu, Rika, and Kasumi to vanish from the karaoke room. A minute later, Rias arrived with her entourage in room 4, hoping to speak with Issei. However, upon discovering he had disappeared, she couldn't contain her frustration and sorrow, tears streaming down her face once more. Kaori showcased her impressive singing talent. Meanwhile, in room 6, the group listened to the songs coming from room 4. Akino expressed her jealousy, noting that the human singer was quite good. Irina, feeling frustrated, claimed she could easily surpass her. Zenobia chimed in, saying that Irina's voice resembled nails scraping against a chalkboard, which only served to further dampen the mood for the former angel. Back in room 4, it was Kiba's turn to sing. He confidently announced his choice of song, surprising everyone with his taste for heavier music, despite his refined demeanor at school. In room 6, Rias was impressed, admitting she had no idea Kiba enjoyed that genre. Meanwhile, Asia attempted to sing a pop song, but it didn't go well for her. Returning to room 4, Motohama declared it was his turn. Like his friend Matsuda, he sang exceptionally well, even catching the attention of those in room 5. A girl's voice called out, asking who had sung that beautiful piece, while another girl, clearly excited, wanted to know who had performed the first song in room 4. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Issei opened it to reveal a blonde girl with green eyes, wearing glasses and exuding a cheerful yet mischievous aura, accompanied by a red-haired girl with a bold look. Issei inquired if they had knocked. The redhead explained that they had been in the adjacent room until they heard the first and third songs, captivated by the boys' voices. The blonde asked who had sung the first rock song, and Matsuda nervously raised his hand. The blonde quickly rushed over to him, introducing herself as Rika Kono with enthusiasm. Matsuda introduced himself, feeling a bit flustered. Rika, with stars in her eyes, exclaimed his name, while the redhead introduced herself as Kasumi Asakura and asked who had sung the pop song. Motohama raised his hand as well, and Kasumi suggested they join the group to sing together, believing that the more, the merrier. Issei and his friends welcomed the girls from room 5, and Kasumi took a seat next to Motohama, playfully teasing him about wanting to be impressed by his singing. Kiryu adjusted his glasses, observing his friends with satisfaction, noting that they finally seemed to have caught the attention of girls, though they were too nervous to respond. Gasper then announced it was his turn to sing, choosing his song with excitement. After his performance, he caught the attention of Kiryu, who looked at him with admiration. As the girls prepared to sing, they expressed their eagerness to join in. The applause filled the room after the karaoke performances, and Saika stepped forward, ready to take her turn. Everyone was left speechless. Matsuda felt as if his jaw had dropped, while Motohama's glasses broke from sheer shock. The girls Kiryu, Saika, Kaori, Kasumi, Annabelle, and Rika were in awe, and Kiba and Gasper were equally impressed. Surzex revealed more photos of the house's interior and explained that the house was a gift from him, Azazel, and Michael, acknowledging Issei's significant support in defeating and sealing the Trihexa. He continued, noting that the reason for relocating Issei and his family was simple. His stubborn little sister and all the girls from his former harem would search for him at his old residence. Only a select few, including Graphia, Serafal, Ajuka, his parents, and soon his friends, knew of his new location. Then, Serafal cheerfully announced her gift, declaring that she would be living with Issei from now on. This revelation left everyone in shock, except for Surzex, who was already aware of this generous present from the Mao. For 3 girls present, this was the last straw, igniting their jealousy and anger. Annabelle, with an expressionless face but a voice filled with jealousy, asserted that Issei was under her care and that she wouldn't let anyone harm him again, gripping his left arm tightly. Kaori, her face flushed and veins popping on her forehead, shouted that if Serafal was moving in, then she would too, clinging to Issei's right arm, leaving him bewildered. Saika, equally flustered, declared that she wouldn't let anyone hurt Issei again, hugging him protectively and pointing at Serafal, who smiled, interpreting it as a declaration of war over Issei. Serafal, determined to fight for Issei, boldly stated that they wouldn't have it easy. She lunged at the brown-haired boy. Issei called out for Drake as he was overwhelmed by the 4 girls. Drake humorously remarked that he would remember Issei as the most masculine host he had, and that he had nothing to do in this situation. Meanwhile, Motohama and Matsuda were consumed by jealousy, tears streaming down their faces. Motohama prepared his signature punch, while Matsuda warned Issei to consider himself a dead man. Just as they were about to strike, they felt 2 powerful auras behind them that froze them in place. Kasumi, sensing the tension, questioned if they noticed the smell of a dead man in the air. Rika smiled innocently, but her presence was intimidating enough to frighten even the mighty Trihexa. Kasumi, cracking her knuckles with a grin, remarked that a bald man and a bespectacled one would soon regret their past lives. Motohama and Matsuda, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Kasumi and Rika, clung to each other in fear. They called out for Kiryu, Kiba, and Gasper to help them, their voices trembling with anxiety. Kiryu's mischievous smile teased that he wouldn't assist them due to their carelessness. Kiba, making gestures of apology, expressed that they needed to handle this themselves. Gasper, despite the headache from his prayer, promised to visit them in the cemetery and remember them as those who met a very manly end. Kasumi and Rika approached the 2 frightened boys, cracking their knuckles ominously and asking if they were ready for their punishment. Their terrified screams echoed throughout the underworld. 2 hours later, Ajuka emerged with a wooden box to present Issei with his evil pieces. He explained that a rare phenomenon had occurred during their creation, they had mutated in color and emitted a mysterious power. According to his research, this happened in only 1 out of every 300 sets of evil pieces. The power granted the bearer the choice to transform into a dragon or remain in their original form. For instance, if Surzex, a pure demon, were given a night piece, he could choose to become a half-demon, half-dragon, or stay a pure demon. However, the hybrid transformation would only occur once, with no turning back. Ajuka handed the box to Issei, emphasizing that these were known as rare evil pieces. Issei understood Ajuka's explanation and took the king piece, absorbing it. A crimson light enveloped him, forming the seal of Hyudo Issei, which resembled Western red dragons. As he uncovered the other evil pieces, he noticed they were black instead of the usual red. Deep in thought, Issei contemplated his choices for his team when Annabelle, his personal maid, unexpectedly tugged at his sleeve. Despite her typically expressionless demeanor, a hint of blush suggested she was about to make a bold request. She expressed her desire to join his team, surprising everyone. Annabelle revealed that she was a great admirer of his, having watched his battles against the Cow's Brigade, Rise of Im Lucifer, and Trihexa. Inspired by his strength, she vowed to be his unwavering support, pledging her loyalty for eternity. Issei was taken aback by Annabelle's heartfelt declaration but smiled and agreed, retrieving the queen piece from his evil pieces. He turned to Ajuka, asking for the spell to perform the reincarnation ritual. Ajuka, smiling, produced a scroll containing the incantation and instructed Issei to say his full name in the designated spaces. With determination, Issei placed the queen piece on Annabelle and recited the spell, declaring that she would return to walk in this world as his servant. The queen piece was absorbed by Annabelle, creating a brilliant crimson flash. In that moment, she sprouted a pair of red dragon wings alongside her existing demon wings. Ajuka observed seriously that Annabelle had chosen to become a hybrid. Issei welcomed her to the family with joy, and Annabelle thanked him with a smile before unexpectedly pulling him close and sharing a deep kiss. The room fell silent in shock, but 3 girls felt their jealousy boiling over. With fierce expressions, Kaori, Saika, and Seraphal approached Issei, calling out his name. Issei, caught off guard, stammered nervously, trying to explain himself. The 3 girls declared their desire to join his team simultaneously. Issei was momentarily stunned by their request, but he quickly regained his composure and asked if they were sure about their decision. Once the pieces are in their bodies, there is no turning back, Issei said seriously. The 3 girls responded with determined shouts of agreement. Issei turned to Seraphal, holding a rook piece, and asked if she was ready. She took his hand and placed it on her chest, causing Issei to blush. By the order of Hyudo Issei, Seraphal Citri would walk in this world again. He completed the incantation, and the rook piece began to merge with Seraphal's body, unleashing a crimson flash that revealed 4 demon wings and 4 dragon wings, signifying her transformation into a hybrid of demon and dragon. As the ritual concluded, Seraphal, like Annabelle, stole a kiss from Issei, making the human girls feel a pang of jealousy. Annabelle tried to suppress her feelings, but her eyes betrayed a fierce desire to confront Seraphal, who playfully stuck out her tongue at them. Issei then stood in front of Kaori Katase and Saika Murayama. He told them they could still back out and that he wouldn't force them to join his entourage. Kaori expressed her desire to protect him and to be by his side, stating that she would face any gods or rulers of the underworld for his happiness. Saika echoed her sentiments, vowing not to let anyone harm him again, and together with Kaori, Seraphal, and Annabelle, they would help him grow stronger. Issei felt a sense of gratitude as he looked at his new companions, who were showing qualities that had been lacking in Rias's group: humility, unity, and determination. Issei took out 2 night pieces and declared that Kaori Katase and Saika Murayama would walk in this world again. As they absorbed the night pieces, a crimson glow revealed the seal of Hyudo Issei's entourage on the ground. When the ritual ended, everyone anticipated the new knights to spread their wings, but nothing happened. Ajuka questioned them, and the girls confirmed their decision to remain human. They wanted to prove that they could stand up to demons, fallen angels, or angels as humans. Issei felt thankful for their determination, which brought a new dynamic to his group. Surzex, intrigued, commented on how interesting Issei's entourage would be and expressed his hope that Issei would soon complete his battle team. He encouraged Kiba and Gasper to consider joining Issei's group, reminding them not to close the door on another opportunity to grow stronger after their past experiences. Motohama, Matsuda, Rika, and Kasumi were left in awe of the magical display. Surzex then announced it was time for Issei and his new entourage to head to their new home, where his parents were already waiting. He created a portal for them to step through. Issei thanked Surzex with a bow before disappearing with his new companions. To be continued. In the mountainous region of Kuo, Issei and his friends arrived at the new Hyudo residence. The cold weather typically affected humans, but for Issei, Annabelle, Serafal, Kiba, Gasper, and surprisingly Kaori and Saika, who were part of Issei's entourage, it had no effect at all. Upon reaching the wooden door, Issei knocked 3 times, and within seconds, Aika Hyudo opened the door. She embraced her son, expressing her congratulations on his recent promotion. Feeling a bit embarrassed, thanked her and pointed out that some of his friends were shivering from the cold, including Rika, Kasumi, Kiryu, Matsuda, and Motohama. Aika welcomed Issei's friends inside, apologizing for her manners. As they entered the main room, they spotted Goro Hyudo engaged in conversation with a few familiar faces. Serafal exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her younger sister Sona and Yura, a blue-haired member of the student council, both of whom had several suitcases beside them. Serafal feigned confusion, questioning their presence. Sona explained that she had come for specific reasons, to prevent Rias Gremory and her entourage from coming to these lands and to keep an eye on Issei. Serafal, feeling nervous, realized that Sona had accurately guessed her intentions, making it nearly impossible to deceive her sister. Serafal playfully suggested that Sona might have feelings for Issei, which caused Sona to blush and tremble. Yura, surprised, asked if it was true. Sona stammered, clearly flustered, unable to deny the implication. Serafal triumphantly declared that Sona was in love with Issei, leaving Sona speechless. The others laughed at the amusing scene, while Issei stood in shock at the indirect confession. Saika, Kaori, and Annabelle felt a surge of jealousy upon hearing Serafal's words, while Matsuda and Motohama wanted to confront Issei but were warned by Kasumi and Rika, who were pinching them as a warning. Yura confidently stated that she was also in love with Issei, admitting that she had always liked him but had been afraid of Rias and Himejima. Now that Issei was no longer involved with Rias, she felt it was her chance to pursue him. This declaration surprised Sona, who was aware of Yura's feelings, while Saika, Kaori, Annabelle, and Serafal saw it as a challenge, wanting to keep Issei for themselves. Aika joyfully remarked on how attractive their son was to girls, expressing her hopes for beautiful grandchildren. The comment caused Sona, Yura, Serafal, Annabelle, Kaori, and Saika to blush intensely, imagining a future with Issei. Issei, feeling embarrassed, protested against his mother's words, while his parents and friends laughed, knowing the playful tension in the room. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door, and Goro Hyudo opened it to reveal a couple. The man had long black hair, sharp aquamarine eyes, and wore a blue coat, while the woman had white hair, violet eyes, and wore a beautiful black dress. They appeared to be in their 30s. The man introduced himself as Andrew Citri, along with his wife Hemlock Citri, explaining that they were the leaders of the Citri clan. Goro welcomed them, mentioning that Surzex had informed him of their visit and expressed gratitude for saving their son. Serafal and Sona were taken aback when they recognized their parents and exclaimed in unison, questioning their presence at the Hyudo residence. Hemlock smiled at her daughters, and Andrew casually mentioned that they had come to meet the family of their future son-in-law. The mention of Issei caused Serafal and Sona to blush deeply, leading to a comical fainting spell. The atmosphere was filled with laughter at the familiar scene displayed by the Citri family. Another knock at the door brought Aika out again to greet 2 more couples. One woman appeared nervous and frail, while a smiling man introduced themselves as the Murayama family, confirming they were at the Hyudo residence. Aika welcomed them, and another man, dressed in a kendo uniform, introduced himself as part of the Katase family, expressing his pleasure at meeting Issei's mother. "So, the perverted son of mine is here," the man who came alone said, referring to Matsuda's father. Frank Matsuda greeted Aika Hyudo with enthusiasm, and she responded cheerfully. The woman, clearly nervous, introduced herself as Kimiko Motohama and mentioned that Motohama was present. Aika reassured her that it was indeed her son and invited them inside, saying they were welcome in their home. Aika led them to the living room, where they found their children. Saika and Kaori were surprised to see their parents and asked what they were doing there. The mother of Kaori explained that they received an invitation from the Hyudo family and thought it would be a good idea to meet the family of the boy Kaori liked, which left Kaori blushing and surprised, while Saika and Issei were equally taken aback. Annabelle and Yura were feeling extremely jealous. Saika, trying to process the situation, asked Kaori if she liked Issei Hyudo, hoping it was not true. Kaori hesitated but eventually revealed her feelings. Then, Saika's father, Mr. Murayama, approached Issei and shook his hand, requesting that he take care of his daughter. He noted that Saika could be quite stubborn and difficult, but if Issei knew what she wrote in her diary about him, it was clear she was quite smitten. This comment made Saika blush deeply, putting her in a tight spot as Kaori pressed her for answers. Saika, with a serious tone, confronted her feelings for Issei. She admitted that she had always liked him, despite his flaws, and appreciated his kindness and the smiles he gave her. Kaori, with tears in her eyes, confessed that she also liked Issei, recalling how they had spied on him in the women's changing rooms. She shared how his kindness and compliments had captured her heart as well. As the two best friends cried over their shared feelings for the same boy, they gradually calmed down. Issei, having come out of his shock at their confessions, decided to comfort them. He thanked them for their feelings, which made them blush even more. Kaori, with a fierce look, insisted that Issei take responsibility for them and not give a negative response. Saika echoed her sentiment, urging him to be responsible for winning the hearts of two young ladies. In response to their requests, Issei simply embraced them. He accepted them as his girlfriends and welcomed them to the Hyudo family, sharing a kiss with both, which they reciprocated. The parents of the girls and Issei watched the scene with smiles, pleased with the unfolding romance. The others watched with satisfaction. Kaori, filled with joy, expressed her happiness while being embraced by Issei. Saika, equally cheerful, remarked that they had to be the best of friends, especially since they both liked the same guy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Motohama was surprised to see his mother, while Matsuda appeared quite nervous. The woman with glasses looked seriously at her son, Koga Motohama, and addressed him sternly. Matsuda's father mirrored her seriousness, and both friends swallowed hard at the sight of their parents' stern expressions. Alarmed, their parents pointed at Rika, who stood beside Misawa Matsuda, and Kasumi, who was next to Koga Motohama, demanding to know who the girls were. Rika introduced herself respectfully, bowing slightly as she greeted Misawa's mother. She stated that she was Rika Kono, a friend of her son and a potential girlfriend. Kasumi followed suit, introducing herself to Koga's father and expressing that she was also a friend and a prospect for Koga. The parents of the boys were pleased with the girls, humorously pleading with them to take care of their useless sons, which left the duo of perverts utterly embarrassed. The girls smiled and agreed, each embracing their respective partners, causing Koga and Misawa to blush. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door. Goro opened it to reveal the heads of the Gremory family, Zeoticus and Venelana, accompanied by a red-eyed blonde woman in a lilac evening gown. Zeoticus greeted Goro warmly, and Goro returned the sentiment. Venelana introduced Isolde Vapula, Annabelle's mother, who stepped forward respectfully. Isolde expressed her pleasure in meeting Goro, referring to him as her future in-law. Annabelle was surprised to see her mother and greeted her with a hug. Isolde asked how she had been, and Annabelle, though typically expressionless, showed surprise and confusion in her voice. Isolde inquired if Annabelle had become closer to Issei, and Annabelle blushed, revealing that she had become the queen of his entourage, proudly showing off an emblem of two red western dragons surrounding a Q for queen. Isolde beamed with pride, expressing her hope for many grandchildren. Aika Hayudo, Issei's mother, introduced herself and echoed Isolde's hopes for beautiful grandchildren, indicating her desire for grandchildren from Yura as well. Just then, a voice announced the arrival of Kunu, Penemu, and surprisingly, Gabriel, the overlord of heaven. Aika welcomed them to their new home, and Issei was astonished to see Gabriel, the most beautiful overlord. Gabriel explained that both Michael and Azazel had tasked her and Penemu with looking after the residents and providing a new home for Kunu. Kunu respectfully addressed Issei, while Penemu playfully declared that she had not given up on being by his side, hinting at her intentions. After the introductions, the atmosphere turned warm around the campfire as Issei's parents and the parents of his new entourage, including the leaders of the Gremory family and Matsuda and Motohama's parents, shared stories and laughter. They reminisced about their children's achievements and amusingly embarrassing moments that left Issei and his entourage blushing. Issei enjoyed the family gathering, surrounded by Penemu, Gabriel, Kunu, Annabelle, Saika, Kaori, Serafal, Sona, and Yura. Meanwhile, Matsuda began to accept Rika, and Koga romantically embraced Kasumi. Kiryu hugged Gasper like a plush toy, while Kiba quietly enjoyed tea, thankful not to be in his friend's predicament. As the gathering concluded around 1 a.m., the Gremory patriarchs and the parents of Saika, Kaori, Koga, Matsuda, Annabelle, Sona, and Serafal prepared to leave, first the humans and then the demons through a magic circle. Isolde Vapula departed with the Citri family. Aika informed Saika, Annabelle, Kaori, Serafal, Matsuda, Motohama, Kasumi, Rika, Gasper, and Kiba that their belongings had been arranged on the first floor of the residence, and per Surzek's orders, they would begin living there that night. Everyone saw this as a fresh start for their new friendships, especially Issei, who was determined to care for Annabelle, Saika, Kaori, Serafal, Sona, Yura, as well as Kunu, Penemu, and Gabriel, treating them not as servants but as the family they deserved. Before heading to bed, Kiba, Gasper, and Kunu intercepted Issei at the entrance of his new room. Kiba, serious, indicated they wanted to discuss something important. Gasper, determined, expressed their desire to be part of Issei's entourage, surprising him. Issei, incredulous, asked if they were sure. Gasper explained that he had respected Issei since their first meeting and felt motivated to become stronger to protect his loved ones, wanting to repay Issei for considering him family. Kiba echoed Gasper's sentiment, expressing his wish to always be by Issei's side. Kunu expressed his loyalty to his mother, recalling the day she defeated Cao Cao in Kyoto. Despite the challenges that had arisen, he still wished to be part of her entourage and family. Kiba declared his friendship with Issei, promising never to let him down. He emphasized that, like Gasper, Issei had made him feel as if he had a family again. Kiba felt it was his duty to protect Aika Hayudo and Gora Hayaud, as Issei's parents considered him like a son. He regarded Issei and their friends as brothers, especially now that they were all living together in the same residence. After listening to the heartfelt reasons from his friends, Issei smiled and nodded in approval. He then asked for a moment, entered his room, and returned with 3 pieces, 1 bishop and 4 pawns. It began with Kunu, as Issei commanded her to seal the contract. A crimson light enveloped the young Yukai, and the bishop piece was absorbed into her body, completing the ritual. Kunu revealed 2 dragon wings, choosing to become a hybrid of dragon and Yukai. The mark of Issei's faction appeared on her left forearm, depicting 2 red western dragons covering AB. Next was Kiba. Issei instructed him to seal the contract, and a crimson light surrounded Kiba as 2 pawn pieces were absorbed into him. Kiba manifested his dragon and demon wings, and the symbol of Issei's faction appeared on his neck, with the 2 red western dragons covering AP. Finally, it was Gasper's turn. Issei's command resonated, and as the remaining pawn pieces were absorbed through the crimson light, Gasper revealed his dragon wings, signifying his transformation into a hybrid of dragon and vampire. The mark of Issei's faction appeared on his right tricep, mirroring Kiba's mark, with the 2 red western dragons covering AP. After completing the 3 rituals, Kiba, Gasper, and Kunu knelt before their king, expressing their loyalty to Issei. They pledged to serve him, and Issei, feeling uncomfortable, urged them to rise. He reminded them that family members do not kneel to one another, recalling how he had knelt before Surzex. The 3 new members of Issei's faction stood up, happy and satisfied with Issei's humility and kindness, and then retreated to their rooms, knowing they would face Rias Gremory and her companions at school the next day. The scene shifted to the mountainous area of Kuo at 6:30 a.m. Issei, brown-haired and still asleep, felt the sun's rays warming his face through the window. He mumbled to himself about getting ready for school when he sensed someone on his bed. Panic set in as he thought that Rias Gremory and her faction had found his new residence. Drake's voice echoed in his mind, urging him not to panic and to look closely at who was beside him. As Issei uncovered himself, he discovered he had slept with Kaori, Saika, Annabelle, Seraphal, Yura, Kunu, Gabriel, and Penemu, all peacefully resting next to him. Drake chuckled, commenting on Issei's habits, while Issei felt relieved, joking about having some magical power that attracted women to his bed. Drake dismissed the idea, calling him a pervert, and Issei playfully called him a party pooper. Suddenly, Sona entered the room, dressed casually and ready for university. Upon seeing the scene before her, she was taken aback and visibly upset. She demanded to know what was happening, her annoyance evident. Seraphal, waking up in her crimson nightgown, greeted Issei with a kiss and acknowledged Sona with a yawn. Sona, feeling a surge of jealousy, exclaimed that everyone had gotten ahead of her. Her shout woke the others, and they received a light reprimand from Sona. Though they feigned remorse, they knew they would not miss the chance to spend the night with their beloved emperor. Afterward, they all went to their respective rooms to get ready for school. Sona and Issei decided to wake Matsuda and Motohama, only to find them in a similar situation. Matsuda was cuddled up with Rika, while Koga was entangled with Kasumi. When they woke up, the 2 boys expressed their gratitude for the unexpected company. As Rika and Kasumi left to prepare, Misawa curiously asked where Rika would be studying. Sona informed him that Rika, Kasumi, Kunu, and her sister would all be attending Kuo Academy, as Surzex had requested their enrollment. Penemu and Gabriel would also be teaching there, though they would still have responsibilities at the residence. Koga expressed his admiration for Sona's leadership, and just then, Kiryu entered the room, carrying a sleepy Gasper. They greeted Issei and the others, who responded with a shared moment of surprise. After everyone bathed and got dressed in their Kuo Academy uniforms, Penemu and Gabriel donned their teacher outfits. Penemu wore a black blazer, a white blouse, and a red skirt, while Gabriel opted for a sleeveless pink top and a long cream skirt. They bid farewell to Issei's parents and teleported away in a magical circle. Continuara. Chapter End. Inferno. Oyu Palace. Grafia finished teleporting them to the palace where Surzex awaited the brown-haired boy. Issei, meanwhile, was sharing with Rika and Kasumi about the supernatural world, sharing everything he knew, while Grafia and Kiba contributed their knowledge to complement the information from the brown-haired boy. Kasumi expressed her amazement, realizing that what she thought was only in novels and video games was real. Rika, filled with excitement, mentioned how the Egyptian, Olympic, and Asgardian gods were alive, making her want to pack her bags and travel to Egypt, Greece, and Scandinavia to find them. They ascended a dark marble staircase and arrived at a mahogany door. Grafia warned them that they would soon be in the presence of the main Mao, Surzex Lucifer, and asked Issei's friends Annabelle, Kiba, and Gasper to show respect. As Grafia opened the door, a young red-haired man awaited them with a smile. Surzex welcomed Issei's friends warmly, and they bowed respectfully before him. Surzex expressed his pleasure in meeting them and turned to Issei, stating that it was time for him to be promoted to a supreme-class demon. Issei jumped with joy, his excitement evident, while his friends and even Surzex shared a nervous laugh at his exuberance. Surzex began to explain how he managed to convince the Council of Demons, but was interrupted by a girl dressed as a magical girl. Seraphal burst from the shadows, calling out to Issei and leaping to hug him. Though surprised, Issei returned the embrace. The group watched with amusement, except for Kaori and Saika, who felt a pang of jealousy and an urge to confront Serafall. Surzek sighed, acknowledging Serafall's arrival, and mentioned that she had somehow convinced the council to promote Issei. He then revealed that he, along with Ajuka and Serafall, had prepared several gifts for Issei. At that moment, Ajuka Astaroth, known as Ajuka Beelzebub, stepped out from the shadows. He greeted everyone politely and informed Issei that he would receive his own evil pieces. As he explained the process, Issei's eyes lit up with excitement. Ajuka instructed him to gather energy in his right hand to form a soccer ball and hand it over. Issei complied, concentrating until he produced a glowing red sphere of energy. Ajuka assured him that he would take about 2 hours to create the evil pieces and suggested that Surzex and Serafall continue with their gifts in the meantime. Surzex then revealed a remote control, pressing a button that activated a giant screen. The room darkened, and he introduced Issei to his new home in the mountains of Kuro. Time skip. Koichi Academy 8 Gim. The magic circle transported the newly formed Hyudo family to a secluded area where they wouldn't be seen. As they walked toward the academy, all the students stared, especially at the trio of perverts, Issei, flanked by Sona and Serafall in front, with Kaori and Saika on either side, and Annabelle and Yura bringing up the rear. The 6 girls of the harem smiled at everyone, but internally remained vigilant, ready to defend their brown-haired companion from anyone who might get too bold, especially a capricious redhead and a dark-haired girl with a mischievous streak. They also noticed Matsuda and Motohama, each accompanied by a girl, which shocked everyone. Rika and Kasumi, despite their beauty, seemed to rival the stunning Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima. Behind the perverts and the girls, Kiba and Kunu walked, smiling at everyone, while Kiryu and Gasper held hands, looking like an older sister and younger brother. Lastly, Penemu and Gabriel strolled along, captivating the attention of the boys at Kuro. Whispers of admiration from the boys filled the air, while the girls felt a mix of anxiety seeing beautiful girls surrounding Issei and the ones accompanying Matsuda and Motohama. They worried that Kiba might pick up some of the trio's antics and lead the innocent Gasper astray, especially Kiryu's influence. Meanwhile, a trio observed the scene and rushed to the occult club to share the news with their leader. At Kuo Academy, in the occult club, Asia, Zenobia, and Irina rushed into the room where Rias Gremory was getting ready for university, accompanied by her entourage. Since her demotion to a low-class demon, Rias had moved into the old occult club building, transforming it into a comfortable living space for herself and her followers. Kuroka and Yasaka also lived there with the Gremory family. Asia, alarmed, called out to Rias, who looked surprised by their sudden entrance. Zenobia, equally distressed, informed Rias that Serafall was there. Rias's eyes widened at the mention of one of the Mao, speculating that she might be discussing some foreign policy matters regarding the underworld. However, Irina added that Serafall was dressed in the academy uniform and was accompanying Issei, which shocked Rias. Asia continued, revealing that they had also seen Overlord Gabriel, the cadre Penemu, and Kunchin. Yasaka was taken aback by the news that Kunu was present, dressed in the academy uniform as well. Overcome with emotion, Yasaka began to cry, still struggling with the memories of her past infidelity with her late lover. Rias, determined, declared that they would all meet with Issei during lunch, insisting that he would listen to them, and her entourage nodded in agreement. After the chaotic start to the school day, everyone headed to their respective classrooms. Kunu entered the second year, introduced to her classmates as Kunu Hyudo, claiming to be a distant cousin of Issei. The little Yukai from Kyoto was greeted cheerfully by Gasper, who had distanced himself from the academy's mascot in solidarity with Issei, leaving Kaneko Tuju feeling hurt as her friend and love ignored her. She longed to mend things with both of them, but they wouldn't even look her way. In the third-year classroom, the Hyudo family welcomed new students Rika Kono, Kasumi Asakura, and Serafall Citri, the latter claiming to be Sona's younger sister, which was not the case. The beauty of the newcomers captivated everyone, but horror-struck when they chose to sit next to the trio of troublemakers. Asia, Zenobia, and Irina watched with a mix of sadness and jealousy as Issei was surrounded by Serafall, Saika, Yura, and Kori. They regretted giving their virginity to their late lovers and breaking Issei's heart, all due to a foolish idea from Rias. During a brief break between classes, they wanted to speak with Issei, but Kaori, Saika, Serafal, and Yura quickly intervened. Asia, feeling intimidated, expressed their desire to talk to Issei. Kaori, furious, insisted that they had nothing to discuss with him. Zenobia, feeling despondent, pleaded for a moment with Issei. Saika taunted them, questioning if they had nothing better to do, while Irina indignantly demanded to know what Saika meant. Yura responded with a dismissive comment, and tensions rose as Zenobia clenched her fist, ready to confront Yura. However, Issei's fierce gaze, filled with anger, stopped her. Serafal calmly warned the trio not to lay a finger on any of Issei's girlfriends, suggesting they wouldn't want to make an enemy of him. The trio felt crushed by the realization that Issei had formed a new harem and had seemingly replaced them, causing tears to fall as Zenobia reluctantly lowered her fist. Issei turned his back on the trio, suggesting they go get something to eat. Kaori, Saika, Serafal, and Yura eagerly followed him, calling him darling. Meanwhile, the faculty welcomed new teachers Penemu, who would teach mathematics and algebra, and Gabriel, who would teach arts. Both were introduced by Azazel, while Rosweiss, the literature teacher, felt isolated, as it seemed arrangements had been made to keep her away from Issei. She received cold glares from Penemu and Gabriel, who silently warned her to stay away from him. The new teachers captured the attention of students and faculty alike, leaving many in awe. One student asked Penemu if she had a boyfriend, to which she proudly replied that she did and loved him very much, shattering the hopes of many. Another student inquired if Gabriel was single, but she confirmed that she had someone special in her heart and wouldn't change that for anyone, thinking of Issei. The declarations from Penemu and Gabriel broke the hearts of many boys and male faculty members at Kuo Academy, except for Issei's friends. Time skip. During the break, the Hayudo family, along with Penemu and Gabriel, were enjoying a small lunch prepared by Annabelle on the rooftop of the academy, creating a cheerful picnic atmosphere. However, their joy was interrupted when a magical circle with the Gremory emblem appeared before them, and the last people they wanted to see arrived. Rias Gremory and her entourage. Upon the arrival of these unwanted guests, all members of the Hayudo family took defensive positions. Matsuda and Motohama stood protectively in front of Kasumi and Rika, while Gasper positioned himself in front of Kiryu to shield her. Issei, feeling cold and distant, confronted Rias, asking what she wanted. Rias, with glistening eyes that threatened to spill tears, pleaded for him to return with them. She expressed her regret for past actions and wished for things to return to how they once were. Akino joined in, begging Issei not to abandon her, expressing her deep remorse for her past infidelity. Kaneko chimed in, sharing how much she missed his affection and presence. Ravel, feeling foolish for her past mistakes, requested another chance to be by his side. Issei was taken aback by the hypocrisy of his former harem. Rias displayed her 8 pieces of pawn, asking if he would return to being her pawn once more. Issei firmly rejected her, leaving the former members of his harem devastated. Rias demanded an explanation, but Issei, holding back his anger, recounted how they had once sworn eternal love to him while betraying him. He recalled Surzex's words about his true love, Eddie, and questioned why Rias wanted him back now that Eddie was no longer with her. His words were filled with bitterness, and Rias, overwhelmed by the truth of his statements, began to cry inconsolably. Issei revealed the seal on his right hand, showing that he was a high-class demon and the king of his own faction. Rias and her entourage were left in shock at his declaration. Annabelle stepped forward, revealing her own seal and declaring herself the queen of the Hayudo faction. Serafal introduced herself as Issei's first bishop, displaying her mark. Kunu, the small Yukai, proudly stated that she was the second bishop of Issei's faction. Kaori Katase and Saika Murayama then stepped forward, each declaring their commitment to protect Issei. Kaori revealed her mark as the first knight, while Saika showed hers as the second knight. Kiba and Gasper also stepped up to defend Issei, with Kiba expressing his disillusionment with Rias and Gasper affirming his loyalty to Issei as his source of inspiration. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the Hyudo faction stood united, ready to defend their leader against the past that sought to reclaim him. As Issei's entourage made their entrance, the Gremory family was left in shock. They still couldn't comprehend that the brown-haired boy had been promoted to a high-class demon and already had more than half of his group with him, practically removing them from their lives. The rest of the Hyudo family looked on proudly at their friends. Zenobia, invoking Durandal, declared that she would not accept the situation. She demanded that Issei either renounce his group and return to her side or face dire consequences. Issei, with a dangerous tone, warned her that if she touched his friends or family, she would experience the true terror of a furious dragon. Ravel shouted that she would not allow anyone to take Issei away from her and unleashed fireballs aimed at the innocent humans. Penemu shouted a warning to Rika and Kasumi as the fireballs headed their way. They could only futilely shield themselves with their hands, but then there was a loud explosion. Someone intervened to protect Ravel's attack, and it was Matsuda and Motohama, who used their bodies as shields, falling to the ground with severe burns. Issei cried out in horror as he saw his friends in pain. Rika embraced the agonizing Matsuda, while Kasumi pleaded for Motohama to wake up, tears streaming down her face. Rosswise, horrified, demanded to know what Ravel had done, while Ravel trembled, realizing the consequences of her actions. Seeing this, Issei could no longer contain his rage and charged at Ravel, invoking his boosted gear. The energy he had accumulated struck Ravel in the abdomen, leaving her breathless. Issei, filled with anger, declared that while she could do anything to him, he would not allow harm to come to his friends and family. Ravel fell unconscious from the force of his blow, and the Gremory family looked on in terror. Issei warned them to leave immediately, or they would face a fate worse than Ravel's. Without hesitation, the Gremory family, with Ravel still unconscious, fled using a magic circle. Issei rushed to his friends who had suffered from Ravel's cowardly attack. Penemu, Gabriel, Seraphal, and Annabelle began their efforts to save them. Annabelle's voice trembled with desperation as she noted they were losing them. Seraphal implored Matsuda and Motohama not to abandon them. Issei, filled with determination, refused to accept the situation. Rika and Kasumi cried beside the boys who had captured their innocent hearts. Issei recalled how he had been killed by Rainier and then reincarnated by Rias. Suddenly an idea struck him. He summoned his remaining 4 pawns and directed them toward his friends. He felt a glimmer of hope as he realized they were still alive, though not for long. Issei revealed the evil pieces, and Annabelle, Seraphal, and Penemu understood what he was about to do. He explained the rules of reincarnation, emphasizing that it could occur when a being willingly accepted or was in imminent danger of death. He placed the 2 pawns on the agonizing bodies of his friends and invoked the spell, declaring that Matsuda and Motohama would walk again in this world. As the crimson light enveloped them, the pieces were absorbed by his friends, revealing their dragon wings. Miraculously, they healed from their lethal burns and slowly opened their eyes. Matsuda questioned what had happened, while Motohama realized they were not dead. The 2 girls rushed to embrace them, crying on their shoulders. Rika expressed her anger, demanding to know why they had done such a reckless thing, while Kasumi begged them not to do it again. Matsuda and Motohama returned their hugs, apologizing and explaining that a true gentleman protects his lady at the cost of his own life, a lesson learned from a good friend, glancing at Issei with a smile. Matsuda hoped Rika would forgive him, promising to protect and cherish her from that moment on. In a moment of shared emotion, both girls kissed their respective boys, sealing their bonds with a true love's kiss. The others watched happily as the 2 boys, who had shown great bravery in protecting innocent women from a cowardly attack, were embraced by their beloved. After the kiss, the 4 of them gasped for breath. Kasumi declared her love for Koga, while Rika expressed her feelings for Misawa, their eyes filled with affection. They shared another tender kiss, solidifying their newfound connections. Chapter End. Academia Keich, Occult Club 5 p.m. After the encounter with the Hyudo, the Gremory entourage discussed the results of the meeting with heightened emotions. Akino, visibly upset, expressed her anger towards Rias, questioning how she could allow such a cowardly act against Issei's friends. Rias remained calm, explaining that part of their objective was to pressure Issei in that manner, assuring that they would heal his friends as soon as he complied. Rosswise, feeling indignant, disagreed vehemently, stating that playing with the lives of Issei's friends was unacceptable. She would rather let Issei go and find happiness with someone else than manipulate him. Zenobia, with a haughty demeanor, challenged Rosswise, reminding her that in war and love, anything goes. Kaneko, furious, interjected that they were toying with the lives of Issei's friends, and their goal should be to make him love them again, not to drive him away. Irina mocked Kaneko, suggesting that she was also giving up on Issei. Kaneko, in response, glared at Irina, releasing a hint of her senjutsu energy. Irina, undeterred, drew her Excalibur mimic, ready for a confrontation. At that moment, Akino and Rosswise stood by Kaneko, while Zenobia and Irina prepared for a fight. Rias, desperate and furious, shouted for everyone to sit down. The arguing girls complied immediately. Rias then addressed Akino, Rosswise, and Kaneko, reminding them who their leader was and asserting that if she commanded them to attack anyone, even a mere mortal, they would do so without question. The three girls, resigned, acknowledged her authority. Rias sighed heavily, burdened by the day's frustrations. She realized that Issei would not return to her, that he had formed his own group, and that Yuto and Gasper had joined his cause. To make matters worse, two ordinary humans had become part of his new harem, which filled Rias with a mix of emotions and anger. Asia and Elmenahilde arrived with tea and snacks for the Gremory group. Asia suggested that they take the day to rest, as continuing in anger would not lead to clear thinking. Rias agreed, recognizing the need to approach the situation thoughtfully to earn Issei's forgiveness and win him back. The group decided to forget the events of the school break for the day, except for three girls who remained dissatisfied with Rias's orders. Akino announced her intention to go shopping for dinner, and Kaneko offered to accompany her, with Rosswise insisting that they would need help. The three girls left the occult club building and, upon exiting Crow Academy, encountered a black-haired Nikomata named Kuroka. Akino inquired about Matsuda and Motohama, to which Kuroka responded that they were well, as Issei had reincarnated them with his evil pieces, making them his new pawns. Rosswise sighed in relief at the news. Kuroka continued, revealing that Penemu and Gabriel had also joined Issei's entourage, surprising everyone. They had allied with him due to the way he had helped his dying friends. Kaneko smiled, acknowledging Issei's kindness, contrasting it with Rias, who had become someone she found increasingly disappointing. Flashback. A few minutes before the encounter with the Hyudo, the Gremory group was gathered in the occult club room. Rias outlined her plan to pressure Issei into SBMSN. If emotional appeals failed, they would resort to threatening his friends, believing that their combined strength would overpower them. Irina raised a concern about the potential retaliation from Issei's girlfriends, noting that Serafal and Yura were ready to defend him, and expressing her unease about Annabelle, who seemed to possess an almost imperceptible aura. Rias, without hesitation, suggested that they could use force if necessary. Kaneko, Rosswise, Kuroka, and Akino were taken aback by Rias's order. Akino voiced her concern, reminding Rias that humans could easily be harmed by their attacks and that they were Issei's friends. Rias, however, remained resolute, stating that if those humans interfered, they would face dire consequences. Follow my order to use excessive force. Kaneko, Rosswise, Kuroka, and Akino were horrified by the redhead's command, while the others complied. End of flashback. Since their exile and demotion, Rias had not thought through her actions, Akino remarked as she walked to a convenience store. After the meeting with Surzex, and despite knowing the dire consequences of the fall of the dragon, she had come up with the foolish idea of going directly to Issei's house wearing provocative lingerie to win him back. Fortunately, he and his parents no longer lived at the old Hyudo residence. Still, the three foolish girls from the church followed her like sheep to the slaughter, enabling her to make foolish decisions, showing no concern for Issei's well-being, Kuroka said as the four entered the store. You're right, sister, Kaneko agreed as they made their way to the candy section. Not to mention Ravel and Elmenahilde, whose capricious strategic attitudes only worsened Rias's ideas. At least Yasaka returned to Kyoto and won't have to endure Rias any longer, Rosweiss commented, grabbing some strawberry candies. She knows her daughter is in good hands, and I know Issei will take great care of her. Don't forget that Penemu and Gabriel also look after Issei, Akino added as she headed to the seafood section. They will easily lend a hand in that regard. Yes, and Issei's parents are always happy to have another family member as long as they are kind to their son, Kaneko said. Something we lost by making the foolish decision to be unfaithful to Issei, Kuroka said, feeling distressed. I know I am a lustful cat, but I have never felt so dirty with myself for giving myself to someone who didn't love him. I feel the same way, Akino said, beginning to feel sad. What about you too? She asked, pointing to Kaneko and Rosweiss, who nodded with regret. I wish Issei would forgive me. I no longer care about being by his side. All I want is for him to be happy and to be at peace with him. I also want to be at peace with Issei, Kaneko said. I love Issei very much, and if my way of loving him is to let him go and be happy with someone else, then I am fine with that. I don't rule out being with him, Kuroka said. I know I lost the right to be his girlfriend and wife, but I still want him to see me as a good friend and someone he can trust. I also wish to be at peace with Issei, Rosweiss said. I know it will be very difficult to earn Issei's forgiveness and trust again, but I am willing to do whatever it takes for him to forgive me. The four nodded, smiling at the former Valkyrie's comment, and proceeded to shop normally, unaware that a red-haired maid with reddish eyes and the mark of the western red dragons surrounding a Q on her right hand had overheard them. Mountain area of Kyuch, New Hyudo residence, 6:30 p.m. Annabelle arrived at the residence through a magic circle with the groceries she had bought at the convenience store, appearing in the elegantly crafted wooden living room. She found Issei's harem and family gathered together. Issei was recounting the incident with Rias, the attack by Ravel, and the reincarnation of Koga and Misawa, which only fueled her anger. No wonder he was acting so strangely today, Sona said, visibly upset. If I had known, I would have interrupted class to confront him. Don't worry, Sona, Kasumi said, hugging Motohama's arm. Fortunately, everything ended well, and my dear Koga-chan is alive, thanks to Issei. Issei, I am very grateful that Misawa is safe, Rika said, giving Matsuda a kiss. I will do whatever it takes to protect my family, Issei said with a smile, causing his entire harem to blush, hearts forming in their eyes. As expected of Issei, Kunu said, sitting on the brown-haired boy's lap. You don't see us as servants, you see us as family. Everyone laughed and enjoyed each other's company in the living room. Motohama and Kasumi embraced while Matsuda and Rika shared a kiss. Kiryu and Gasper had also officially started their relationship, though due to their height difference and Gasper's interest in cross-dressing, some could blame Kiryu for corrupting the little vampire. However, neither of them cared. Kiba was busy chatting on his phone until a message arrived, displaying a photo of Tsubaki in a suggestive pose and wearing something enticing, causing him to feel nervous and blush. The harem members were preparing dinner, while Gabriel and Sona conversed with Issei's parents. After dinner and getting ready for bed, Annabelle went to Issei's room. Issei, I need to talk to you, the red-haired maid said at the door of the brown-haired boy's room. Come in, Annabelle, Issei replied. Issei, what I am about to tell you might upset you a bit, so please promise me you'll listen with maturity and think carefully about everything, Annabelle said, her voice serious. All right, Issei said, sitting on his bed. When I went to buy dinner today, I encountered 4 girls from your former harem in the candy section, Annabelle said, closing her eyes. Did they hurt you? Issei exclaimed, alarmed. After what happened to Matsuda and Motohama, he no longer knew what to expect from Rias Gremmery's entourage. No, Annabelle said calmly but still serious. I can only tell you that they are hesitating to obey another order from Rias Gremmery. Look, she said, invoking her sacred gear, Heart Temptation, and summoning a green sphere where voices could be heard from a recording. Issei recognized the voices as Akino, Kaneko, Kuroka, and Rosweiss. They listened to the entire recording, where the 4 expressed their desire to be at peace with Issei. They knew they could no longer be his wives due to their past actions, but unlike Rias and the others, it was clear that these four showed genuine remorse and continued to admire Issei for saving Matsuda and Motohama's lives. After the recording, both of them stared at each other, contemplating everything they had heard. "What do you plan to do, Issei?" Annabelle looked into his eyes and expressed her thoughts. She understood that it was difficult for him to trust them again after what they had done, and that a betrayal of love was hard to forgive. However, she found truth, remorse, and a genuine desire for peace in their words. The brown-haired boy, feeling confused, responded that he didn't know what to say. He mentioned that he wouldn't be able to grant them forgiveness by the next day, but he wouldn't close the door on the possibility of forgiving them. They needed to show him through their actions that they were truly sorry. Annabelle smiled and kissed him, which he returned. She then looked into Issei's eyes and reminded him not to take too long, acknowledging that eternity has no expiration date but waiting can be tedious. Issei smiled back, agreeing that they should rest together since she wouldn't be going to her room. The next day was a chilly Saturday in the mountains of Kuo, and the Hyudo family received an unexpected visitor. Issei greeted Azazel with a handshake, asking how he was. Azazel replied that he was well and noted that Issei seemed to have recovered from his curse. He expressed relief that Valley had found him in time. Annabelle interjected, cautioning Azazel not to hit Issei, as he was still a bit fragile. Azazel accepted her reprimand, not wanting to engage in an argument. He then announced that he had something to offer the new members of Issei's group, looking at Saika, Kaori, Koga, and Misawa. Serafal, sensing something typical of Azazel, asked what it was. Azazel smiled and revealed that he was there to give them sacred gears. He proceeded to explain to Issei's friends what a sacred gear was, detailing its uses and advantages. Issei listened seriously, questioning Azazel's offer. Azazel assured him that it was serious for two reasons. First, he had witnessed Ravel Phoenix's attack on Issei's friends and realized they needed sacred gears for protection. Second, Riser Phoenix had requested a friendly raiding game against Issei. This revelation surprised Issei. Saika asked why Riser wanted to face Issei. Azazel explained that news traveled quickly in the underworld, and Riser didn't want to miss the chance to challenge Issei, scheduling the game for a week later. Issei, determined, agreed that they should head to Grigori's facilities. Azazel informed them that the location would be his secret laboratory in the coldest part of the Siberian grasslands, where he kept his masterpieces of artificial sacred gears. He then asked Saika, Kaori, Koga, and Misawa if they were willing to undergo Azazel's experiments to obtain their artificial sacred gears. The four exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Misawa expressed his desire to be strong to protect his beloved Rika, who blushed at his words. Koga stated he wanted the strength to ensure he and Kasumi would be all right, looking at her with determination. Saika and Kaori approached Issei, expressing their wishes to be strong for him and planting sweet kisses on his cheek. Issei declared that they would go to Siberia, asking Annabelle, Penemu, and Gabriel to join them. The three girls happily agreed. He then entrusted Serafal, Sona, and Yura with the security of their residence, promising to compensate them with a date, which brought smiles to their faces. In another part of the scene, Koga assured Kasumi to be careful, promising her they would go on a date when he returned. She blushed and eagerly awaited his return. Meanwhile, Misawa asked Rika if she wanted to go on a date when he came back, to which she enthusiastically agreed, her eyes sparkling. Kiryu watched them with a smile, feeling happy for her friends as they shared tender goodbyes with their partners. Issei assured everyone they would stay in touch as Azazel summoned a magic circle, teleporting them to Siberia. Upon arrival, they found themselves in the midst of a snowstorm, a harsh environment that would be challenging for an ordinary human, but not for them. As they arrived, visibility was low, with only grass, snow, and a few reindeer and buffalo in sight. Azazel began to conjure magic, creating a barrier that slowly disintegrated to reveal a hidden cabin. He urged them to enter, acting as a gracious host. Inside, the cabin was empty and somewhat dusty, but Azazel invoked magic again, revealing a seal on the floor. When it broke, the trapdoor appeared, and he opened it, leading them down a staircase. He explained that his personal laboratory was below. The Hyudo family followed him down, discovering a state-of-the-art lab filled with various sacred gears and capsules, ranging from dangerous swords to unexpected items like a comb or a pearl necklace. Azazel welcomed them to his dream laboratory, and everyone marveled at the sight, even Penemu and Gabriel, who were left speechless. Azazel then turned his attention to Misawa, noting that his fighting style was focused on physical contact. Part of the excitement came from the Muay Thai fights. The bald boy smiled as he acknowledged his teacher, expressing that it had been one of his greatest passions since childhood. Azazel, while examining records on a computer, declared that he had the perfect sacred gear for Misawa. He quickly headed to one of the capsules and, using magic, destroyed it, surprising everyone. He returned with the chosen sacred gear, an orange sphere adorned with the image of a tiger, and introduced it to Misawa as Rakshasa. Misawa examined the new artificial sacred gear closely, puzzled by the name. Azazel explained that a Rakshasa is a demon tiger from Hindu mythology, humanoid beings with the head of a tiger and the muscular body of a human, known for seeking chaos and destruction. He noted that they were now extinct, and the soul contained within the sphere belonged to the last of its kind, responsible for a genocide in India 600 years ago. Thanks to Azazel's intervention and that of Ganesha, they had managed to defeat it, although Azazel bore a scar from a claw that took 30 years to heal. He took pride in having purified the Rakshasa's soul over a century, transforming it into a gentle spirit now entrusted to Misawa Matsuda. Misawa was curious about how the sacred gear functioned. Azazel explained that sacred gears operate through the user's emotions, combining their power. Each gear has different effects depending on the will of the user. Some are offensive, like Issei's, while others are defensive, tactical, or preventative, like Annabelle's. Misawa began to understand, reflecting on a strong feeling he had. His thoughts wandered to the adult content he enjoyed with Issei and Koga, but a bright yellow light interrupted those thoughts. It was the memory of Rika, the only girl who had ever shown interest in him. In that moment, all he felt was love and the desire to protect her from any harm, vowing to destroy anything that threatened his current girlfriend. This unconditional love for Rika became the strongest feeling he could muster. Suddenly, Issei shouted for Misawa to open his eyes, astonished, as were the members of his group. They watched in awe as the artificial sacred gear responded to Misawa's pure emotion, glowing yellow. As it fused with him, a tiger silhouette enveloped the bald boy, and bandages styled like Muay Thai wraps appeared on his arms and legs, painted orange with black tiger stripes. However, just as quickly as they appeared, the bandages vanished. Misawa could hear the Rakshasa roar in acceptance of its new master. Azazel, intrigued, asked how Misawa would name his new sacred gear. Misawa, filled with determination, declared it would be Raksha Oblivion. Azazel explained that to summon the sacred gear, he needed to invoke it with strength and the same feeling he had when it responded to him. Misawa closed his eyes, focusing on his unconditional love for Rika Kono. With a shout of Raksha Oblivion, orange energy enveloped his arms and legs, revealing tiger-striped orange bands around his limbs. However, the joy was short-lived as the sacred gear vanished almost immediately. Azazel reassured him that the sacred gear had accepted him, but he needed to train his body and magic to keep it active longer. He mentioned that Issei had trained extensively and could maintain his boosted gear for a whole day without issue. Misawa responded cheerfully, acknowledging his sensei. Azazel then turned to Motohama, indicating that he had records of his fighting style, which included practicing fencing in elementary school. Motohama confirmed this. Azazel searched his records and quickly retrieved the appropriate sacred gear for the four-eyed boy, presenting him with a brown sphere marked with the symbol of an eagle. He introduced it as Rock. Motohama, curious about what a rock was, listened as Azazel explained that they were extinct birds from Persia capable of carrying and devouring an elephant with ease. Azazel instructed Koga in the same manner. As Koga imagined various scenarios, his thoughts shifted to Kasumi, and the strongest feeling that arose was love. The rock sphere began to respond to Koga's emotions, and he absorbed the sacred gear. The silhouette of a screeching eagle appeared before him, along with a dark titanium claymore with a white handle, but it too vanished shortly after. Azazel asked Koga for the name of his new sacred gear, to which Koga proclaimed ROC Howl, and the claymore appeared and disappeared within a minute. Next, Azazel approached Kaori and Saika, noting that he didn't need to investigate much about them since they shared many common interests, including a love for kendo and similar tastes in clothing and food. He humorously pointed out their shared affection for the troublesome red dragon behind them, which annoyed Issei. As he was about to react, Penemu, Gabriel, and Annabelle struggled to hold him back. Meanwhile, Kaori and Saika blushed at the comment. Azazel continued, stating that he had found their ideal sacred gears and returned with 2 spheres, one green and one yellow. The green sphere bore the kanji for wind, kaze, and the yellow one had the kanji for thunder, kaminari. He introduced them as Fujin and Raijin, the Japanese gods of wind and thunder, respectively. He explained that if they had not been defeated, the world would have faced an irreversible cataclysm, and it was Michael and Gabriel who intervened to defeat them. Gabriel smiled as she recalled how Raijin had been quite wild during his attacks, causing her to lose her wings in one of those surprise assaults. Saika took the Fujin sphere, and Kaori took the Raijin sphere. Without waiting for further instructions, they began to focus on their strongest feelings, which turned out to be their honest and pure love for Issei Hayudo. This love brought them happiness, wanting him to be theirs and part of their harem. However, that feeling was soon overshadowed by a vision of a capricious redhead and other girls they knew who threatened to take Issei away. This invoked feelings of anger and a desire for protection, especially against Rias Gremory and her entourage for having hurt their beloved. Annabelle observed in awe as the spheres of Fujin and Raijin responded to the girl's protective feelings, absorbing the spheres. A green and a yellow light surrounded Saika Murayama and Kaori Katase, respectively, and before each of them appeared a katana. Saika's was jade with a reddish handle, while Kaori's was amber with a purple handle. Like their friends, both katanas vanished shortly after appearing. Azazel asked for the names of their sacred gears. Saika announced the name of hers, and a jade-colored katana appeared. Kaori followed suit, declaring her sacred gear, and an amber katana materialized. Both katanas then vanished. 30 minutes later, after witnessing the union of the artificial sacred gears with their new owners, Azazel had recommended that they train their bodies for the upcoming friendly raiding game against Riser. However, the game was only a week away, and he doubted they would see any significant progress in such a short time. Just then, certain allies and an overlord made their contributions. Azazel was reminded by Penemu about the pocket dimension capsule he had given them, where time passed more slowly. He searched through his inventions and produced 4 capsules, explaining that they could last a week while allowing them to experience a year inside. Issei expressed his relief, knowing they would have ample time to train for the raiding game. Gabriel mentioned her plan to take Matsuda-kun to someone who could properly train him in Muay Thai. Azazel smiled, recalling that it was the Muay Thai king he had redeemed, who lived in Thailand. Penemu then chimed in, saying she knew someone who could help Koga improve his fencing skills, confirming that it was a knight residing in London. Motohama and Matsuda looked at their friend and leader with determination, expressing their desire to become stronger. They thanked their beloveds for giving them a new purpose to serve Issei. They promised to see him in a week and to take good care of Rika. Misawa joined Gabriel, while Koga accompanied Penemu. The 4 of them bid farewell and departed through 2 teleportation circles. Azazel then suggested it was time for them to head home as well, summoning a magic circle to teleport with Issei, Annabelle, Saika, and Kaori to the mountainous region of Kuro. In Chiang Mai, Thailand, at 8:30 a.m., Gabriel and Misawa arrived at the archaeological site when a deep voice greeted them. It was Sagat, who was surprised to see Gabriel. She smiled and requested a favor from him. Sagat agreed to help, and Gabriel introduced Misawa, asking Sagat to train him for the raiding game scheduled in a week. Misawa, nervous but determined, stood before the veteran Muay Thai fighter. Sagat, initially confused, listened as Gabriel explained the pocket dimension that would allow them to compress a year of training into just 1 week. With everything clear, Sagat smiled at Gabriel before turning serious to address his new pupil. He warned Misawa that his training would be rigorous and strict, asking if he was ready to continue. Misawa confidently accepted. Sagat activated the pocket dimension given by Gabriel, and they entered it together, the portal closing behind them. Gabriel wished them well before teleporting back to her home in the mountainous area of Kuro. Later, at Buckingham Palace in London, England, Penemu and Koga appeared in the main courtyard, where they were approached by a young Caucasian man with long blonde hair and a scar over his left eye. He questioned how she greeted her savior. Siegfried? Penemu asked with a serious expression. Penemu-sama, I apologize. How may I assist you? The knight, former bearer of the legendary Caliban, now held by Sir Arthur Pendragon, responded. I need you to train my friend. We have a raiding game in a week, and he has just obtained his sacred gear from Azazel, Penemu stated, maintaining her seriousness. Since his weapon is similar to your gladius, I thought of you as the best option to train him in this pocket dimension that manipulates time. She revealed the cube of that dimension. The training of a year can be completed in just a week within this dimension. With that, she activated the dimension. It will be an honor to train the friend of my savior, Siegfried said, bowing to Penemu. Boy, he said, looking at Koga, the only thing I expect from you is commitment and effort in your training, understood? Yes. Koga Matsuda exclaimed, entering the dimension with Siegfried. We'll see you in a week, friends, Penemu said, transporting herself back home to the new Hyudo residence with a magical circle. 3 hours had passed since Gabriel and Penemu left the pair of mischievous individuals with their new mentors. The Hyudo family and entourage gathered to form a training plan for their confrontation against Razor. There was no better strategist and trainer in their home than Sona Citri. First and foremost, it is crucial that Kaori and Saika master the basics of their new sacred gears, Sona explained. For that, I will need to ask Gabriel and Penemu to train alongside them so they can begin to adapt to the new power they have acquired. Understood, Saika and Kaori replied. We won't hold back with you, Penemu smiled at them. Issei chose you for his entourage, so we will push you to your limits. Yes, both human friends agreed. As for you, Sona pointed to Kiba, Kunu, and Gasper, they will be your teammates. She indicated a magical circle where the Citri clan appeared, with Tsubaki leading. Upon seeing Kiba, she immediately rushed to embrace him, and he reciprocated. Kiba, we will finally be together, Tsubaki said. I know, even if it's training. But after the raiding game, how about going on a date? Kiba suggested with his charming smile, which made the usually composed queen of Citri blush. Of course, Kiba-san, Tsubaki stammered, her face turning a bright shade of red. Everyone watched the scene with a hint of tenderness. Hey, Gen-chan, you and I will also go out after training with Hyudo-san's entourage, Momo, the Citri bishop, said. Sure, Momo-chan, Saji replied. Okay, enough with the dating plans. We have a common goal, and that is to train Issei's entourage, understood? Sona said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yes, Kaicho, the entire Citri entourage responded in unison. And as for you and Anata, Sona began, steam practically. Rising from her head, along with Annabelle and Wanisima, you will be trained by the former king, Tanin. He will wait for you in his territory with the pocket dimension to train you properly. Very well, in less than a week, we will have our first raiding game as an entourage and family, so we must all put in our best effort, understood? See you in a week, Issei said enthusiastically. Yes, everyone present cheered. Immediately, Penemu activated the modified pocket dimension, and she, along with the Overlord, Saika, and Kaori, entered. Issei, Saika said, looking at him with determination and a blush. If we win the match, I want to go on a date with you. I also want a date with you, say, Kaori chimed in. I want to get to know you better, and I want our whole family to go to karaoke again. Issei smiled and nodded at them. Give it your all, and I will reward you as you deserve, Issei promised, causing Saika and Kaori to blush even more. And Penemu and Gabriel, if you train them well, I will reward you as well. At that comment, both angels blushed, but Gabriel was particularly affected, as she had several daydreams about Issei during their date. from passionate kisses to imagining him holding her closely. It was so intense that her wings began to flutter. "Gabriel, snap out of it," Issei said, shaking her shoulders, breaking her trance, and causing her to feel embarrassed. "Oh Issei, you make me feel so guilty," the Overlord said, retreating into the pocket dimension, her face flushed, followed by Penemu, Saika, and Kaori. After that scene, Ruruko from the Citri Entourage activated the pocket dimension, and the dimensional rift opened. Saji, along with Gasper, Kunu, Yura, Kiba, and Tsubaki, entered the dimension, bidding farewell to everyone. Shortly after, Sona, Issei, and Annabelle headed to the underworld, specifically to the area where Tannen lived, where the former Dragon King awaited them. "Well, kid, it's been a while since I saw you around here," Tannen remarked, looking at Issei. "I thought you wouldn't come back to train after what the Gremmeries did to you." "On-san," Issei greeted. "What happened with the Gremmeries is a story for another day. We came to train," Tannen interrupted. "Yes, I received the request from Serafal and agreed to train the three of you. Since you possess some of the magic and strength of a dragon, there is no better teacher than me." "Thank you, Tanchun," Serafal said, bowing, which Annabelle also did in gratitude. Serafal activated the last pocket dimension capsule where Issei, Serafal, Annabelle, and Tannen had entered to begin their training, leaving Sona alone. Sona reminded Issei, the brown-haired boy who had stolen her heart, to be careful. She expressed her desire to go out with him after the raiding game with Razor, smiling shyly as she proceeded to return to the human world. On Monday at Kuo Academy, at 8 a.m., everyone in Issei's classroom was worried about the numerous absences, especially among the new beauties of Kuo, the trio of perverts, and the duo of kendo players. Just then, the teacher arrived and began to speak. He informed the class that Hyudo Issei, Misawa Matsuda, Koga Motohama, Saika Murayama, Kaori Katase, Annabelle Vapula, as well as Yura Tsubasa and Kiba Yudo from the other group, and Gasper Vladi and Kunu Hyudo from the second group, were absent due to illness. The teacher, maintaining a neutral expression, also mentioned that teachers Penemu Ravenfield and Gabriel Heavenly were absent, but the former student council president, Sona Citri, had promised to keep them updated on their studies. The trio from the church heard this and decided to inform their capricious mistress, Rias, about the situation. During recess, the trio rushed to the occult room to share the news with Rias. Asia expressed her concern about Issei's illness, while Rias, with a tone of sisterly affection, insisted on knowing his whereabouts to take care of him. Zenobia, smiling, suggested that it was a good opportunity to mend their mistakes with Issei and bring him back to them. Rias agreed and was ready to go when a voice interrupted them. Sona appeared through a magic circle from the Citri clan, disapprovingly eyeing the Gremmery entourage. She warned Rias that showing herself to Issei would be dangerous. Rias glared at her former friend, demanding to know who gave Sona the right to prevent her from seeing Issei. Sona confidently stated her reasons. She refused to be spoken to in such a manner by a low-class demon and asserted that Issei was hers, not Rias's. The Gremmery entourage felt a surge of anger towards Sona, while only Akino, Kaneko, and Roswise remained emotionless. Sona informed them that as Issei's girlfriend and future wife, Razor had challenged him to a raiding game and Issei would be absent for a week, so they shouldn't worry about him. Akino teased Rias about not knowing of the upcoming confrontation, to which Rias responded that since her demotion, she had not been receiving news from the underworld. Sona observed the tension between the friends, sensing that Rias was losing control. With nothing more to do, Sona decided to leave for university, while Rias expressed her frustration over Sona taking Issei away from her. 1 week later, in Thailand, Sagat was rigorously training Misawa. The Muay Thai master pushed the bald boy to his limits, helping him build his strength to the point where he could lift 200 kilograms, break rocks, and even bend and crack heavy metals like gold, platinum, and titanium without his sacred gear. Sagat also began training him to activate his sacred gear, Raksha Oblivion, discovering that it doubled his speed and strength upon contact but drained some of Misawa's energy and magic reserves. They trained hard to withstand the strain, and through intense effort, Misawa learned to break Sagat's Tiger Blast technique using his sacred gear. After a year of training, Misawa's physique had transformed. He had mastered the art of Muay Thai and could activate his sacred gear for 12 hours without issue. Sagat, smiling yet serious, expressed pride in his disciple, stating that Misawa was the only one to endure his training. Misawa bowed in gratitude. Suddenly, a dimensional rift opened. Sagat told Misawa it was time for him to leave, assuring him that he would always be available for training. He handed Misawa a paper with a rare inscription, explaining that it was a teleportation magic circle given to him by Gabriel, suggesting that Misawa might need it more. He instructed Misawa to think of home and add a bit of his magic to activate the circle. Gratefully, Misawa thanked Sagat as they both exited the pocket dimension. When they returned to Thailand, Misawa followed his master's orders and teleported to his home in the mountainous region of Kuro. In London, England, Siegfried had trained Koga in such a way that he could easily master the gladius, rock howl. The training began with physical and mental conditioning, followed by magical training that allowed him to wield the heavy sword as if it were a feather. They discovered that Koga's powerful gladius could destroy objects through the sound it unleashed. Merely swinging it could shatter rocks. After a year, Koga had transformed, his physique becoming robust, and like Misawa, his mindset had shifted. Siegfried congratulated Koga on his training and presented him with a teleportation scroll so that his disciple could return home. Meanwhile, in Japan, Penemu and Gabriel trained Saika and Kori in a rigorous manner that left Issei's human girlfriends with little rest. They managed to master their sacred gears within a month, keeping them active for up to 18 hours straight. From Kaze no Fuji, they discovered that Saika could control gusts of wind and possess healing powers by wielding her katana, while Kaminari no Raijin allowed Kori to unleash lightning and thunder within a 25-meter radius, stunning and paralyzing enemies with electric discharges. They also found that the sacred gears could communicate, similar to Drake in Issei's boosted gear, allowing the spirits of Fujin and Raijin to converse with their bearers. By the end of their training year, Saika and Kori could hold their own against the Overlord and the Cadre in sword fights, although they still had much to learn in magic. With Gasper, Kunu, and Kiba, their training partners were Saji, Yura, and Tsubaki, respectively. Saji trained Gasper rigorously, enabling his sacred gear Forbidden Baler to remain active for over 24 hours, mastering it completely. Kunu significantly improved her fire, earth, and wind magic skills, thanks to Yura's relentless training. Now, the little Yukai could transform into a large Kyubi, though not as colossal as Yasaka. Kiba enhanced his speed and strength, increasing his ability to create holy swords, now able to summon up to 600 swords effortlessly, all thanks to his girlfriend, Shinra Tsubaki. In the underworld, Tannen, like Gabriel and Penemu, trained Serafal, Annabelle, and Issei. The grueling training granted Issei a strength that allowed him to face a Mao easily. Serafal and Annabelle also increased their power, and Issei's maid developed a second sacred gear that surprised her king and the knight of the Hyudo entourage. Annabelle's second sacred gear was named Grateful Sin. In the mountainous region of Kuo, at the new Hyudo residence, the entire Hyudo family and the Citri clan gathered to discuss the progress of their respective training and new techniques. They conversed joyfully until Sona Citri arrived. She reminded everyone that the raiding game against the Phoenix entourage was in 6 hours, advising them to rest and take a bath in the hot springs at the house, as this was their first test, with Razor Phoenix as the judge. The entire entourage and family responded affirmatively and headed to the hot springs, each with their partner, including Issei with his harem. Issei could hardly contain his excitement for the duel against Razor. Later, in the underworld at the raiding games arena, the venue was at full capacity, with a majority of the audience being children eager to see the underworld hero, Hyudo Issei, make his debut in the raiding games against one of the toughest opponents, Razor Phoenix. In the VIP section, the three Mao were present along with Michael, Azazel, Odin, Zeus, Poseidon, and a representative from the Yukai faction, a raccoon woman named Saki. They eagerly anticipated the event. Surzex reminisced about Issei's journey from being an innocent and weak demon to someone they owed their lives to, noting how much he had grown. Falbium acknowledged that Issei had fulfilled part of his dream and matured significantly. Ajuka pointed out that since the betrayal of Issei's sister and her entourage, Issei had opened his eyes and matured even more, emphasizing that he did not seek revenge against her, which spoke volumes about his character. Surzex agreed, maintaining his smile as Odin, Zeus, Poseidon, and Saki listened with approval. In the Hyudo entourage's dressing room, everyone was quite nervous. Kaori and Saika, dressed in their usual kendo uniforms, sat with their hands intertwined, breathing heavily. Koga, dressed in a style reminiscent of Nero from Devil May Cry 4, paced back and forth with Rock Howl resting on his shoulder. Misawa, dressed like a professional Muay Thai fighter, tried to ease his nerves with squats. Kiba, in his Kuo Academy uniform, focused on deep breathing, while Gasper, dressed similarly to Kiba, was the most anxious, trembling as if he were freezing. Kunu attempted to calm them, though her own nervousness was evident. The door opened, and Issei entered with Annabelle, Seraphal, Gabriel, and Penemu, noticing the anxiousness of his entourage. Issei would do what a king must do for his family. He stood before his team, his voice strong and clear, expressing his pride. He saw not just a team but a family ready to give their all to defeat a powerful enemy. He reminded them that they faced an adversary who might seem overwhelming, but they had already triumphed over death itself. He looked proudly at Motohama and Matsuda, acknowledging their strength. Others had given up their comforts to join his noble cause, and he smiled at Gasper and Kiba, appreciating their commitment. He recognized those who had set aside their titles and positions to be part of his life, including Annabelle, Kunu, Gabriel, Penemu, and Seraphal. He also admired Katase and Murayama, who, despite standing before mythical beings, had not turned away from him, showing their genuine interest and willingness to stand by his side. Issei expressed his gratitude for their loyalty, declaring that it was time for him to repay that loyalty on the battlefield, where a formidable enemy awaited them with intentions to defeat them. He cracked his knuckles, filled with motivation, and declared that this new team would deliver a shocking surprise, vowing to extinguish the Phoenix's flames. The Hyudo team looked at their king with determination and pride, their nervousness forgotten, and responded with a powerful cheer, affirming their unity. Just then, the door opened to reveal Sona Citri accompanied by Yura, Tsubaki, Kiryu, Rika, and Kasumi. Sona greeted the group, wishing them success in their first raiding game. She, along with Rika and Kasumi, wanted to share some motivational words with their partners. Rika approached Misawa, embracing him tightly. She expressed her unwavering pride and love for him, regardless of the outcome of the game, and gave him a kiss for good luck. Misawa smiled back, promising to win for her. Kasumi then went to Koga, nervously playing with her hair. She wished him success and reminded him of their date after the game. Koga adjusted his glasses, assuring her he would do his best, and she kissed him for good luck, blushing. Tsubaki approached Kiba, expressing her concern for him. She hugged him tightly, towering over him slightly, and told him not to worry. Kiba reassured her with a smile, expressing his confidence in their abilities and in Issei's leadership. Tsubaki kissed him for good luck as well. Kiryu turned to Gasper, who was still feeling nervous. She embraced him like a plush toy, encouraging him to do what he needed to do while assuring him that Issei would take care of the rest. She told him that among all her potential suitors, she chose him for his beautiful spirit and the way he saw her as a woman, not just a trophy. She kissed him briefly, sealing her affection. Sona then reminded Issei not to underestimate Razor, who had improved significantly since their last encounter. She expressed her concern for him, and Issei thanked her for her support, acknowledging the strength of the girls by his side. He shared a moment with his harem, feeling grateful for their presence. Suddenly, the megaphone announced that the Phoenix and Hyudo teams should present themselves in the arena. The Hyudo team bid farewell to the girls, who went to the stands to watch the raiding game. Taking a deep breath, Issei rallied his team, declaring it was time to fight. They all shouted in agreement, rushing toward the arena. In the underworld at the raiding games arena, the time was set for Razor Phoenix versus Hyudo Issei. The commentator for the event was none other than Sarag Bale. He welcomed the audience, announcing the exhibition rating game where two forces would clash, promising an exhilarating experience. As the arena darkened, it illuminated in orange, showcasing the emblem of the Phoenix at its center, accompanied by music that heralded the arrival of the Phoenix team. Issei was watching his friends when suddenly two figures approached him, the Overlord and the Cadre. Gabriel expressed her happiness, saying it was very noble of Issei to reincarnate them. Penemu, blushing, remarked that she was falling more in love with him every day. Issei naturally replied that he would do anything for his friends and family. The two angels exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, declaring together that they wanted to be part of his entourage. Surprised, Issei agreed and summoned his last pieces, the two towers. He placed each tower on the chest of the Cadre and the Overlord, proclaiming that by the order of Issei Hairu, Penemu and Gabriel would walk again in this world. They sealed the contract and became his servants. A crimson light enveloped them as they absorbed their respective evil pieces, revealing their angelic wings and, in Penemu's case, fallen angel wings with red dragon wings. The mark of Issei's entourage appeared. On Gabriel, it was high on her back, while on Penemu, it was low on her back, almost touching her hips, both adorned with the symbols of Western red dragons surrounding AT for tower. Both angels embraced Issei, thanking him for accepting them. Gabriel expressed her joy, while Penemu playfully declared that he had no escape from her. Issei smiled and thanked them for being by his side, which led the angels to share quick, tender kisses with him. The onlookers witnessed this scene of affection, and the members of the harem overlooked what they saw between Issei and the angels. After the incident with Ravel and the reincarnation of Issei's friends and the angels, the brown-haired boy explained everything to his friends, revealing that they were now dragons like him. The Hyudo family returned to school, while the Gremory clan did not appear for the rest of the school day. This did not concern the Hyudo family, who finished their day and headed home in the mountainous area. Issei now had his complete entourage and vowed to protect them at any cost. In the eastern area of the arena, Razor Phoenix's entourage appeared in a magical circle accompanied by an explosion of fire. The king and his entourage greeted everyone in the arena joyfully. In the VIP area, Odin commented on how much Razor had changed, noting that he no longer saw the arrogant and tyrannical demon he once was, but rather a humble and motivated king ready to improve. Back in the arena, the atmosphere darkened, illuminated by a scarlet light featuring the symbol of a red dragon, accompanied by music that heralded the arrival of the Hyudo entourage. The announcer declared the debut of the new Sekyutai entourage, the Hyudo entourage. A magical circle revealed the protagonists, who looked determinedly at their rivals before greeting the arena. In the stands, the Hyudo family, the Citri entourage, and the patriarchs of both the Citri and Gremory clans, without Rias, watched the Hyudo entourage with pride, while Saki in the VIP area began to get excited. She held up a sign, expressing her enthusiasm for Kunu. Issei smiled at Razor, who reciprocated the sentiment, wishing for the best to win. Suddenly, a giant screen displayed the official roster of the entourages competing that day. The roster for Razor Phoenix included Razor as king, Yubaluna as queen, and several others in various roles. The Hyudo entourage roster featured Issei as king, Annabelle Vapula as queen, and others, including Gabriel and Penemu as towers. Graphia Lucifuge appeared as the referee, instructing both kings to position themselves in their respective strategy zones and to place their first three pieces in the combat area. In the western zone, Issei and his entourage devised their strategy. They noticed Razor had sent out his pawns, and Ai and Li, skilled in close combat, along with the Night Chiris, who specialized in sword fighting. It was time for Issei's team to send out their first players. Misawa declared his intention to debut Raksha, while Koga also volunteered for Rock. Her hand eager to join. Issei looked at his friends seriously, instructing Motohama and Matsuda to protect Kunu and defeat Razor's pieces while Kunu supported them in recovery and defense. They all agreed and teleported to the battlefield. Once there, the six fighters faced each other with an intimidating presence. Graphia announced the teams, noting that Razor Phoenix had sent out 2 pawns and a knight, while Hyudo Issei had also sent out 2 pawns and a bishop. In the stands, 2 girls cheered excitedly for their respective champions. Grafia then modified the arena with magic, creating a battle scenario for the upcoming match. Now that the rating game begins, Grafia declared with authority. In the arena, Razor's pawns decided to strike first, rushing towards Kunu with the intent to land a powerful blow. However, Misawa intervened, shielding her with a defensive stance, causing minimal damage. Misawa reassured Kunu, saying that this was nothing compared to the hits from Master Sagat, smiling at her ally and the Razor pawns, who looked on in disbelief at such a defensive act. It was now her turn. With a shout, she activated her sacred gear, Raksha Oblivion, and bandages with tiger stripes appeared on her arms and legs. She playfully warned the pawns to be prepared for a dance with the tiger. Misawa began to strike at the pawns, who struggled to defend themselves but were quickly outmatched in speed and endurance, ultimately succumbing to Misawa's sacred gear and her devastating strength. As she continued her assault, the bald fighter exclaimed in excitement, and to finish, Misawa gathered magical energy in her bandages, which echoed with the roar of a tiger. With a surge in speed and strength, she delivered a powerful blow to the abdomen of both pawns, knocking them out of the game. Grafia announced that 2 of Razor Phoenix's pawns had been eliminated, and the arena erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, as Kunu tended to Misawa, Koga was engaged in a sword duel against Chiris, battling with Gladius against a Zweihander. Neither of them was giving ground. Koga shouted to promote his attack and defense, while Chiris dismissed his efforts, confident in her skills. Koga, undeterred, prepared for his next move. Chiris moved swiftly, wielding her heavy sword with surprising agility, but Koga dodged effortlessly. He explained that his master had subjected him to rapid and intense training to evade sword attacks, while Chiris was merely a warm-up for him. With a grin, he declared it was his turn and unleashed a powerful attack with rock, producing a terrifying roar that sent shockwaves towards Chiris, injuring her. Koga encouraged Rock as he swung Gladius, intensifying the sound of the roars and the impact of the waves. He charged at Chiris, landing a decisive strike that eliminated her from the game. Grafia announced that one of Razor Phoenix's knights had been eliminated, and the audience celebrated as the first round concluded in favor of Hyudo Issei. In the stands, Kasumi and Rika embraced each other in excitement, knowing their partners had emerged victorious. 15 minutes later, after their first victory, Issei's team celebrated and gathered to send their next fighters into the arena. Issei addressed Kiba, asking if he was ready. Kiba smiled and confirmed he was. Issei then introduced Saika and Kaori as his companions, reminding them of their speed advantage and the 2 sealed gods within their katanas, encouraging them to give their best. With determination, Kiba teleported to the arena with his teammates. Grafia announced that Hyudo Issei's team was sending 2 knights and a pawn, while Razor Phoenix was sending their second knight and 2 pawns. Razor dispatched Carmine along with pawns Mira and Meru. Grafia declared the fight to begin. Meru ignited her chainsaw and charged forward, while Mira maneuvered with her bow staff, both determined to take revenge. They shouted as they powered up, closing in on Issei's team. Kiba responded with Sword Birth, summoning 600 sacred demonic swords that surrounded him, Katase and Murayama. The Razor pawns halted their surprise attack, taken aback by the display. Saika then called forth her brother, Fujin, summoning a jade katana, while Kaori invoked Kaminari no Raijin, wielding an amber katana. As they prepared for battle, Kiba pointed his sacred swords at their opponents, who braced themselves. Kaori unleashed a lightning strike on the swords, empowering them. Saika then commanded the attack, and Kiba sent the swords flying like a rain of blades towards the Razor pawns. Mira, dismissing the threat, was caught off guard when Saika wielded Fujin, enhancing the speed of the swords. The resulting electric shocks left Mira and Meru injured and paralyzed, while Carmine defended herself with her sword, sustaining injuries in the process. With the Razor team weakened, Hyudo's team pressed the attack. Saika landed a decisive blow on Meru, eliminating her from the game. Grafia announced that one of Razor Phoenix's pawns was out, and the arena erupted in jubilation. Kaori advanced towards Mira, who stubbornly gathered fire in her fists, attempting to strike. Kaori easily dodged and, seizing an opening, executed a swift cut that knocked Mira out, eliminating her from the arena. Grafia announced the elimination of one of Riser Phoenix's pawns, and the arena erupted in excitement. It was a thrilling raiding game, especially as a rookie team was putting up a fierce fight against a veteran squad. Back in the arena, Kiba was engaged in a one-on-one battle with Harem. Despite having been injured by a combined attack from Kiba, Saika, and Kaori, Carmine continued to fight with all her strength and determination. Kiba smiled at her, acknowledging her skill, and she responded by complimenting his improvement. Their swords clashed with such intensity that they were both pushed back. The two swordsmen exchanged determined glances while Kaori and Saika watched humbly from the sidelines. They prepared for one final attack, with Carmine wielding a sword engulfed in flames and Kiba brandishing his sacred demonic sword. A decisive cut was heard as they turned their backs to each other. Suddenly, Carmine collapsed, eliminated from the game, but Kiba also fell, prompting Saika and Kaori to rush to his side. Kiba urged the girls to give their all, reminding them that Issei believed in them and that they were his fighters. They promised to do their best. Grafia declared that the last knight of Riser Phoenix and one of Issei's pawns had been eliminated, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Tsubaki rushed out of the stands, worried for Kiba's well-being in the infirmary. Issei and his team recognized Kiba's sacrifice and resolved to honor it, knowing that the raiding game was about to become more challenging than ever. The game reached its climax, with Riser Phoenix having lost 6 pieces of his team while Issei had lost Kiba. The arena buzzed with anticipation as they prepared for the third part of the game. Riser was set to send out his pieces first and confirmed he would deploy pawns Shuriya and Burent along with the tower Shuei. Issei suggested sending out more close combat fighters, recalling that the tower Shuei specialized in Kung Fu and Kempo, making her a formidable opponent. Serafal chimed in, proposing that Misawa join the battle again, seeing his eagerness to fight against Riser's tower. Issei agreed, giving Misawa the order to return to the battlefield alongside Gasper and Kunu, assigning them both defensive and offensive roles. Grafia announced the start of the battle as Riser's tower led the charge, followed by his pawns. Kunu took the lead in defense, summoning earth shields with a kick to the ground. Shuri taunted that the earth shields would be no match for them, and the pawns began to destroy Kunu's defenses with their fists. Just then, millions of bats swarmed the pawns, distracting them and causing chaos. Gasper, using his sacred gear, activated Raksha Oblivion, and the bats began to swarm around the enemy. Misawa recognized that the earth shields were a distraction and focused on attacking the tower. The two combatants engaged in an exhilarating duel, neither giving ground. Meanwhile, Shuriya and Burent remained immobilized by the magic and bites from the bats. Gasper urged Kunu to act, and she kicked the ground again, unleashing a powerful attack that sent earth plates crashing down on Riser's pawns. As the bats retreated, the two pawns could only watch helplessly as the plates fell, resulting in a loud crash. Grafia announced the elimination of 2 of Riser's pawns, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Kiryu celebrated, thrilled that her beloved bat was part of such a victory alongside Kunu. In the VIP section, Saki cheered for Kunu, causing the leaders of the factions to feel uneasy. Back in the arena, Misawa continued to battle Shuei. She complimented him on his performance as a newcomer, and he thanked her, though he was clearly exhausted. Shuei declared that the fight was about to end and executed a maneuver that left Misawa vulnerable. She concentrated energy into her fist and struck him in the abdomen, causing him significant pain. Misawa cried out, and his friends Kunu and Gasper rushed to assist him, but he urged them not to worry. Despite his pain, he was determined to continue fighting, especially with his kuhais watching. He thought of Issei and Matsuda, vowing to rise to the occasion and not let them down. Wura! The sacred gear, Raksha Oblivion, resonated with the immense willpower of the bald boy, and his magical energy surged. The striped bandages around him signaled that he was ready to attack. Misawa launched himself into battle once more, surpassing Shuri in both speed and endurance. Gradually, he wore down her defenses, leading her to meet the same fate as the pawns Lee and Ni, who had been overwhelmed by Misawa's powerful strikes. With a fierce determination, Misawa unleashed a flurry of attacks, calling out with intensity as he executed his signature move, Tiger Slash. The blow landed squarely on Shuri's abdomen, sending her flying. Defeated, she could only smile, acknowledging her clear defeat before vanishing from the arena. Grafia announced solemnly that a tower of Razor Phoenix had been eliminated, marking the conclusion of the third phase of the raiding game. The arena erupted in excitement for Misawa, while Kunu and Gasper celebrated alongside Rika and Kiryu, who jumped with joy at the sight of their boyfriend's victory. Saki, overwhelmed with enthusiasm for Kunu, cheered loudly, her excitement echoing throughout the arena. The fourth phase of the raiding game was underway, and it was Issei's turn to send out his pieces first. He called upon Penemu and Gabriel, who nodded in agreement. Gasper would join them once again. They were teleported to the arena, ready for battle. Grafia announced the match, stating that Issei's team was sending out 2 towers while Razor Phoenix sent out his last tower along with his final pawns. The match began. Gasper activated his sacred gear, freezing time around Isabella and Razor's pawns. Isabella, determined not to be stopped, pushed herself to run, gradually breaking free from the time freeze. However, her companions were not as fortunate and quickly became targets for the former cadre and overlord. Gabriel prepared a lance of light, signaling to Penemu. Both launched their attacks, striking the pawns who were unable to defend themselves in the raiding game. Grafia announced that 2 of Riser's pawns had been eliminated, setting a new record for elimination time. Meanwhile, Isabella managed to overcome Gasper's magic and charged at him, landing a series of blows that ultimately led to his elimination from the arena. Grafia declared that one of Issei's pawns had been eliminated. Witnessing Gasper's defeat, Gabriel and Penemu prepared to attack Isabella, their swords charged with angelic light. They struck swiftly, eliminating her as well. Grafia announced the elimination of Riser's last tower, and the audience erupted in applause for the angels and dragons. Kiryu rushed to the infirmary to check on Gasper, expressing regret for not being able to protect him. As the 5th phase of the raiding game commenced, Razor entered the arena alongside his queen and his only bishop. He sent a challenge to Issei, expressing his desire to fight against his pawns and knights, intrigued by their abilities. Issei looked at Saika, Murayama, Motohama, and Matsuda, who nodded in approval. He sent all 4 into the arena. Grafia announced that it would be a 4 versus 3 match, with Issei's team sending 2 pawns and 2 knights against Riser, who would fight alongside his queen and bishop. The 4 members of Issei's team faced Razor with determination, expressing their honor in confronting him. Riser acknowledged their spirit, stating that the real test was about to begin as he unleashed his powerful aura, intimidating Issei's friends and partners. The 4 friends stood before the formidable Razor Phoenix, who began to form 2 pairs of fiery wings and surrounded his arms with flames. He instructed Yubaluna and Maihi not to interfere in the fight, and they nodded in agreement. Grafia signaled the start of the battle. Misawa was the first to charge in, activating Raksha Oblivion as he engaged in close combat. He shouted as he attacked, but Riser skillfully defended against each blow. Riser complimented Misawa's efforts but then countered with fiery punches, putting Misawa on the defensive. Misawa thought to himself that Riser's punches were as strong, if not stronger, than those of his master. A sudden caw caught Riser's attention as Koga, wielding Rock Howl, attempted a long-range attack. Riser dodged swiftly. Koga checked on Misawa, who was visibly battered but remained determined. Misawa urged Koga to focus on Riser, ready to continue the fight. Motohama, with a serious expression, prepared to join the fray. Riser laughed, noting that he appreciated their spirit, reminiscent of Issei when he was a novice. He reflected on his past mistakes and how he had learned to care for his team, thanks to Issei's influence. He encouraged them to attack him now. Issei and his companions watched the exchange, and a spontaneous smile spread across their faces. Issei thought to himself that Riser had changed significantly for the better compared to his younger sister. To be continued. Back in the arena, Misawa and Motohama were more than ready to fight. They shouted with enthusiasm as Misawa began to throw punches with double the speed and strength, while Koga wielded his heavy gladius, both attempting to land a hit on Riser, who skillfully dodged their attacks. Riser taunted them, urging them to give more effort. The duo continued their assault until Koga managed to land a quick strike on Riser's chest. Koga celebrated his success, but he quickly noticed that Riser's wound was healing at an astonishing rate. Riser smirked, revealing that his regeneration was part of his power. With a fierce determination, he declared it was his turn to attack. Riser launched himself at Misawa, delivering a powerful blow engulfed in flames to Misawa's abdomen, which incapacitated him. He then followed up with a swift kick to Koga's jaw, knocking him out as well. Grafia announced the elimination of both pawns of Hyudo Issei. In the stands, Rika and Kasumi sought the location of the infirmary to reunite with Matsuda and Motohama, while the crowd erupted in excitement over Riser's victories. Back in the arena, Riser continued to warm up, noticing Katase and Murayama approaching. He complimented their friends for their performance in the raiding games and expressed his expectations for them as Issei Hyudo's partners. The two girls readied their weapons, with Saika wielding her jade-colored katana and Kaori holding her raijin. Saika was the first to strike, surprising Riser with her speed, managing to inflict minor wounds with her swift slashes. Kaori soon joined the fray, attacking with even greater speed and precision, using her thunder abilities to press the attack effectively. After 10 minutes of relentless combat, both Saika and Kaori were visibly exhausted, while Riser, though surprised, was healing himself. He acknowledged their skills with a smile, but as flames began to take the shape of katanas around his arms, he announced his intent to counterattack. Without further ado, Riser charged at both girls, forcing them to defend against his onslaught. In the strategy room of the West, Issei observed his partners struggling against Riser. He realized the situation was dire. At this rate, Saika and Kaori would not be able to hold out much longer. Indeed, Riser swiftly kicked Saika aside and focused on Kaori, delivering a decisive cross-slash that eliminated her from the match. Grafia announced the elimination of another knight of Issei Hyudo. Wasting no time, Riser moved at a blinding speed toward his final target, Saika Murayama, and with another cross-slash he eliminated her as well. Grafia declared the conclusion of the 5th phase of the raiding game, while the crowd erupted in cheers for Riser. Time passed, and in the strategy room of the West, Issei lamented the loss of his team. He vowed to win for Saika, Kaori, Matsuda, Motohama, Kiba, and Gasper, clenching his fists in determination. It was time for him to take action, surprising the remaining members of his team. He announced that Sarachan and Annabelle would accompany him, looking at his chosen allies. Gabriel smiled at him, acknowledging the seriousness of the situation. Issei affirmed that Riser was a formidable opponent, and as king, he had to take responsibility for his fallen friends, allies, and family. He addressed Gabriel, Penemu, and Kunu, stating that their participation in this raiding game would end, and he would not forgive himself if they were harmed. The angels blushed at his words, while Kunu smiled brightly at her leader. Penemu wished him luck with a kiss, then turned to Sarah and Annabelle, urging them to protect their king. Kunu expressed her concern for Issei, Sarachan, and Annabelle, while Gabriel offered a reassuring smile. She playfully drew a heart with her fingers for Issei, making him blush at the sweet gesture. Issei called out to Drake as he materialized his red gauntlet, and the Dragon of Wales responded with enthusiasm. He checked in with Sarachan and Annabelle, who affirmed their readiness. Together, the three were teleported back to the arena, prepared for the next phase of the battle. Grafia announced that this would be the final phase of the raiding game, declaring that both teams had their kings fighting alongside their queens and a bishop. The last battle was about to begin. Issei, with determination, pointed at Razor while activating his balance breaker, expressing his hope for a spectacular duel. Razor responded with enthusiasm, also signaling with his fist and instructing Yubaluna and Maihi to take care of their queen and bishop. They charged into battle. With a swift command from Drake, Issei activated a powerful boost. Miniature dragons, known as wyverns, emerged from his back, surrounding Seraphal and Annabelle, providing them with armor from the balance breaker. Seraphal felt a surge of strength, easily recognizable by her distinctive pigtails protruding from her helmet. Annabelle, with her long blonde hair flowing from her helmet, echoed the sentiment, feeling empowered as well. Issei urged his allies to attack, and they responded with enthusiasm, ready to face their opponents. In the clash between Seraphal and Maihi, Seraphal charged at Razor's bishop. The Citri clan descendants summoned a multitude of ice spears, launching them at incredible speed. Maihi defended herself with a magical shield, but the force of Seraphal's attack pushed her back. Gasping, Maihi acknowledged Seraphal's prowess while gathering fire energy in her hands, determined to defeat her in Razor's name. She unleashed a powerful fireball, which would have easily overwhelmed any ordinary demon. However, Seraphal leaped into action, summoning several blue magical circles. Declaring it was time to finish the fight, Seraphal activated her magic. The circles began to glow ominously as she unleashed a chilling storm, sending icy winds and hail toward Maihi. Despite activating her defensive magic, Maihi found herself severely weakened. Seraphal, holding a massive magical sphere, declared that it would end here. She launched the attack, resulting in a tremendous explosion, revealing Maihi unconscious and covered in frost, vanishing from the arena. Grafia announced that one of Razor's bishops had been eliminated. Meanwhile, Annabelle faced Ubeluna in a magical duel. Ubeluna unleashed fireballs, but Annabelle, equipped with the Security armor, effortlessly dodged the attacks. Annabelle decided it was time to activate her weapon, raising her right arm to the sky. As she called upon her sacred gear, the arena darkened, and a scarlet moon appeared, revealing a double-bladed scythe, one blade red and the other black. Ubeluna, terrified, recognized the weapon's significance. Annabelle explained that it belonged to Azrael, the angel of death, the first leader of Grigori, and declared that Ubeluna would fall today. Ubeluna launched fireballs at Annabelle, but they were absorbed by the scythe. Frustrated, Ubeluna switched to dark magic, only to find the same fate awaited her spells. Annabelle urged Ubeluna to stop attacking, as it only strengthened her weapon. Ignoring the warning, Ubeluna unleashed a barrage of fire and darkness, but Annabelle remained unfazed, continuing to absorb the magic. Annabelle decided to end the fight quickly, launching herself forward, and with a swift strike of her scythe, she shattered Ubeluna's staff and tore through her clothing. Apologizing, Annabelle watched as Ubeluna disappeared from the arena. Grafia announced the elimination of Razor's queen. In the final showdown, Issei and Razor engaged in a fierce exchange of blows and kicks, each delivering and receiving powerful strikes. Razor, recovering slowly, noted the impressive performance of Issei's team, surprised by how quickly they had eliminated his pieces. Issei, smiling, acknowledged the compliment but stated that it would end here. Razor, filled with excitement, challenged Issei to give it everything he had. Issei, equally determined, called upon Drake for assistance. The dragon responded, boosting Issei's energy to its maximum. With a powerful shout, Issei launched himself into the fray, while Razor concentrated his fire magic into a single punch. The two kings collided with tremendous force, neither willing to back down. Issei, fueled by memories of his team, his parents, and the support of Surzex and the Maos, felt an overwhelming determination. He could not afford to lose. With newfound strength, Issei gained the upper hand and sent Razor flying, leaving him unconscious against the arena stones. The crowd witnessed Razor's defeat, and Grafia joyfully announced that the king of Issei Hayudo's team had emerged victorious. Chapter End. New Hayudo residents, Kuch Midnight. After their victory against Razor Phoenix, the Hayudo family celebrated in their spacious backyard, which could easily accommodate over 300 people. They enjoyed a barbecue, sodas of all flavors, and the cool ambience illuminated by moonlight and torches. Aika Hayudo, along with Rika and Yura, prepared desserts while Goru, Issei, Motohama, and Kiryu grilled meat, filling the air with cheerful conversations. The guests included the patriarchs and entourage of the Citri clan, the Gremory clan, and the Phoenix clan, without Rias and Ravel of course, along with Surzex, Grafia, and Milikas, as well as Azizel and Isolde Vapula. They mingled with Issei's entourage, and surprisingly, Razor and his team joined in. Despite their earlier defeat, they set aside their rivalry to socialize with the group that had bested them. Challenges soon arose, especially from the Pawns Ni and Lee and the Phoenix team, who were interested in Matsuda and challenged him to another duel. The Night Chiri also challenged Motohama. Rika and Kasumi watched with jealousy, ready to defend their partners, holding onto them possessively. At that moment, Riser and Azizel commented to Matsuda, Motohama, Murayama, and Katase that for their first time using an artificial sacred gear, they had performed remarkably well. If they continued training diligently, they could soon reach the balance breaker, just like Issei, Kiba, and Annabelle had achieved, with Issei using his Security armor and Kiba and Annabelle invoking their sacred weapons. Everything was harmonious until someone touched on a rather delicate topic. Serafal announced that it was time for Issei to fulfill his promise of going on a date with her, pouting adorably. Upon hearing the word date, Sona, Yura, Annabelle, Gabriel, Penemu, Saika, and Kori immediately stopped what they were doing and confronted Issei. Penemu grabbed him by the neck, declaring she wanted to go first. Gabriel insisted on taking his right arm, while Yura held his jaw in a playful grip. Saika shouted that he was hers, clinging to his left leg, while Annabelle claimed she was his favorite, tugging at his left arm. Kori shouted for the others to back off, holding onto his right leg, and Sona insisted on her right to be first as the strategist of the group. Serafal pulled at his shirt from the left side, adding to the chaos. Aika Hayudo shouted that they were overwhelming Issei, who looked utterly defeated, with a ghostly figure humorously escaping his mouth. After a half-hour time skip, once everyone had eaten, Issei, along with his harem and the Hayudo entourage, gathered in the living room to discuss the dating situation. Aika, visibly upset, addressed her daughters-in-law, who were crouched down, looking ashamed. She declared that she would establish the order of who would date Issei first. Drake, the dragon within Issei, nervously interjected that Issei was of age and could decide for himself. Aika, however, scolded him fiercely, unleashing a chilling aura. That startled everyone, including the faction leaders. When Aika smiled and asked Goru to bring something, he presented a box containing numbered ball from 1 to 8. She explained that they had devised a plan to maintain order for the dates, and each girl would draw a ball to determine the order. The order of the dates was established as follows: Saika Murayama, Penemu, Sona Citri, Torikes, Serafal Citri, Gabriel, Yursubas, Annabelle Vapula. Saika and Penemu celebrated their positions as the first to go, while Annabelle and Yura sulked in a corner, feeling downcast. Aika encouraged Saika to seize her opportunity, winking playfully, causing Saika to blush profusely. Suddenly, Saika's katana chimed in, teasing her about her chance for intimacy with Issei. Flustered, Saika shouted at her weapon, while Aika expressed her hope for grandchildren soon. Saika, lost in her thoughts about the date, fainted from excitement. The other girls watched Saika with jealousy, their faces flushed from Aika's playful banter. Issei could only smile at the unfolding drama. A week later, after the school week, Saika was thrilled about her upcoming date with Issei. She chose her best outfit, ensuring her appearance outshone even Rias and Akino. Meanwhile, Issei was in the living room chatting with Kiba, who was also preparing for a date with Tsubaki. When he heard someone descending the stairs, he turned to see Saika, unable to help but blush at her beauty. She shyly thanked him for the compliment, and they prepared to leave, with Issei wishing Kiba luck as they teleported away in a magical circle. As Issei and Saika strolled through the park in Kuo, they attracted the attention of passers-by. Girls blushed at the sight of Issei, while the boys couldn't help but admire Murayama. Issei and Saika ignored the others. They went to a soda fountain, where they both decided to enjoy chocolate ice cream. Suddenly, a certain redhead, along with a blue-haired girl and a petite white-haired girl, passed by. Rias expressed her surprise, noting that Issei had won the rating game against Razor impressively, especially praising Issei's friends and Kunu-chan for their performance. Zenobia happily remarked that it was expected of the father of her children to surpass anyone who stood in his way. Kaneko remained silent, maintaining her stoic demeanor until she caught a familiar scent that had stolen her heart. In her thoughts, Kaneko recognized the aroma of Issei and quickly searched her surroundings, finding him with Saika, calmly enjoying their ice cream. She noticed that Rias and Zenobia were heading toward the same soda fountain, prompting her to act swiftly to prevent them from encountering her former fiancé. Kaneko called out, pretending to need the restroom, which drew everyone's attention, especially Issei and Saika. They saw Rias and Zenobia attending to Kaneko, who winked at them as a signal to leave quickly. Understanding the cue, the couple departed immediately. In her mind, Kaneko wished for Issei's happiness, hoping he would find joy. After Kaneko had successfully diverted Rias and Zenobia, Issei and Saika went to the cinema to watch Avengers: Endgame. Following the movie, they headed to the arcade to play dance machines, where Saika outperformed Issei. However, he took his revenge in a game of Tekken 5, Dark Resurrection, winning every match. They concluded their day at a French restaurant, surprisingly enjoying frog legs. Upon returning to the new Hyudo residence, they found it desolate and empty. Issei remarked on the absence of activity, but when he turned to Saika, she surprised him with a passionate kiss that he reciprocated with equal fervor. The kiss lasted for several minutes, leaving them both breathless. Issei felt his draconic instincts urging him to deepen their connection. Saika expressed her feelings, wanting to share a deeper bond with Issei. They headed to his room, ready to explore their desires. To be continued. The mountainous area began its day with the usual chill and rays of sunlight gradually warming the cold atmosphere. These rays filtered into the room where Issei lay, embraced by a sleeping Saika who had spent the night with him. Issei yawned and turned to see Saika sleeping soundly beside him. He greeted her with a cheerful, "Good morning." Saika, still half asleep, requested a few more minutes of rest, smiling as she did so. Issei playfully responded by hugging her and tickling her, prompting laughter from Saika as she tried to resist. Saika laughed as Issei playfully tickled her in the morning light. After a moment, he stopped and asked how she had woken up. Saika smiled brightly, saying it had been one of the best nights she had ever experienced. Issei then reached for his pants and pulled out a small box, presenting it to her. When Saika opened it, her eyes filled with tears of joy as she discovered a beautiful necklace featuring a platinum katana surrounded by a ruby dragon. She expressed her gratitude, putting on the necklace, which made Issei happy. Saika reminded Issei that he had a date with Penemu-san and suggested he take some time to rest and prepare for it. With a wink, she left the room, wearing only Issei's shirt, revealing a red dragon mark on her lower back. Issei noticed the mark and was intrigued. Drake, his dragon companion, explained that when a dragon has a bond with a female, a magical mark is created, signifying that she belongs to him. The day continued normally as everyone gathered for breakfast, but they soon realized someone was missing. Kasumi asked if anyone had seen Kiba, and Gasper noted he wasn't in his room. Kiryu added that Kiba's room looked just as it had the day before. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared, revealing Kiba, who looked exhausted and barely able to stand. He humorously remarked that he had awakened a beast in Tsubaki, having spent the morning in intense training. The group rushed to help him, and Kiba jokingly asked for some ice. The Hyudo family blushed at the implications of Kiba's comment, while Rika handed him an ice pack. Aika offered him a tablet and a glass of water, which Kiba gulped down quickly, needing to replenish his fluids. Sona, with a nervous tic, asked what Tsubaki had done to Kiba. Just then, Kiba received a text message from Tsubaki, expressing her excitement about their time together and announcing that she would be moving in with the Hyudo family. Meanwhile, Penemu approached Issei, whispering that she planned to make the day unforgettable for him, leaving him feeling a bit dazed. The afternoon arrived. Issei and Gasper discussed their upcoming dates. Gasper shared his plans to take Kiryu to a cosplay exhibition, and Issei wished him luck. Soon after, Penemu appeared, looking stunning, followed by Kiryu, who also looked attractive. Gasper and Kiryu left together through a magical circle, and Issei and Penemu followed shortly after. In the bustling city of Kuo, Issei and Penemu strolled through the streets, attracting the attention of passers-by, especially the men who eyed Penemu with interest. Some unruly individuals attempted to engage Penemu, but she calmly declined their advances. When one of them threatened her, Issei swiftly intervened, incapacitating the aggressor with a single blow. Another thug, brandishing a knife, attempted to attack, but Issei skillfully disarmed him, leaving the would-be attacker in pain. With the danger averted, Issei turned to Penemu, asking if they could continue their date. She happily agreed, linking her arm with his. Bystanders watched in awe as the couple moved on, seemingly unfazed by the earlier confrontation. Their first stop was a shopping mall, where Penemu led Issei into a lingerie store. Issei watched as she tried on various pieces, from simple to more daring styles, enjoying the playful atmosphere of their outing. Issei experienced extreme nosebleeds, nearly losing consciousness due to Penemu's mischievousness. After purchasing an array of lingerie that she tried on, they visited a jewelry store, admiring various gems, diamonds, and trinkets. They then headed to an arcade, where they played House of the Dead 3, determined to finish the game before leaving. Later that evening, around 8 p.m., they exited the mall and went to a cafe bar featuring soothing jazz music. Issei ordered an Irish coffee while Penemu opted for a mocha. They engaged in conversation, enjoying each other's company, until a song they both loved began to play. Both began to dance, letting themselves be carried away by the sweet and gentle rhythm of the music. Issei expressed his gratitude to Penemu while pulling out a box from behind him, asking her to accept this humble gift. As Penemu opened the box, she discovered a silver choker adorned with black painted wings and a ruby nestled between them. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down her face as she thanked Issei, calling him her beloved dragon. Issei reciprocated her feelings, and they shared a kiss, which was met with applause from the cafe patrons. A bit shy from the attention, the couple decided to head to their new residence. New Hyudo residence 10 p.m. Upon arriving, they found the residence empty, just like during Saika's date. Issei, recognizing the familiar pattern, kissed Penemu again, and they both surrendered to the intoxicating blend of love and desire. Issei asked if she was ready, and Penemu eagerly responded, expressing her longing for him. They made their way to Issei's room, where both had already shed their shirts. Penemu, feeling exhilarated, began to respond to Issei's touches. After a few moments, Issei started to remove her pants, and as he explored her, Penemu gasped in excitement. After a while, they changed positions, and Penemu lay on the bed while Issei continued to bring her pleasure. She called out for more, and soon they both reached a peak of joy, feeling a wave of bliss wash over them. As they caught their breath, Penemu playfully revealed her desire for more intimacy, and Issei, invigorated, complied. They spent the next hour exploring each other in various ways, lost in their passion. That night became unforgettable for both of them, and as Issei noticed a dragon mark appearing on Penemu's chest, he smiled with satisfaction. Exhausted yet happy, they both fell asleep. In Akihabara, at a hotel, Gasper and Kiryu had also shared an NTMT experience. Kiryu, feeling exhausted, embraced his small boyfriend, who was barely able to keep his eyes open. Gasper expressed his hope that Issei would be proud of him, imagining Issei giving him a thumbs up. To be continued. Mountain area of Kuch, New Hyudo residence 7 a.m. The annoying rays of sunlight began to illuminate Issei's face as he reluctantly woke up, feeling something holding his arm. He turned to see Penemu gazing at him with love. She greeted him with a blush, and he returned her greeting with a kiss. Penemu playfully suggested another intense session, but reminded him that he had a date with Sona-chan, encouraging him to save his energy for her. The day proceeded normally. Issei noticed Shinratsubaki arriving with 2 suitcases, ready to move in with her boyfriend Kiba, who looked both nervous and happy as he was embraced by Sona Citri. Issei observed that Kiryu and Gasper had not yet returned from Akihabara. They eventually appeared through a magic circle, with Gasper looking triumphant but exhausted, being carried like a sack of potatoes. The sight shocked Serafal, Gabriel, and Penemu, who exclaimed in surprise at Gasper's state. Matsuda nervously inquired about what had happened. Kiryu, blushing yet smiling, shared that Gasper had fulfilled his desires during the night, causing everyone to freeze in disbelief. Goro Hyudo, with a twitch in his eye, asked if Gasper was still alive. Just then, Gasper began to mumble incoherently, claiming to see his ancestors. Gasper, with his eyes rolling and a grin on his face, declared that he was the pride of the clan. He shouted enthusiastically about heading out to meet his ancestors. The entire Hyudo family, including Tsubaki, urged him not to get hurt. Two observers watched the scene, one with amusement and the other with uncertainty. Kuna turned to Aika Hyudo and asked what Kiryu-sen might have meant. Aika reassured her that it was something good girls like her shouldn't worry about just yet, and she asked Kunu to help serve breakfast. Kunu smiled brightly and agreed. Later that day, Issei had arranged a date with Sona at a restaurant in San Sebastian, Spain, which was fortunately under Grigori's control. He had asked Azazel for a reservation, and it had been secured without issue. He was chatting with Matsuda, who was preparing to go out with Rika to a convention for manga artists, where Rika hoped to find several manga she adored. As they spoke, two figures descended the stairs. Rika was dressed stylishly, while Sona appeared elegant, fitting for a venue that offered both dining and dancing. Issei complimented Sona on her beauty, taking her hand and kissing it, which made her blush deeply as she gazed at him with love in eyes. Misawa, feeling nervous, struggled to find words in Rika's presence, while she shyly covered her face, embarrassed by his attention. Issei then took Sona's hand, wishing his friends well as they vanished in a circle of teleportation, which Misawa and Rika mirrored shortly after. In San Sebastian, the couple arrived in the vibrant city and took some time to stroll around. Sona hesitated, not wanting to spoil their date with what she had to say. When Issei inquired about her concern, she revealed that she had heard from Rhea that Rias was planning one last attempt to win him back, possibly recruiting someone powerful to help her. Issei reassured Sona, embracing her from behind and promising that no one, not even Ophis or Great Red, could separate him from her and their friends. Sona blushed at his words and leaned in for a kiss under the moonlight, surrounded by the warm lights of San Sebastian. They arrived at the restaurant El Mesón de las Flores, where the atmosphere was lively, and couples were encouraged to dance tango or flamenco. At the reception, a staff member welcomed them and led them to a table where they could enjoy their meal and the dancing. The couple ordered a bottle of red wine and the famous fabada, savoring each other's company by the flickering candlelight. With every dance that concluded, they raised their glasses in a toast. The announcer introduced the next performers, a talented couple from Catalonia, who were competing for the title of tango and flamenco champions for the 6th consecutive year. As they danced beautifully, Sona expressed her admiration for their skill. As the performance ended, the audience cheered for the couple, who smiled confidently. The announcer then introduced Issei and Sona as the final couple from Japan. They made their way to the dance floor, and Sona, incredulous, asked Issei if he knew how to dance flamenco. He smiled back, crediting Venelama for teaching him the dance intensely. The music began, and they stepped onto the dance floor, ready to showcase their skills. Vega and Issei were locked in a battle where speed was the dominating element. Vega attempted repeatedly to strike Issei with his claws but failed, which began to frustrate him. Meanwhile, Sona Citri was engaged in a close-quarters fight with Reina. Sona was skilled at both attacking and defending. She grew tired of the pointless game and decided to take action, executing a judo throw that knocked her opponent out with a direct blow to the stomach. Feeling victorious, Sona suddenly sensed something rushing toward her. She barely dodged, but something grazed her arm. She turned to see the Spanish ninja Vega, his claw stained with her blood, liking it with a smirk. He remarked how exquisite it tasted, like fine red wine. However, his taunt fell flat when he felt a menacing pressure approaching from Issei, who was advancing with eyes filled with a thirst for vengeance. Issei's voice boomed, causing everyone in the tavern to flinch, especially Sona, who blushed. He warned Vega not to involve himself with his woman. Paralyzed by fear, Vega was unable to react as Issei launched an attack. With a boosted strike, he sent a battered Vega flying from the cage, his mask shattered and face swollen. The announcer declared the fight over, naming Sona Citri and Hayuru Issei the winners. The tavern erupted in cheers, and the beloved couple was awarded the title of Couple of the Night. Time passed, and at 2 a.m., Sona and Issei rented a room at a hotel in San Sebastian. Upon entering, they shared a kiss, ready to move on to the main event. Issei began to remove Sona's dress, revealing her red lingerie, which excited him even more. He unclasped her bra, showering her with affection. Sona felt a rush of excitement as she surrendered to the moment, overwhelmed by the passion they shared. As they explored their intimacy, Sona expressed her delight, and they engaged in a series of passionate encounters, losing themselves in each other. Sona experienced waves of pleasure, while Issei found joy in their connection. Exhausted yet happy, Sona gazed at Issei as he slept, feeling grateful for their time together in Spain. Meanwhile, at the Hyudo residence, Rika and Misawa had succumbed to their desires and finished their own session. Misawa expressed his joy, thanking Surzex and Annabelle for bringing him the woman who loved him for who he was. The scene shifted to the mountainous area of Kuro, where a pink-haired girl paced the living room like a caged lion, her mood notably tense. Katase warned Issei that if he stood her up on their date, not even Drake or Tannen could save him. Her aura was so intense that it had the entire Hyudo family hiding behind the dining table. Kiba, feeling anxious, reassured her that Issei would arrive on time. Motohama added that Issei might be clumsy but always kept his promises. Serafal playfully suggested that Sona and Issei might have had a morning session of their own, which only intensified Katase's fury, causing her to unleash a storm of energy that threatened to destroy the room. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared in the Hyudo living room, revealing Sona and Issei. However, one of Katase's unleashed bolts of energy struck them, sending a shock of electricity through their bodies. Annabelle shouted in alarm, realizing what was happening as Kaori looked on, shocked at the sight of the singed couple. Sona Kaishu. Raijin sighed, feeling frustrated. He lamented that now they would have to wait until the next day for everyone to recover from the electric shock. Katase felt downcast, realizing that she had accidentally shocked Issei due to her overwhelming emotions, which meant they couldn't enjoy their date that day. Just then, Issei's personal maid arrived with a golden bottle, preparing to give him a special liquid. A phoenix tear, Tsubaki exclaimed, astonished. She asked Annabelle where she had obtained it, noting that only members of the Phoenix clan possessed and strictly controlled such a liquid. When the incident with Miss Ravel occurred, along with the near-fatal situation involving Motohama and Matsuda, the Phoenix family was notified. As a gesture of remorse, we receive a complete monthly supply of 30 bottles of Phoenix Tears, Annabelle explained with a smile directed at Queen Citri, observing as Issei began to heal from the burn he had sustained. "What a way to welcome me home," Issei remarked, wincing in pain. "I'm sorry, Issei," Kaori Katase said, bowing her head and starting to shed tears of regret. "Don't worry, Kaori." Issei reassured her, pulling her into an embrace. This caused the pink-haired girl to blush, while the others in the harem felt a pang of jealousy. "After all, today I'm all yours, my dear pink-haired one." "Yes, dear," Kaori replied excitedly before heading to her room to change. Issei sighed and smiled, reflecting on how long he had been waiting for this date. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something strange. He asked his mother if something had burned, but she shook her head. Following the scent, he discovered that it was none other than Sona, who still hadn't fully recovered from Raijin's electric shock. "Sona!" Issei and Serafal called out in concern. Meanwhile, in Sona's mind, one thought consumed her. She vowed to Kaori that she would get her revenge for this mishap. Time skipped 1600 hours p.m. Issei was in the living room, reading a cooking magazine, when Kaori suddenly appeared, looking stunningly beautiful. The stadium erupted with cheers as the leaders of the factions, along with Odin, Zeus, Poseidon, and Saki, applauded Issei's victory. In the stands, Sona and Yura jumped with excitement, shouting in joy at the realization that their beloved Issei had won. The rest of the Citri entourage clapped enthusiastically, as did the patriarchs of the Citri clan and the Gremory family. In the infirmary, Issei's friends and girlfriends smiled with satisfaction at the remarkable performance of their ally. In the arena, Seraphal and Annabelle, without their armor, supported Issei, who was exhausted after the intense battle. Seraphal expressed her concern, worried about her boyfriend's well-being. Annabelle, slightly annoyed, playfully scolded him for overexerting himself. Issei, rubbing his head from Annabelle's playful tap, apologized, explaining that he felt he had to push himself because of the support he received from them and Valley. He expressed gratitude for their presence, tears welling in his eyes as he thanked them for standing by his side. Annabelle and Seraphal embraced Issei, both with tears of joy, and shared a heartfelt moment with him. Just then, Graphia interrupted, reminding them it was time for Issei to head to the infirmary for a checkup. The three complied and went for the medical examination. Afterward, the Hayudo entourage gathered, celebrating their first victory as a family with laughter and joy. They planned to celebrate their success at home with a delightful barbecue under the moonlight. Issei felt a deep sense of satisfaction and happiness, not just from the victory but because he finally had what he truly desired: his family and friends, something he had longed for while serving Rias Gremory. The remainder of the day was dedicated to celebrating together. As the festivities continued, Issei danced with skill, impressing Sona, who enjoyed every move he made. When he finished, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. However, not everyone was pleased with the outcome. Lucas, feeling overshadowed, expressed his frustration, insisting that the cheers should have been for him instead of the newcomers. Sona and Issei took offense at his comment. Sona confronted Lucas, who glared back at her with disdain. He then snapped his fingers, and his companion Reina handed him a mask and some blades. He declared that the venue would soon be stained with a beautiful shade of blood red. Suddenly, a cage descended, trapping Sona and Issei in a deadly combat arena. Lucas introduced himself as Vega, the Spanish ninja, proclaiming that they had fallen into his trap. Issei regarded him seriously, while Sona deduced that if they defeated him and Reina, they could escape, otherwise, their fate would be grim. Vega laughed maniacally, doubting that such ordinary individuals could defeat him. Issei, with a confident smile, suggested that Vega might want to reconsider his assumptions. The battle between Sona Citri and Hayudo Issei against Vega and Reina Gonzalez was about to begin. Issei was waiting for Kaori, but what he saw was a beautiful Japanese maiden. He kissed her on the cheek and remarked on her boldness, to which Kaori blushed and playfully responded that he was her bold one. She then kissed him on the lips. As they prepared to leave, Issei asked if they were ready to go, and Kaori agreed, leading them into a teleportation circle. At the Kuo Park at 4:30 p.m., the day threatened rain as the first drops began to fall. Instead of seeking shelter under an umbrella, the couple enjoyed the light drizzle. Kaori danced on the grass, delighting in the moment. Issei watched her, feeling his cheeks warm at her happiness, appreciating her joy in the simple pleasure of dancing in the rain. However, their peaceful moment was interrupted by two blonde girls from the Gremory entourage who were walking nearby. Ravel complained about getting caught in the rain, while Asia lamented her soaked clothes, recalling their obligation to fulfill a contract for Rias. But then, Asia's expression shifted to one of shock and sadness as she noticed something. Ravel, noticing Asia's reaction, asked what was wrong and followed her gaze, becoming increasingly annoyed and jealous as she saw Issei playing and hugging Kaori. Determined, Ravel urged Asia to reclaim what was theirs. Asia, regaining her composure but still feeling jealous and upset, decided to confront Issei and Kaori. Issei sensed the aura of Ravel and Asia approaching and told Kaori to stand behind him, glaring at the two girls from his past harem. He addressed them with a tone of disdain, questioning what they wanted. Ravel felt a pang in her chest at being referred to in such a manner but refused to back down. She shouted that they had come for him, while Asia angrily demanded that Issei leave Kaori and return to them. Kaori, angered by this, declared that it would be them who would leave. With a swift motion, Kaori summoned her katana, and Ravel, with a mocking tone, remarked that it seemed things would turn violent. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck behind the two girls, incapacitating them and leaving their hair in disarray. A voice, both sadistic and sweet, echoed as Akino Himejima appeared, smiling while extending her hand, still crackling with electricity from her attack on Ravel and Asia. She commented on the rudeness of interrupting a date and explained that she had come for the two troublesome girls. Issei, protectively embracing Kaori, asked what Akino wanted. She expressed her hope that Issei would find the happiness she could not give him and urged Kaori to make him happy, as he did not deserve to be betrayed again. A tear fell from Akino's eye as she took her leave, teleporting away with the unconscious girls. Noticing Akino's tear, Issei and Kaori exchanged glances. Issei wondered if Akino had finally accepted the weight of her mistakes, while Kaori felt a pang of sympathy for Issei's ex-girlfriend, noting how rare it was to see such vulnerability in her. Agreeing that it was unusual for Akino to wish them well, the couple decided to leave the park and head into the city of Kuro. At the sushi bar karaoke in Ko at 6 p.m., their date involved entering a couple's karaoke tournament. The winning couple would not only receive a generous cash prize but also a year of free meals at the sushi bar, a tempting offer for the sushi-loving duo. 24 couples had signed up, including two familiar faces to Issei and Kaori. Surprised, Issei greeted Saji and Momo, who responded warmly. Saji challenged them, indicating that they wouldn't make it easy for Issei and Kaori, who accepted the challenge with smiles. The owner of the sushi bar then announced the start of the first couples karaoke tournament, explaining the rules and the elimination format. As the participants cheered, Issei and Kaori's eyes lit up at the prospect of the prize. Kaori and Momo approached the stage to draw their numbers. Momo pulled number 2, while Kaori drew number 23. Saji noted that if they faced each other, it would be in the finals. As the tournament began, some couples struggled with their singing, leading to laughter from the audience. However, Issei, Kaori, Saji, and Momo advanced easily, impressing everyone with their talent. Finally, the moment of truth arrived, the grand final between Issei and Kaori versus Saji and Momo. The presenter chose Saji and Momo to start the final round. The entire sushi bar was captivated by the performance of Saji and Momo, including Issei and Kaori. Issei expressed his amazement at Saji's singing, while Kaori smiled at her boyfriend, acknowledging the challenge ahead but confident they would prevail. After Saji finished his piece, the crowd erupted in applause, and Issei and Kaori prepared to take the stage. As the music began, Issei and Kaori sang passionately, their eyes locked in a loving gaze. The audience was enchanted by the emotion they conveyed, and Saji and Momo were left in awe of their rivals' voices, joining in the applause when the song concluded. The sushi bar erupted with joy, celebrating Issei and Kaori's beautiful performance. The announcer declared the winners, and Issei and Kaori received their monetary prize, eager for the second reward of the night, an all-you-can-eat sushi feast. They dove into the delicious sushi prepared by the chefs, leaving everyone around them with nervous expressions as they devoured the food. Later that night, in the mountainous area of Kuo at the Hyudo residence, the house was dark when a teleportation circle revealed Issei and Kaori, both satisfied from their meal. Issei expressed his delight over dinner, while Kaori proudly shared her record of eating 52 sushi rolls. Issei, however, boasted about eating 62 and, feeling his dragon instincts, playfully declared that the main course would be in his room, with Kaori as the main dish. Kaori felt a rush of nervousness but was drawn in by the dragon's presence. She surrendered to her desires, expressing her longing for Issei. They quickly ascended to Issei's room, where Kaori, inexperienced in such matters, allowed Issei to take the lead. He began to remove her blouse, and as they embraced, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. As they explored their feelings for each other, the night unfolded with passion and tenderness, culminating in a deep connection between them. Afterward, Kaori expressed her gratitude, declaring that Issei was the best thing that had ever happened to her. Issei reciprocated her feelings, and they shared a sweet kiss before drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, in Momo's house, Saji was also enjoying an NTMT moment with his white-haired girlfriend, sharing a night filled with affection and connection. Momo expressed her satisfaction, feeling grateful for Saji's presence in her life. That night, two dragons would sleep like true kings, their hearts full and content. To be continued. Chapter End. Christmas. Underworld, Gremory Castle, December 24th. The castle of Lord Gremory was bustling with children for a simple reason: to see Hayudo Issei dressed as Santa Claus, with the girls from his harem as Mrs. Claus, while Kiba, Gasper, Kiryu, Tsubaki, Motohama, Kasumi, Matsuda, and Rika played the roles of Santa's little helpers. This event was organized by the Gremory, Citri, and Phoenix clans, along with the three Mao, to provide a wonderful Christmas gift to the children of the underworld, an opportunity to meet their heroes. They also invited children from other factions. The only absence among Issei's friends was Kunu, who had chosen to help Issei's grandmother with Christmas dinner, hoping that Yasaka would find her there and plead for her to return to Kyoto. Many children from various factions, angels, cadres, demons, yokai, and young Olympians and Asgardians, were eager to meet their hero and his entourage. Since the raiding game against Razor Phoenix, Hayudo's group had become quite popular. The Olympian, demon, and Asgardian children especially wanted photos with the Sekyudai, but they also admired Matsuda, Motohama, and Kiba, wanting to capture moments with their idols due to their impressive performances in the raiding game. The three willingly obliged, but insisted that their respective girlfriends join them in the photos. The Yukai children were disappointed because they wanted a picture with their princess, Kunu. However, Issei offered them handmade plush toys of Hayudo's entourage, crafted by Kunu herself, assuring them that she would make it up to them personally. Fortunately, they had another friend to take photos with, the little Gasper, who had quickly become popular among the Yukai children. Gasper and Kiryu happily posed for pictures with them. The boys, especially the angels and cadres, wanted photos with Gabriel and Penemu. The girls from those factions, in addition to wanting pictures with the former cadre and Seraph, also wished to take photos with Kaori and Saika, as they admired them for their strength and determination. The demon girls and cadres, aside from wanting a picture with the Sekyudai, also desired photos with Seraphal and Annabelle, considering them the two beauties of the underworld, surpassing Sikvera Agars, Rias Gremory, and Akino Himejima. The leaders of the factions watched the event with satisfaction. Surzex commented on how it was a great idea, while Azazel agreed, noting that it was another step toward the peace they all desired. Michael smiled, pleased to see the children enjoying themselves with their heroes, emphasizing that all those lovely souls should cherish these moments. Odin then inquired if Raphtalia had seen Yasaka, to which she sadly explained that Yasaka was confined to a mental health facility. The abandonment by the Sekyudai and Kunu had caused her emotional distress, leading to a state of dementia. The leaders of the clans and factions felt sorrow for Yasaka's situation and decided not to inform Kunu or her friends. Suddenly, an angel rushed to the leaders, alarmed, announcing that the former heir of Gremory and her entourage had infiltrated the castle to see Issei. They had defeated all the guards at the perimeter. The mood shifted from sorrow to annoyance as Ajuka and Falbium activated the surveillance cameras, revealing Rias, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, and Elmenahilde disguised as children, forming a line. Surzex then had a mischievous idea. Back to the event. Issei continued to sit with children on his lap as Santa Claus, signing memorabilia from the old Epei Dragon, action figures, and taking photos with everyone. His entourage also provided autographs and helped maintain order. Suddenly, the next child, a Gothic girl, sat on his lap. She expressed her Christmas wish, which surprised Issei. He recognized the familiar yet intimidating aura surrounding her. It was Ophis, the omnipotent dragon of infinity, who had come for a kiss. Despite his nervousness about the implications of kissing a child, Ophis reassured him that it was fine. She transformed from her lowly form into a more mature appearance and settled back onto Issei's lap, causing jealousy among his entourage and even among a group of other girls at the end of the line. In the mountainous area of Kuo, at the Hayudo residence, Issei began to wake up the next morning. To his right, Katase was curled up against his arm. He greeted her with a gentle kiss and wished her a good morning. Katase, with a bright smile, expressed her desire for Issei to pamper her again, but reminded him that Seraphal would not approve of them being NTMT on her special day. She playfully warned Issei to prepare himself, as today was about indulging in exmao. As she spoke, Issei noticed another girl from their group stealing a shirt to wear to her room, and he caught a glimpse of Kate's bare shoulder, where he had left his mark. Issei sighed, commenting on how it seemed they were marking their partners like cattle. Drake, his dragon companion, explained that dragons were very possessive of their females. He recounted a time when infidelity among dragons led to a massacre, prompting the surviving dragons to request a measure against disloyalty, resulting in the creation of the marking that Issei had left on Kate's. Understanding the significance of the mark, Issei headed downstairs for breakfast, greeting his family. However, someone was already waiting for him. Seraphal, embracing him with excitement, revealed their date plans. She showed him a flyer for a cosplay convention happening at the entertainment center in Kuo. Issei questioned if she was sure about the choice, wondering if she wanted to go somewhere else. Seraphal insisted, expressing her wish to share her interests with him, and the thought made Issei fond of her even more. He kissed her forehead, causing her to blush, while the other girls in the harem watched with jealousy, though the rest smiled at the couple. As time passed, Issei and Motohama awaited their girlfriends for the date. Motohama planned to take Kasumi to various locations for photography, knowing she loved capturing beautiful scenes. Suddenly, they heard footsteps on the stairs, and the girls they had been waiting for appeared. Seraphal, looking cute in her casual outfit and carrying a backpack containing her magical girl costume, greeted Issei shyly. Kasumi, slightly embarrassed, asked if she had kept them waiting. Both boys admired their girlfriends and shared sweet kisses with them. With that, Issei and Seraphal set off for the city of Kuro. Upon arriving at the convention center, they found a long line of people waiting to enter. Seraphal, filled with enthusiasm, shared an idea for the convention with Issei. She suggested he wear his red dragon armor while she dressed as a magical girl. Issei considered it, but Drake cautioned him about the potential dangers of activating his balance breaker in such a crowded place. He relayed Drake's warning to Seraphal, who, though reluctant, agreed to the suggestion after hearing the dragon's concerns. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted them. Kalas Crossel and Rebecca Glagiolabalas approached, mocking Seraphal for her interests. Seraphal's demeanor shifted to one of coldness, a tone Issei had never heard from her before. Kalas taunted her about her childish hobbies, while Rebecca suggested that at this rate, Seraphal would never get the man she desired. Their laughter frustrated Seraphal, and Issei could no longer tolerate their teasing. He confronted them, firmly stating that they should not make fun of his girlfriend. The two girls looked at Issei with interest, and Rebecca began to flirt with him, suggesting he could experience true joy with her. Kalas chimed in, promising him pleasures beyond imagination. Issei remained serious, firmly rejecting their advances and affirming his loyalty to Seraphal. The incredulous expressions on Rebecca and Kalas's faces contrasted with Seraphal's blush as she felt touched by Issei's unwavering commitment. Issei explained what made Seraphal special: her kindness, humility, and honesty. He concluded by kissing her in front of Kalas and Rebecca, solidifying his devotion to her. The waiting line was watching the scene, and as the brown-haired boy defended his girlfriend and ended up kissing her, everyone applauded and congratulated the couple. However, the descendants of Crossel and Glagiolabalas were not about to stop fighting. Kalas, visibly angry, proposed a duel, stating that they would play a magical girl theater. She and Rebecca would participate in a mini-tournament for magical girls, where the one who gave the best presentation would win the boys' affection. They could use anything for their performances. Seraphal accepted without hesitation, and her rivals lined up to enter the convention. Issei, concerned, asked if she was sure about her decision. Seraphal explained that this was a fight she had been dealing with for decades, recalling how those girls had bullied her when she was younger. The memories of her childhood torment resurfaced, and she felt a wave of sadness. Issei couldn't bear to see her upset and embraced her, affirming his support as her boyfriend. Seraphal, feeling shy, rewarded him with a kiss on the lips. After that touching moment, the entire waiting line entered the cosplay convention. 3 hours later, after Seraphal had dressed as a magical girl and admired the professional cosplayers, It was time for the mini-tournament. The winner, a professional mangaka, would create a manga based on the magical girl. 12 magical girls participated, showcasing their presentations and receiving applause and scores from the judges. The 3 girls from the underworld prepared for their showdown, with Kala's Crossel being the 10th to present. Issei watched from a distance. Kala's introduced herself with a loud voice, performing a choreography reminiscent of Serena from Sailor Moon. To earn extra points, she included some fan service, revealing her violet panties, which elicited cheers from the audience. The judges awarded her a score of 9.5, and Kala's thought to herself that it was an easy win. Issei grew concerned and used a magic circle to communicate with Serafall. He advised her that if she wanted to win the tournament and secure their future, she should say the slogan from their crossover program when she faced the final enemy. Serafall understood but was hesitant. Issei reassured her that he would do anything to see her win, and she decided to trust him before ending the communication. Next, Rebecca Glacialabalas took the stage, introducing herself with a presentation styled after Sakura Cardcaptor, also incorporating fan service by revealing her yellow underwear. The audience responded enthusiastically, giving her a score of 9. Now it was Serafall Citri's turn to present. Meanwhile, in another part of the convention center, Issei was preparing with Drake. Drake commented on Issei's willingness to risk his anonymity to help Serafall, acknowledging his noble nature. Issei affirmed that he would do anything for his family and the women he cared about. Returning to Serafall, the last magical girl to present, she was quite nervous but began her performance. She introduced herself as Mahu Pink Citri, declaring her mission to punish those who do evil. With great skill, she wielded her magical girl staff, expressing the heavy burden of her role. She called upon the Red Dragon for assistance to rid the planet of evil, kneeling as she raised her staff high. In that moment, Issei thought this was where he came in, and Drake spoke, ready to assist her. Ophis asked with a mischievous glint in her eyes if Issei would fulfill her wish. With no way to escape, Issei leaned in and kissed the infinite dragon, leaving the onlooking children in shock while some parents hurried to cover their little ones' eyes. The leaders of the factions, realizing Ophis was present and that Issei had dared to kiss the dragon goddess, stood frozen, jaws dropped. Raphtalia, in particular, watched with a hint of blood trickling from her nose. As Issei and Ophis ended their kiss, she blushed and stood up from his lap, bidding him farewell. She thanked him for the delightful Christmas gift, assuring him that it wouldn't be the last time they met, addressing him as her Red Emperor with a challenging smile before stepping through a dimensional rift, leaving Issei stunned. The event continued until the last child approached to meet the Sekyudai, a red-haired girl quickly making her way to Issei. Just then, a voice echoed, announcing that the event to meet the Sekyudai and his entourage had concluded. It was the Mao Surzex, accompanied by Graphia, Zeoticus, and Venelana. Surzex snapped his fingers, dispelling an illusion and body control spell, revealing that the girls approaching Issei were his former harem, their clothes having torn due to their grown proportions, leaving them in a state of surprise. The Gremory girls screamed, and the children from the factions gawked at the unexpected sight. Angelic parents shielded their children with their wings, while a few guards from Michael, unfortunately, found themselves overwhelmed. Rias, embarrassed, shouted at Issei, expressing her frustration before retreating through a magic circle, leaving Surzex to sigh. Surzex apologized for the unexpected situation, smiling at Issei and his friends. Issei reassured him that it was no problem, as they had planned to act anyway, but Surzex had intervened just in time. Sona added that this should serve as a lesson not to underestimate security, especially with the Mao present. Serafall then suggested they leave, as their families and Kunuchan must have finished preparing Christmas dinner, wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. The Hayudo family bid farewell, embracing the leaders of the clans and factions. The leaders returned the sentiment, wishing them a Merry Christmas as the Hayudo family teleported away through a magic circle. In the mountainous region of Kuo, at the new Hayudo residence, the inhabitants, along with Annibal's parents, Katase, Murayama, Motohama, Matsuda, and the newly acquainted parents of Tsubaki, Rika, and Kasumi, began to enjoy a delicious dinner featuring blueberry pie and warm punch. They shared happy toasts and amusing anecdotes, welcoming Valley, Biko, Arthur, and Luffy, who joined the Hyudo celebration. The boys smiled, reveling in the warm family atmosphere as they started to recount stories. As the countdown began, everyone joined in unison, counting down from 10 to 1. "Merry Christmas," the Hyudo family shouted, gathered around the warmth of the fire while a heavy snowfall blanketed the mountainous area of Kuro. Issei turned at the sound of a voice, revealing Annabelle and the girls from his harem. When he asked what was happening, he was silenced by a kiss from each of them, starting with Annabelle, followed by Serafal, Sona, Gabriel, Saika, Yura, Kaori, and finally Penemu. "Merry Christmas, my red dragon," the girls cheered. Issei smiled back at them, causing his harem to faint from excitement and joy. Everyone watched the scene with laughter and affection. Issei felt truly happy, celebrating Christmas not just with his parents but also with his friends, in-laws, and girlfriends who loved him unconditionally. This was the family he had longed for, bringing peace to the troubled heart of the Sekyurii. To be continued. Issei descended from the sky with his balance breaker activated, his dragon wings glowing with a reddish hue that illuminated the entire convention center. Everyone was astonished, especially Serafal, who watched him with a mix of disbelief and joy. Tears of happiness filled her eyes as she felt grateful for Issei's support during this critical moment. As Issei made a graceful turn, he landed beside her, and they both posed as if ready to spring into action. With synchronized precision, they declared themselves ready for battle, and Issei discreetly activated fireworks to create an explosive finale for Serafal's presentation. The convention center fell silent for 10 seconds before erupting into cheers from men, women, and children alike, celebrating what was undoubtedly the best magical girl presentation of the day, earning a perfect score from the judges. Meanwhile, Rebecca and Kala stood pale, shocked that Sekyurii had come to support Serafal. Rebecca struggled to find her voice, feeling defeated, while Kala's fainted from the overwhelming realization of their loss. It was clear that the winner was Serafal Citri, alongside her companion, the Red Dragon. Time skip. Mountain area of Kyuch, New Hiwodo residence, 9 p.m. As in their previous dates, the house was dark, and Serafal was determined not to waste any more time. She decided to pursue her desire to be with Issei fully. In Serafal's bedroom, they began to remove their tops. Serafal revealed her well-formed figure, adorned in white lingerie, captivating Issei. He found her irresistible and, without hesitation, moved closer to her. As their chemistry intensified, Serafal felt overwhelmed by the sensations he was creating. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as they explored each other, lost in the moment. Serafal's joy was evident as she surrendered to the pleasure, and they shared an NTMT connection that deepened their bond. As the night progressed, they exchanged tender moments, each lost in their own world of bliss. Eventually, they fell asleep, content in each other's arms, sharing a gentle goodnight kiss. Meanwhile, in a campsite in the Kuo forests, Kasumi and Koga also succumbed to their feelings, exhausted yet happy after sharing their first experience with the ones they loved. They drifted off to sleep, feeling fulfilled. To be continued. Mountain area of Kyuch, New Hiwodo residence, 8 m. The day began cloudy, but Issei woke up feeling good, with Serafal peacefully sleeping beside him, her arms wrapped around his. He greeted her with a soft kiss, and she responded with a yawn, smiling as she embraced him. Serafal suggested he take a shower and have a hearty breakfast since he would be spending time with Gabriel later. She playfully thanked him for the tattoo on her skin and for the shirt he had lent her, showcasing the dragon mark on her bare skin. Issei stepped out of Serafal's room, clad only in boxers, revealing a physique that could rival a god. As he made his way to his own room, he was unaware that Yura and Annabelle were watching him from their rooms, blushing and struggling to contain their excitement, their imaginations running wild at the sight of him. Both girls eagerly anticipated their upcoming dates, their hearts racing with excitement. The morning went by normally during breakfast, but there were two noticeable absences. Tsubaki mentioned that Koga and Kasumi had not arrived yet, while Yura added that she had heard they were around the mountainous area taking photos. The matriarch Hyudo expressed her concern, hoping they hadn't caught a cold after the chilly night. Kiryu reassured everyone, noting that Koga was half dragon and half human, but Katase reminded them that Kasumi was still human. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Rika rushed to open it, finding Koga and Kasumi at the doorstep, both shivering and carrying backpacks. Alarmed, Rika ushered her friends inside, asking what had happened to them. Kasumi and Koga settled into the living room, where Penemu and Sona brought blankets to warm them up. Koga stammered through chattering teeth about their night, while Kasumi, also trembling, blushed slightly. Annabelle and Gabriel brought hot water for them to soak their feet, and Issei, along with Kunu, offered them hot tea to help restore their body heat. Issei handed the drinks to them, urging them to consume it before it cooled down. He leaned closer to Koga and whispered a suggestion about a spell for silence, implying that next time, he should keep his activities indoors to avoid any awkward situations. Koga's eyes lit up at the comment, while Kasumi blushed so deeply that she momentarily forgot about her cold. Issei then approached Gabriel, who was enjoying a lemon dessert, and whispered to her in a teasing manner, hinting at the fun they would have later. Gabriel turned bright red, covering her face in embarrassment, and her wings began to shimmer darkly, signaling her distress. Penemu, noticing Gabriel's reaction, urged her to snap out of it, giving her playful slaps to bring her back to reality. Gabriel, flustered, thanked Penemu and playfully scolded Issei for teasing her. As the clock struck 1 p.m., Issei waited in the main room for Gabriel to arrive for their date. When she appeared, dressed beautifully, he complimented her, and she blushed, asking if they were ready to go. By 1:30 p.m. in Kuo City, Issei had learned that Gabriel was a fan of zoos and aquariums, so he decided to take her to both. As they walked, Gabriel held onto Issei's arm, but a gang of troublemakers spotted them with intentions to cause trouble. One of the gang members shouted at Gabriel to leave Issei and join them for some fun. Although they heard the taunts, the couple chose to ignore them, which only angered the gang further. They confronted the pair, grabbing Gabriel and holding Issei back. One of the gang members threatened them, boasting about the fun they would have at Issei's expense. However, Gabriel's demeanor shifted. Her angelic smile transformed into something more intimidating as she grasped the hand of her aggressor. With a sweet yet dangerous tone, she remarked on the insult directed at Issei. In an instant, she delivered a powerful kick to the gang member, causing him to collapse in pain. The remaining members, now frightened, released Issei and began to tremble. Gabriel approached them, maintaining her smile while cracking her knuckles, her intent clear and alarming even to Issei. The gang members, terrified, screamed in unison, their cries echoing throughout Kuo City. After such a traumatic scene, Issei made a mental note to never anger a woman, especially Gabriel, as she could be just as dangerous as the infamous Trihexa. They arrived at their destination, the zoo, where the cheerful Gabriel enjoyed herself like a true child. She marveled at the tigers, laughed at the chimpanzees when they performed silly antics, and felt an urge to hug a gorilla throwing a tantrum. Issei was delighted to see her so happy. After their time at the zoo, they decided to get ice cream to recharge before heading to their second destination, the aquarium. Gabriel was twice as excited to see the marine species. She loved watching the turtles, schools of fish, and small sharks. Her excitement led her to the brilliant idea of trying to catch a jellyfish, but thanks to Michael, she was unable to do so. Issei concluded that having Gabriel by his side was like being with a joyful child who radiated happiness. After finishing their visit to the zoo and aquarium, they decided to stroll around the city. Gabriel expressed her gratitude for the day, planting a kiss on Issei's cheek. He smiled back, telling her she had nothing to thank him for, as it was his duty as her boyfriend to spoil her, which made her blush intensely. Gabriel, still blushing, pointed toward an alley and suggested they go that way. Issei agreed, but soon realized they had wandered into a rather questionable area filled with hotels and motels. He hesitated and asked why they were there, but Gabriel silenced him with a kiss. They shared a passionate moment that lasted nearly 5 minutes, losing track of time. Gabriel, feeling bold, expressed her desire to be with him completely, not wanting to fall behind others in losing her virginity. Issei voiced his concerns about potential problems with Michael, but Gabriel reassured him, revealing a magical key created by her brother. This key was meant for the day she wanted to be with him intimately. Without hesitation, they decided to enter a motel. Once inside the room, Gabriel activated the magical key, transforming the space into a special setting. They began kissing, and soon Issei started to explore further, making Gabriel feel cherished and desired. As they shared NTMT moments, Gabriel felt overwhelmed with pleasure, and their connection deepened. They lost themselves in each other, experiencing a whirlwind of emotions and sensations. After some time, they emerged from the motel, both feeling elated. Gabriel held onto Issei's arm, and he smiled at her, sharing gentle kisses as they made their way home to rest. Meanwhile, at Ko Academy, the Gremory clan's residence, Rias Gremory completed a reincarnation ritual. She announced that Irina Shidu, Ravel Phoenix, and Elemenahilde Karlstein would return to serve her. As the three summoned their demon wings, Rias pondered how to utilize her remaining pieces. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and the Gremory family sensed a powerful draconic aura outside. Rias instructed her companions to prepare themselves. A cold and determined voice inquired about Rias, revealing a desire to assist in bringing security back. The voice also hinted at unresolved matters with Dre Gutch. Rias signaled Zenobia to open the door cautiously. The group was on high alert, ready for anything. As the door opened, they were met with a blue-haired woman with a reptilian gaze. Rias recognized her immediately and gasped in fear, realizing that Tiamat, the Dragon Queen, had arrived at their doorstep. Sanatorio Mental, Kyoto 2300 hours p.m. Yasaka found herself restrained in a padded room, wearing a straitjacket. Frustration coursed through her as she cursed Rias Gremory, reflecting on her own weaknesses and failures. Since arriving in Kyoto, her mind had been plagued by visions of Kunu and Issei, leading her to feel increasingly paranoid. The Yukai faction had begun to view her with disdain after her betrayal of Issei, a reality she found unbearable. Overwhelmed by her delusions, anger, and paranoia, she had lashed out at anyone around her, regardless of age or gender. She refused to be judged for her actions, acknowledging her betrayal of Issei and the distance it had created between her and her daughter. Yet, she vowed to fight for their reunion, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures. Suddenly, an explosion shattered the silence of her confinement. Yasaka turned to see the last people she wanted to face, the Gremory clan. "What do you want?" she shouted, her voice filled with defiance. Rias, maintaining her composure, offered a proposition. She asked Yasaka if she wished to see Kunu again. Yasaka glared at them in silence, her anger palpable. "Join my ranks, and you will see your daughter again," Rias said with a sinister smile. Yasaka turned her back on them, refusing the offer. Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss exchanged knowing smiles, amused by Yasaka's rejection. "Don't insult Rias Bouchu." Zenobia interjected, but Rias urged her to remain calm. "I've had enough of you. Both you, cursed Gremory, and my own weak willpower have caused my downfall. You stripped me of my leadership and left me confined," Yasaka yelled, tears streaming down her face. Rias felt a pang of guilt, recognizing her role in Yasaka's misfortune. Tiamat, the Dragon Queen, approached Yasaka, offering to reveal her king's plan to recover Kunu. "Who are you?" Yasaka demanded, her defensiveness rising. "I am Tiamat, the Dragon Queen of Karma and a pawn of Rias Gremory," she replied, her seriousness unwavering. Yasaka was taken aback, astonished that a Dragon Queen had allied with the Gremory clan. "As I was saying, my king's plan involves challenging Hayudo Issei's group to a raiding game," Tiamat explained. "You have the chance to make a wish, and if we win, your desire to have your daughter back will be fulfilled." Yasaka eyed Tiamat warily, but the prospect of reclaiming Kunu and Issei stirred something deep within her. Despite her disdain for the women before her, she realized this was an opportunity she could not pass up. "I will join, but only to recover Kunu," Yasaka declared, secretly vowing to reclaim Issei from them as well. Thus, the ritual of reincarnation commenced, revealing that Yasaka had become Rias Gremory's new pawn. The next day, in the mountainous region of Kuo, Issei awaited in the main hall of the Hyudo residence. He was excited for his outing with Yura Tsubasa from the Citri clan. Thanks to Tsubaki and Sona's pawns, Momo and Rhea, Issei had planned a trip to a mixed martial arts event, knowing Yura was a fan of the sport. As he waited, he heard a voice from the staircase. Yura appeared, elegantly dressed. "Yura-tan, you look lovely," Issei complimented. "Issei, you're embarrassing me," Yura replied, her cheeks flushed as she nervously played with her hair. "Shall we go?" Issei offered his arm, which Yura happily took as they teleported to the city of Kuo. At the Kuo City Arena, the magnificent structure stood tall, a beacon for martial arts enthusiasts. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as children, teenagers, and influential figures filled the area. Yura and Issei made their way to the arena, securing front-row seats to enjoy the thrilling matches. Suddenly, one of the workers approached to hand out the event program for the day. The first match featured Lin Xiaoyu against Leo Kleeson. The second match showcased Warang and Steve Fox teaming up against Eddie Gordo and Sergei Dragunov. The third match had Feng Wei and Brian Fury facing off against Martial Law and Raven. The fourth match was Elisa Boskanovich and Asuka Kazama competing against Lucky Chloe and Lily Rockefort. The fifth match pitted Miguel Caballero Rojo against Jean Kazama. The sixth match was for the heavyweight championship of the Iron Fist tournament, featuring Craig Marduk against Armor King. Issei and Yura, a favorite couple among the audience, discussed the fighting styles of each competitor, sharing a common dislike for one fighter in particular, Craig Marduk. Yura expressed her hope that Armor King would defeat Marduk, while Issei voiced his strong disdain for him. The event began with the first match, where Lin Xiaoyu, a Chinese fighter, faced off against the transgender fighter Leo Kleeson. Both showcased impressive martial arts skills, but Lin ultimately secured a powerful victory over her German opponent. In the second match, despite Warang and Steve being the crowd favorites, they faced a tough challenge from Brazilian fighter Eddie, who knocked out Steve, and Russian Sergeant Sergei, who applied a sambo hold on Warang, leaving him unconscious and in need of medical attention. The third match saw the troublemaking duo of Feng and Brian put their rivals, Martial Law and Raven, in a tight spot. However, the latter managed to rally and win the match, albeit with significant injuries due to Brian's street fighting tactics and Feng's immense strength. The fourth match between the women was closely contested, with both pairs showcasing their fighting skills. Ultimately, Elisa and Asuka claimed victory when Chloe's momentary distraction of Lily allowed their opponents to seize the opportunity and finish the match. The fifth match elicited excited cheers from the crowd as two fighters who truly despised each other faced off, Spanish fighter Miguel and the reigning Iron Fist champion, Jean Kazama. Jean emerged victorious, delivering a brutal knockout with a powerful hook to Miguel's jaw. The sixth match featured a clash between one of the most beloved fighters, Armor King, and one of the most disliked, Craig Marduk. Marduk was known for his underhanded tactics, which made him a target of disdain among the audience. As the fight commenced, both gladiators showcased their best techniques. However, after 5 minutes of combat, Craig pulled out an iron fist, delivering a decisive blow to Armor King's jaw, knocking him out. Issei, witnessing this, shouted in outrage, calling Craig a miserable cheat and asserting that without his tricks, he was nothing. Craig, hearing Issei's outburst, turned his attention toward him, leaving Armor King behind. He approached Issei with a menacing demeanor, demanding to know what he had said. Yura, angered, chimed in, declaring that without his tricks, Craig could never be a champion and that her boyfriend could defeat him easily. Craig laughed mockingly, dismissing the younger generation's bravado. Issei, undeterred, provoked Craig further, questioning whether he was afraid to fight him. This only fueled Craig's anger, and he warned Issei to prepare for a brutal encounter. As Craig returned to the ring, Issei readied himself to confront the towering fighter, despite the pleas from the audience urging him to reconsider. Yet, he remained resolute, stating he would finish the fight quickly. Yura encouraged Issei, expressing her confidence in his strength and assuring the crowd that the brute would not defeat him. When Issei stepped into the ring, he saw Armor King being carried out on a stretcher, fueling his determination. He vowed that this fight was for Armor King. With the bell ringing, Craig launched a series of punches and kicks at Issei, but Issei effortlessly dodged them, making it seem as if Craig were moving in slow motion. Frustrated, Craig yelled at Issei, demanding that he allow him to land a hit to end his suffering. The audience was stunned to witness the formidable Craig Marduk unable to land a blow on a mere spectator. In that moment, Yura shouted encouragement to Issei, promising that if he won, there would be a celebration afterward. The entire arena fell silent, including cameramen and fighters, as Craig paused in disbelief at Yura's comment. Seizing the opportunity, Issei counterattacked, dominating Craig and ultimately finishing him with a German suplex. The referee counted to 3, declaring Issei the winner of the match. Unbeknownst to him, the fight was broadcast live across Japan, and Yura's comment was heard loud and clear. In the underworld, the Hyodo family and the Gremory clan witnessed the fight. Upon hearing Yura Tsubasa's shout, the Hyodo family felt a wave of embarrassment in their home, while the girls grew envious. The matriarch of the Hyodo family covered Kunu's ears to shield her from Yura's words, and the patriarch remarked on how quickly children grow. Sona shook her head disapprovingly at her tower's behavior. The Gremory clan erupted in jealousy when Rias destroyed the television out of frustration. Meanwhile, the leaders of the biblical factions and the Gremory, Citri, and Phoenix clans, along with Razor, Ruvel, and Serorg Bale, burst into laughter, feeling proud of Issei and Yura. Greyfia reprimanded them, though she too felt a blush of embarrassment, just like Lady Citri, Venelana Gremory, and Lady Phoenix. After the fight, the couple teleported home. Once they arrived, they could no longer contain their feelings and shared a passionate kiss, with Issei eager to claim his reward for defeating Craig. Issei began to remove Yura's clothing, starting with her dress and then her undergarments, as he showered her with affection. Yura expressed her enjoyment, feeling overwhelmed by pleasure. As Issei continued to explore her body, Yura reciprocated by showing her love for him, leading to a moment of bliss for both. Eventually, Yura decided to take their intimacy to the next level, feeling a mix of emotions as they shared a deeper connection. Though it was initially painful, she soon found joy in their union, moving in harmony with Issei. They explored various positions, losing track of time in their shared experience. Afterward, both felt exhausted yet content, with Yura gazing at Issei as he rested. She cherished the thought of being by his side for eternity, despite sharing him with others, including her queen. Her love for him remained unwavering, no matter the challenges he faced. In the underworld, at Surzek's palace, the Maus held an unexpected meeting with the leader of the Yukai, Raphtalia, and her new advisor, Kuroka Hellcat. Surzek expressed disbelief at Yasaka's escape from a seemingly secure facility. Raphtalia confirmed the escape, revealing traces of demonic energy in the area where Yasaka had been held. Kuroka added that the presence of draconic energy was detected on the bodies of the Tengu guards, suggesting an alliance between the dragon that attacked and the demon who freed Yasaka. The gravity of the situation was not lost on Falbium, who noted Yasaka's potential for destruction and questioned her motives. Raphtalia speculated that Yasaka would likely target Kunu, prompting Ajuka to suggest that Issei and Kunu might be in danger. Kuroka volunteered to protect them, seeking redemption for her past mistakes. Raphtalia agreed but warned Kuroka to remain in the shadows and avoid contact with Issei and his companions. Kuroka felt conflicted about her mission but accepted it. As the meeting concluded, Raphtalia shared her suspicion that the Gremory girl might be involved in Yasaka's escape. Kuroka agreed, recognizing the importance of keeping this information from Surzek to maintain the alliance between demons and Yukai. Raphtalia assigned Kuroka to spy on Rias Gremory's entourage while ensuring Issei and Kunu's safety. Kuroka acknowledged her mission, and both women prepared to depart for Kyoto. In the mountainous region of Kuro, at the new Hyodo residence, Issei awaited Annabelle. They had plans to attend a dance in the underworld at Astaroth's territory. Dressed in formal attire, Issei read a magazine until Annabelle emerged in a lovely dress, radiating beauty. Issei complimented Annabelle, feeling a rush of warmth at her appearance. Annabelle thanked him, shyly addressing him with an affectionate term. With a smile, Issei declared it was time to leave, and Annabelle embraced him before he summoned a magic circle to teleport them to the underworld. At the Astaroth clan's castle, which had been restored after the incident involving Issei and Diodora Astaroth's entourage, the clan worked to regain its lost reputation. Thanks to Ajuka's actions against the Trihexa, which had ties to the Astaroth clan, they managed to restore their standing in the community. Today, all high-ranking and supreme demons gathered for a ball to foster camaraderie among themselves, with some looking to forge new alliances. Annabelle and Issei entered the Astaroth clan castle. Issei expressed a serious demeanor as he recalled his past experiences in this place, which brought back unsettling memories. Annabelle, curious, asked if he had visited before. He confirmed that he had, and it was not under the best circumstances, remembering the time he was a servant to Rias, coming to rescue the ungrateful former nun from Diodora's grasp. He mentioned that it was here, due to the former heir of the clan, that he first entered the Juggernaut Drive. Upon hearing this, Annabelle paled. She understood that entering that state would grant Issei immense power but at a significant cost to his life, information she had received from Azazel and Surzex when she was appointed as Issei's personal maid for his care. With a heavy heart, she asked how much time he had left. Seeing the worry on her face, Issei comforted her with a warm embrace. He reassured her that thanks to the Nikomata sisters, Chiron and Kuroka, who had been helping him with senjutsu sessions to recover his vital energy, he was in a better state. He also mentioned that Kunu had been assisting him as well, expressing her desire to live a long life with him and everyone else. Thanks to Kunu, he had regained 98% of his vital energy. Annabelle felt a wave of relief wash over her, and a tear of happiness escaped her eye. She asked him to promise never to enter that destructive and suicidal mode again. Issei agreed, sealing the promise with a tender kiss, which Annabelle reciprocated. As they entered the main hall of the castle, they found high-ranking demons engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Issei and Annabelle spotted Lord and Lady Citri chatting joyfully with the lords of Gremory and Phoenix, as well as Isolde Vapula. The couple quickly made their way over to join them. Lord Hemlock Citri greeted them with a smile, acknowledging Issei and Annabelle warmly. Issei returned the greeting with a smile and a respectful bow, while Annabelle mirrored his actions. Andrew Citri playfully encouraged Issei to drop the formalities, inviting him to call them Oto-san and Oka-san, since he was dating their beloved daughters. Issei, feeling a bit shy, complied. Isolde added that he could also call her Oka-san, smiling tenderly at her son-in-law, explaining that her daughter had brought him to this important ball. Annabelle, embarrassed, exclaimed in surprise. The lords of Gremory and Phoenix watched the interaction with joy, though they lamented that their respective daughters had made the foolish mistake of being unfaithful. At that moment, the Mao Surzex called for silence to deliver his speech. He greeted the guests and expressed gratitude to Lord Astaroth and his new heir, Shizuka Astaroth, for graciously allowing the annual Demon Ball to take place on their grounds. The audience applauded and cheered in appreciation. With the formalities concluded, Surzex announced the beginning of the annual ball and welcomed the symphonic orchestra from the Nibairos clan, which would perform the first piece of music. A magical circle appeared, revealing the orchestra filled with young musicians, among whom was a girl named Mozarta Nibairos. Zeoticus Gremory recognized her and remarked on her talent. Issei, curious, inquired if she was well known. Venelana explained that she was a musical prodigy, and the Nibairos clan was renowned for its musical creation, with Mozarta standing out even among her talented family. As the first piece began, a beautiful melody captivated everyone, including Surzex. The audience applauded Mozarta and her orchestra, who graciously acknowledged the applause. The second piece set the atmosphere for a waltz, inviting everyone to dance. As the dance began, Annabelle allowed Issei to lead her. Everyone watched, including Surzex, the elders of the Demon Council, and the clan leaders. The couple put on a magnificent display that captivated all present, including Mozarta, who watched Issei with admiration for his dancing and the serious yet romantic demeanor he displayed with his girlfriend. When the performance concluded, applause erupted for the young couple, who graciously acknowledged the cheers and also applauded the Nibairo's clan orchestra for their musical performance. Soon, certain individuals approached the beloved couple. Valle playfully nudged Issei on the shoulder, expressing surprise at his dancing skills. Roygun Belphegor joyfully remarked how Issei had impressed her once again. Daihauser proudly told Annabelle to feel fortunate to have someone like the Security as her partner. Sikvera, happy for her friend and his girlfriend, commented on hoping they would marry soon, causing Issei and Annabelle to blush. Issei smiled and replied that it would be very soon. As the evening came to a close, Issei announced it was time for them to leave. He mentioned that their friends were waiting for them at home, and everyone bid farewell to him. Serorg Bale smiled at Issei, expressing happiness that Annabelle and her new friends had healed his heart from the pain caused by Rias. They exited the Astaroth castle together. In the mountainous region of Kuro, at the new Hiwodo residence, Issei and Annabelle arrived to find the place dark and empty. Annabelle, blushing, hesitantly asked Issei if she could request something. When he prompted her to continue, she expressed her desire for a deeper connection, and they shared a kiss, which Issei reciprocated. He led her to his room, promising to cherish her, the woman who had cared for him after his fall. The scene shifted to a more NTMT moment, where Issei and Annabelle shared a tender connection, expressing their feelings for each other in a way that deepened their bond. The next morning, the Hiwodo family was enjoying breakfast when a knock echoed through the residence. Issei stood up to answer the door, revealing a gothic Lolita with an expressionless gaze fixed on him. She greeted him with a smile, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Issei, taken aback, exclaimed her name in surprise. In the mountainous region of Kuo, at the new Hiwodo residence, Issei stood face to face with the dragon goddess of infinity. She reiterated her purpose for being there, and Issei's shock drew the attention of his family, who interrupted their breakfast. Some, like Sona, Kiba, and Seraphal, shared his fear, knowing the immense destructive power Ophis possessed. Others, unaware of her true nature, took defensive stances, sensing the tension in the air. Amidst the commotion, Rika excitedly exclaimed her desire to embrace the gothic Lolita, but Tsubaki quickly intervened, warning her of the danger Ophis posed. However, Kunu rushed to Ophis and affectionately embraced her, surprising everyone. Ophis returned the hug, and the atmosphere shifted as the powerful being displayed a softer side. Everyone was left in shock, witnessing the small kitsune embrace Ophis, one of the most powerful entities in existence, as if she were a delicate porcelain doll. Rika pouted, feeling left out as Kunu received the affection she longed for. The matriarch of the Hyudo family made her entrance. She addressed Ophis, asking if she would like to join them for breakfast, as they had not yet finished. Ophis, with her usual stoicism and lack of expression, accepted the invitation and entered the residence with the Hyudo family. As they resumed breakfast, a tense atmosphere enveloped most of the residence, with only Issei's parents, Kunu, and Rika remaining unperturbed by Ophis's presence. Issei's parents served pancakes and chocolate milk, a menu fit for a child. Kunu, smiling brightly, encouraged Ophis to try the pancakes, claiming they were delicious. The dragon goddess took a piece, savoring it for a moment before declaring it delightful, her eyes sparkling with joy. Internally, she thought about how her mother-in-law cooked wonderfully. Issei's mother smiled at Ophis, pleased that she enjoyed the meal. Ophis then turned her attention to Issei, indicating they needed to talk after breakfast. She asked his mother for more pancakes, causing a collective shock among the residents at her calling her mother-in-law. Drake laughed, congratulating Issei on what he considered a lucky turn of events. Suddenly, Kaori and Saika appeared with their katanas, adding to the chaotic energy in the room. Fujin exclaimed that the competition had become fierce, while Raijin noted how Ophis had never shown interest in anyone before, making Issei his idol. Issei felt the weight of his harem's gaze, each member smiling sweetly yet exuding a terrifying aura. Sona, with a twitch in her eye, demanded an explanation for Ophis's declaration. Issei stammered, but Ophis interrupted, claiming Issei belonged to her. She then left her seat to sit in Issei's lap, embracing him, which ignited jealousy and anger among his harem. Issei, feeling nervous, tried to calm the situation. His mother, smiling innocently but with visible tension, raised a microwave oven, ready to throw it at him. Issei pleaded for an explanation, but Office decided to leave him to face the consequences alone. His mother accused him of being a pervert, and in a dramatic moment, she hurled the microwave at him, sealing his fate. Meanwhile, Gorohyudo, Motohama, Matsuda, Kiba, and Gasper bid farewell to Issei with a military salute, proclaiming he had died in the most manly way possible. Drake joined in the salute, honoring his fallen friend, while Fujin and Raijin made light of the situation, suggesting Issei should be grateful his mother was the one to take him down. An hour later, the Hyudo family sat in the main living room, Office perched on Issei's lap. Gorohyudo asked his son to explain why Office claimed him as hers. Issei sighed, realizing it was a long story. He began recounting the time Shalba Beelzebub had nearly destroyed him, how his body disintegrated, but his soul was saved by the boosted gear and Drake's timely intervention. Great Red had constructed a new body for Issei using his own flesh, while Office had granted him some of her power to stabilize it. Everyone in the house, except for Sona, Yura, Serafal, Kiba, and Gasper, who were already aware, was surprised by Issei's revelation. Office embraced Issei, declaring that he now had a part of her and that she would claim him as the father of her offspring. She then pointed out the other girls in the room, noting that they had already submitted to Issei. The girls blushed deeply, shocked by the goddess of infinity's revelation about their relationships with Issei. Issei's mother smiled sweetly, unleashing an aura reminiscent of the Trihexa, and exclaimed that it was true they had been enemy with her son, her voice turning ominous as she covered Kunu's ears. Sona stammered, trying to find words, while Annabelle nervously denied it. Serafal laughed awkwardly, scratching her neck, and Kaori thought to herself in embarrassment. Saika hid her face in her hands, overwhelmed with shame, while Gabriel sweated nervously. Penemu smirked, recalling her passionate night with Issei, and Yura stood frozen, blushing furiously. Issei's mother took a deep breath and addressed her husband with a look that could intimidate even Hades. She excitedly announced that they would soon be grandparents, causing everyone to fall backward in shock, except for Kunu and Office. The girls in Issei's harem were taken aback by the news. Issei sighed in relief, grateful that his mother was not scolding him for not being careful. Office looked at the other girls and declared her intention to claim her position as the alpha in Issei's harem. The room erupted in disbelief, with everyone protesting her claim. Sona, Serafal, Penemu, and Annabelle all asserted their places, while Saika and Kaori voiced their frustrations simultaneously. Tired of the commotion, Office unleashed her intimidating aura, silencing everyone with her fierce gaze. She proclaimed her status as the alpha and main partner of Hyudo Issei, and the harem members nodded in agreement, realizing they could not oppose her. Office expressed her desire to live with them and be cared for, bowing to Issei's parents, who returned the gesture. Kunu and Aika Hyudo then showed Office around the residence. The girls felt defeated by the goddess and her newfound authority. Kaori lamented being outmatched by someone so powerful, while Gabriel noted that starting a conflict with Office would be unwise. Serafal optimistically suggested they should get along with Office since she was now a part of their group and Issei's new partner. Annabelle agreed, noting that Office's intentions seemed more about claiming what was hers than hostility. Saika smiled in agreement. As they gathered with the other residents, Kasumi proposed throwing a welcome party for Office, which everyone enthusiastically supported. They discussed what Office might like to eat, with Yura eagerly volunteering to handle the food. Issei, determined, declared they would give Office the best welcome party she could ever have. Later that evening, the Hyudo residence was bustling with excitement as the party began. A lavish banquet fit for an emperor was laid out, and everyone sat at the table, with Office at the center, wearing a party hat and her usual expressionless demeanor. Issei addressed her, revealing a banner that read, "Welcome to your new home, Office." The residents cheered in unison. Office, slightly surprised, looked around at the warmth and joy surrounding her. It was a new experience for her, feeling welcomed and cared for, and she smiled at the sensation. She thought to herself that she had found a pleasant place, realizing this was what she had wanted, a family. She hoped that Great Red would not be lonely in the dimensional gap while she took her time to settle in. Issei exchanged smiles with Office, both understanding that they were now together. For Office, it was a wonderful day. To be continued. In the mountainous area of Kuo, the Hayudo family was having breakfast with a new member, Office, who was sitting comfortably in Issei's lap. The dragon goddess had become quite possessive of her spot, and the other girls in the harem felt a twinge of jealousy as they wished to sit with Issei too. However, they knew better than to offend Office, as any slight against her could lead to serious consequences. Aika Hayudo then spoke up, suggesting a family outing. She proposed a picnic at the Kuo Park with a bright smile. Goro Hayudo agreed, noting that such an activity could bring them closer together as a family, while affectionately petting Kunu's head as if she were a small dog. Yura chimed in with excitement, asking if they could play volleyball, and Matsuda eagerly added the idea of playing flag football as well. Kasumi, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, expressed her desire to take many photos of the cherry blossoms that were in bloom. Sona, calm and collected, mentioned that she would enjoy a romantic moment with her beloved. Serafal, feeling left out, playfully protested, declaring that she too wanted some alone time with Issei. Issei, trying to keep the peace among the sisters, reassured them that everyone seemed to agree on the picnic plan. He encouraged them to prepare everything needed for a wonderful family day out. With a chorus of enthusiastic agreement, they finished their breakfast and quickly got ready for the picnic. Aika, along with Kunu, Yura, Sona, Tsubaki, Rika, and Kasumi, busied themselves preparing the food for the day. Meanwhile, Matsuda, Motohama, Issei, Kiba, and Gasper loaded various bags with volleyballs, soccer ball, and football gear. As everyone prepared to look their best for the day, the scene shifted to Kuo Park at noon. The vast park, with its emerald green grass, was adorned with cherry blossom trees that had bloomed, showcasing some of the most beautiful flowers on earth. Our favorite family began their day by finding a lush cherry tree, where they settled in for a family moment. They started with a game of volleyball, which Matsuda and Yura managed to set up between two neighboring trees. Two teams formed, with most wanting Issei on their side, but to avoid any conflict, he chose to be the referee instead. The first team consisted of Penemu, Matsuda, Gasper, Kaori, Yura, and Sona, while the second team included Gabriel, Motohama, Kiba, Saika, Annabelle, and Serafal. The others opted to watch, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire of the team's demonic powers. Kiryu, Rika, and Kasumi, being mere humans, especially wanted to avoid ending up in the hospital due to a stray volleyball from their demon and dragon friends. The match began normally, but an accidental hit from Matsuda to Motohama turned the simple volleyball game into a fierce and chaotic game of dodgeball. All the park attendees witnessed the intense game, making it seem dangerous to approach them. Just then, Super Mom Hayudo appeared to the rescue. "Kids, it's time to eat," Aika Hayudo announced with a smile. They gathered around a picnic blanket filled with food, where a sore Gabriel, Penemu with a black eye, Misawa with several bumps on his bald head, Motohama with broken glasses and missing a tooth, and Yura with minor injuries carried an unconscious Gasper. Kaori and Saika also had bruises, while Kiba's face was swollen from taking numerous hits to his beautiful and angelic face. The only ones who remained calm were Serafal, Sona, and Annabelle. They proceeded to eat normally, enjoying sandwiches and apple and lemon pie. Issei sighed, noting the tranquility while Office quietly enjoyed a ham sandwich on his lap. Saika, with a piece of pie, encouraged him to open his mouth, and he complied, receiving the bite directly. Serafal, not wanting to be left out, approached with a salami sandwich, and Issei willingly accepted her offer. Yura, with a piece of pie, and Gabriel, with a sandwich, also expressed their desire to feed him, while Annabelle insisted on doing it as the queen of his entourage. Penemu claimed she would show them how it was done. However, amidst their playful arguments, Office had already taken the lead, feeding Issei a piece of her ham sandwich, prompting an outcry from the rest of his harem, who accused her of cheating. Unfazed, Office simply flashed a victory sign. Issei reassured the girls that he would accept food from all of them, flashing one of his charming smiles, which they eagerly accepted, taking turns feeding him bites. Rika, Kasumi, Tsubaki, and Kiryu did the same with their partners, enjoying the meal together. Suddenly, an explosion interrupted their family moment, alarming the Hyudo family. Ophis sensed a draconic aura, prompting her to rise from Issei's lap. Sona noted the strength of the aura, while Motohama mentioned feeling a weakening yokai presence. Issei decided to take action, stating he would go with Ophis, Gabriel, Kaori, Saika, Penemu, Sona, Kiba, and Gasper, instructing the others to transport his parents to Kiryu, Rika, and Kasumi's residence. The summoned group gathered with him, while Tsubaki and Matsuda used a magic circle to transport the others. They arrived at the explosion site and found a badly injured and unconscious Nikomata. Issei's alarm grew as he recognized her. "Kuroka?" he exclaimed, concerned. Sona checked on the Nikomata, noting her faint aura and vital signs. Ophis revealed that she had been attacked by a dragon, whose aura had vanished in an instant, leaving traces of magic behind. Sona insisted they take her to her clan's hospital, stating it was a miracle she was still alive. They agreed and proceeded to transport her to the underworld. At the Citri clan hospital, the Hyudo family anxiously awaited news about Kuroka's condition. Finally, a doctor emerged from the emergency room, announcing that Kuroka was stabilized, much to their relief. Following the doctor's instructions, they entered to see the Nikomata completely bandaged. "Kuroka," Issei called softly. "Issei Naya?" Kuroka responded, and upon seeing him, tears streamed down her face as she began to cry uncontrollably. Issei felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, as he faced someone who had betrayed him. Typically, he would feel indifferent, but seeing her eyes filled with regret and genuine pain stirred feelings of sympathy within him. "Kuroka, it seems you have something to tell me." Issei felt a wave of concern as Kuroka began to calm down, her expression still tinged with sadness. She mentioned how this was something they were meant to keep secret, especially from Chiron, Aquino, and Rosweiss, under the orders of Rias, which filled her with intense hatred. Kuroka expressed her disagreement with the situation, revealing that they had a version of events regarding their infidelity that they had not wanted to share. Issei asked for a moment of their time, but Kuroka insisted that it was necessary for everyone to hear. In a flashback, the former harem of Issei gathered in the occult club building. Rias announced that preparations for their wedding were already 60% complete, and they were less than 3 months away from marrying Issei. This news excited the girls, with Asia expressing her eagerness to marry Issei, Zenobia wishing to start a family, and Irina hoping for blessings from Michael. Rias, noticing their lack of experience as women, suggested they needed to enrich themselves before the marriage. She recounted how a university friend from France had mentioned having affairs before marriage to gain experience, even if it meant giving their first time to someone else. Rias proposed that they each find lovers to gain this experience, believing it would ensure their marriage with Issei would be successful. This idea sparked whispers of approval among most, but 5 women strongly disagreed. Aquino shouted in disbelief, refusing to be unfaithful to Issei, while Rosweiss echoed her sentiments, expressing that it was disrespectful to him. Kaneko simply stated she wouldn't participate, and Kuroka and Yasaka shot Rias disapproving looks. Rias attempted to persuade them, arguing it was for Issei's benefit, but the 5 women remained resolute in their refusal. Losing her patience, Rias invoked a magical circle and decided to punish Aquino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss with a spell of SB Emerson. Kuroka shouted in protest, but Zenobia and Irina intervened, using sacred and demonic lightning to push her back. Rias ceased the punishment and approached Kuroka and Yasaka, her expression menacing as she warned Kuroka not to let insubordination jeopardize their marriage. She insisted that Kaneko and the others would have to obey her, and if Kuroka wanted to protect Kaneko, she too would need to find a lover for experience. Kuroka refused, and Yasaka questioned the risk to their marriage if Issei discovered the infidelity. Rias, growing frustrated, unleashed her magical aura, demanding perfect obedience. Her eyes glowed a bright red as she cast a spell, striking Yasaka, Kaneko, Kuroka, Akino, and Rosweiss with a bolt of energy. Upon impact, their eyes dulled, leaving them motionless, like dolls. Asia, witnessing this, was shocked and asked what Rias had done. Rias explained that she had cast a mind control spell, ensuring the five would follow her orders to continue with the plan. The others cheered in excitement, but Kuroka could only shed a tear from her empty eyes, silently calling out to Issei in her mind. Back in the present, the Hayudo family felt a deep sense of hatred, disgust, and disappointment towards Rias. Kuroka, recalling the events, began to cry again, remembering how they had been forced into actions against their will due to Rias's spell. The spell had only worn off when the leaders of the factions discovered the infidelity and the tragic fate of their lovers. Sona, serious, questioned Kuroka about the truth of her story. Just then, the door opened, revealing a raccoon woman who introduced herself as Raphtalia, the new leader of the Yukai faction. She had come to check on Kuroka after hearing she had been injured and had overheard the tale of infidelity. Raphtalia assured everyone that Kuroka was telling the truth. Kuroka revealed a tribal tattoo on her chest, which Raphtalia explained was a mark of slavery she had placed on Kuroka as a means of ensuring her honesty. Since the mark had not activated during Kuroka's recounting, Raphtalia concluded that Kuroka was indeed truthful. Issei rushed to Kuroka and embraced her, feeling the warmth he had missed. Kuroka, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of happiness. Issei vowed to rescue Kaneko, Akino, and Rosweiss from Rias's clan, realizing they had been forced into their actions against their will. Kuroka felt a wave of relief as Gabriel joined in the embrace, and Penemu offered her forgiveness. Saika and Kaori approached, taking Kuroka's hands and promising friendship once she left the hospital. Kuroka, astonished, could hardly believe the kindness being shown to her. Kiba and Gasper smiled at her, signaling their support. Sona smiled at the Nikomata, indicating that there were no hard feelings. Ophis mentioned that she would inform Valley to cease hostilities with her. Kuroka expressed her gratitude to the group. The Nikomata felt relieved, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Issei, despite everything that had happened and the near-fatal consequences, forgave Kuroka. Kuroka expressed her gratitude, feeling happy. Raphtalia then stated it was time to find out who had attacked Kuroka. Kuroka's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she revealed the identity of her assailant. It was Tiamat, the Dragon Queen of Karma. With the revelation of Tiamat's name, many were left astonished, especially a dragon sealed within Issei's left arm. Drake, visibly shaken, expressed his disbelief that Tiamat had left the underworld seeking revenge, indicating that they were in serious trouble. Issei, confused, asked what Drake meant by being in trouble. Raphtalia explained the tragic love story between Tiamat and Drake, revealing that Drake, a fighter at heart, had defeated Tiamat in battle. According to dragon law, a male dragon who defeats a female dragon claims her forever, but Drake had not been interested in such a bond, leaving Tiamat heartbroken. Issei, angered, confronted Drake about the past, while Drake admitted to his foolishness and addiction to violence, which had led Tiamat to take revenge on several wielders of the boosted gear. Issei expressed a desire to confront Drake as the dragon he was meant to be, and others joined in agreement. Kaori, feeling sympathy for Kuroka, gently caressed her cat ears, which made Kuroka purr in appreciation. Kiba, with a dark smile, asked Drake if he had anything to say in his defense. Drake, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked on the relief of being sealed in a sacred gear. Issei, frustrated, called Drake a freak lizard, before Raphtalia inquired about Kuroka's experience. In a flashback, Kuroka had been hiding in a cherry blossom tree, concealing her aura as she watched over the Hayudo family, following Raphtalia's orders. She longed to be with Issei and his family. Suddenly, she sensed a growing dragon aura approaching. Discovering a blue-haired woman walking toward the Hayudo family with harmful intentions, Kuroka knew she had to intervene. She stepped out of her hiding place and confronted the woman, demanding to know who she was. The woman introduced herself as Tiamat, threatening to send Kuroka to the Greek underworld if she interfered with her revenge against Drake. As Tiamat conjured two blue flames in her hands, Kuroka realized she was about to attack Issei. To protect him, Kuroka created a pocket dimension to trap Tiamat, determined not to let her harm the Sekyuryudai. Tiamat, however, was undeterred and unleashed her flames, which Kuroka narrowly dodged. Tiamat then transformed her flames into fiery whips, striking Kuroka and injuring her arm. Kuroka cried out in pain but vowed to fight back, channeling her senjutsu energy to attack Tiamat, who easily evaded her strikes. Tiamat mocked Kuroka's skills, suggesting she spare her the humiliation and suffering. With a powerful kick, Tiamat sent Kuroka crashing into a tree, and then she began to summon a massive flame, declaring her intent to finish Kuroka off. As Kuroka struggled to recover, she found herself unable to escape the impending attack. In a moment of desperation, Kuroka felt the searing heat of Tiamat's flames, and the pocket dimension collapsed, resulting in an explosion that left Kuroka unconscious. Just as Tiamat was about to conclude her revenge, she received a communication from Rias, indicating that her presence was needed elsewhere. Tiamat teleported away, leaving Kuroka in a state of agony. Returning to the present, Kuroka concluded her story, leaving everyone stunned by how easily Tiamat had defeated her. Penemu questioned whether Tiamat was part of a demonic entourage, to which Kuroka confirmed. Raphtalia added that the demon was someone Issei truly knew. The brown-haired boy paled as he realized the gravity of the situation. The king of Tiamat was Rias Gremory, and as Kuroka had mentioned, she was coming for Issei. Everyone was in shock, wondering how Rias had managed to convince Tiamat to join her side. Raphtalia continued, maintaining her serious demeanor. She revealed that Yasaka, the former Yukai leader, had disappeared. She warned Issei that Yasaka was no longer the same. She had lost her sanity and become hostile and aggressive. Raphtalia suspected that Rias Gremory was somehow involved in Yasaka's disappearance and that both Yasaka and Rias were now after Issei and Kunu. The situation was dire. Two of the most powerful magical beings were pursuing Issei, and not for affectionate reasons. Sona, clearly worried, asked what they should do. Issei, determined, instructed Sona to tell Tsubaki to gather the rest of his team and move to Surzex's palace. He was resolved to put an end to the whims of that foolish girl and save Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss. Gabriel's concern was evident as she questioned Issei's intentions. With a smile, Issei reassured her, and the entire Hyudo family understood what he had in mind, returning his smile. In the underworld, at Surzex's palace, the Hyudo team, including Sona and Tsubaki, urgently sought an audience with Surzex. They were greeted by Grafia, who noted the unexpected visit. Grafia acknowledged Issei and sensed that something serious was unfolding. After a brief wait, she allowed them to enter Surzex's office, where he was buried in paperwork. Surzex looked up, weary but attentive, and remarked that Issei's unannounced visit must be significant. Issei confirmed that he wanted to challenge Rias Gremory to a raiding game. This declaration caught Surzex off guard, and he paused his work to focus on Issei and his team. He asked for the reason behind Issei's desire to fight his sister. Issei explained the long story, recounting Kuroka's account of the fateful day when Rias had orchestrated a betrayal. He clarified that Kuroka, Akino, Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Yasaka had acted against their will due to a mind control spell cast by Rias, as they had all refused to participate in her plan. He also recounted Tiamat's attack, the new pawn of Rias, against Kuroka in the human world, aiming to threaten Issei's life. Surzex felt deeply embarrassed upon hearing this. He regretted the treatment Kuroka, Akino, Kaneko, Yasaka, and Rosweiss received. Had he known they were under a brain control spell, they would not have ended up as martyrs, suffering emotional damage twice over. To address the issues, he promised to speak with Gondel, Odin, and Barakiel to mend their personal relationships with Akino and Rosweiss, ensuring that all 4 demon girls would be compensated. He was also angrier and more ashamed of Rias and her entourage. It seemed the punishment had not been enough for his dear little sister to take responsibility for her mistakes and correct her behavior. Surzex decided to prepare the raiding game for a month later and asked Issei what he would request if he won against his sister. Issei stated that his main request was to free Kaneko Tuju, Akino Himejima, and Rosweiss from Rias's entourage. He also had 2 other written requests he wanted fulfilled if he won, handing a folded piece of paper to Surzex, who read it and smiled. Surzex expressed his hope that Issei would defeat his sister and invited him to notify Rias about the raiding game, suggesting that Issei could bring someone else along. Issei called for Saika and Kaori to join him, and they quickly came to his side, while the others returned home. Surzex summoned Graphia to accompany him, and they teleported to Kuo Academy with Issei, Graphia, Kaori, and Saika. At Kuo Academy, in the Occult Club building at 7:45 p.m., the Gremory family was enjoying tea, except for Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss, who were absent due to their discomfort with the presence of Rias's entourage. They had not forgiven Rias for her actions, and Yasaka was hidden away in a pocket dimension to avoid raising suspicion about helping a captive escape from a mental institution. Suddenly, a magic circle with the Gremory emblem appeared, revealing Surzex with Graphia, along with Issei, Saika, and Kaori. Rias was surprised to see her brother, but her expression changed to excitement upon noticing Issei, only to turn to anger when she saw him accompanied by his knights and human girlfriends. Surzex informed Rias that Hayudo Issei had challenged her to a raiding game, leaving the Gremory family stunned. Tiamat, sipping her red tea, glared at Issei with hatred, but a malicious smile crept onto her face at the mention of the raiding game. Rias, upon hearing Issei's challenge, wore an unpleasant smile and accepted the challenge. She stated her requests in case she won: the complete dissolution of the Hayudo family and entourage, the execution of Gaspar Vladi and Kiba Yudo for insubordination, her and her entire entourage's marriage to Hayudo Issei that same day, and that certain girls, including Kaori and Saika, along with Sona Citri, Yuritsubaki, Serafal Citri, Gabriel, Penemu, and Annabelle Vapula, should never approach Issei Hayudo. Surzex sighed at Rias's demands and asked Issei if he agreed. Issei looked at his knights, who smiled in support and nodded. He confirmed his agreement, casting a glare at the Gremory entourage, which made them feel uneasy, knowing he had not forgiven them for their past actions. Tiamat stood up, declaring that once she defeated Issei, she would ensure Drake's soul would be destroyed. Drake responded, indicating that Tiamat would not only have to defeat Issei but also his allies. Tiamat laughed, dismissing the idea that the humans accompanying Issei could defeat her, and her entourage echoed her laughter, infuriating Saika and Kaori. Drake warned them not to underestimate Issei's allies, stating that he did not want to hear their lamentations when they were defeated in the raiding game. Tension filled the air as Tiamat began to unleash her monstrous aura to intimidate Issei, Saika, and Kaori. However, Issei countered with his own aura, competing in pressure and intimidation against Tiamat's. Saika and Kaori also released their auras, demonstrating that even simple humans could stand up against demons. Surzex announced their departure, wishing both sides good luck for the upcoming raiding game. He and Graphia vanished in a magic circle, leaving Issei, Saika, and Kaori confronting the Gremory clan. Rias expressed her anticipation for the wedding, while Asia, smiling crazily, hoped Issei would take care of her forever. Irina chimed in, excited about finally being together with him. Issei remained unfazed by the comments from his former harem. Saika teased Issei, kissing him in front of the Gremory entourage, which only fueled their anger. Kaori followed suit, also kissing Issei and making a remark about their lack of intelligence. Rias shouted in outrage, demanding to know how they dared to kiss Issei in her house and in her presence. Issei simply smiled at Rias's frustration and jealousy. He then embraced Saika and Kaori, turning his back on the Gremory entourage, and expressed his hope that the raiding game would be entertaining. He opened a magic circle, teleporting home with Saika and Kaori, leaving the Occult Club building behind. Rias vowed that Issei would soon be hers forever, smiling wickedly. To be continued. As the wish was granted to most who requested that decision, the scene shifted to the mountainous area of Kuro, where the Hayudo family gathered in the main room at 9 p.m. They were discussing the upcoming raiding game against Rias Gremory. Issei expressed the catastrophic consequences if the red-haired girl were to win. It was a critical moment for their team and family, and Issei spoke seriously about the stakes involved. Koga, filled with anger, remarked that he never thought Rias Gremory could be so cruel as to threaten their happiness. Kasumi, visibly worried, expressed her desire not to be separated from Koga, who reassured her with a gentle smile and a kiss on her forehead. Misu, embracing Rika, echoed the sentiment that their fate would be decided in this rating game. Serafal, with a resigned smile, noted that they would have to train hard after a long PRD of inactivity. Gabriel reminded them that Rias had powerful allies, including Tiamat and Kunu, which made their training even more urgent. The little Yukai, aware of the unfair play Rias had enacted against her mother, was determined to save her, though she struggled with the decision of whether to forgive Rias. She declared her commitment to protect her family and not let anyone, especially Rias, come between her and Issei, her beloved uncle and aunt. Annabelle firmly stated that Rias would have to go through her to separate her from Issei. Saika, filled with anger, vowed not to let the second-rate demon and her entourage offend her or come between her and her love. Kaori expressed her indignation, promising that Rias would regret the moment she chose to confront the Hyudo family. Penemu added that they would also avenge Kuroka-san, referencing Tiamat as a target for their vengeance. Issei concluded that they needed to act quickly and suggested they seek out their mentors to intensify their training. Everyone agreed with Issei's decision. Penemu announced she would go to London to bring back Siegfried for Koga's training, while Gabriel mentioned she would head to Thailand to fetch Sagat, casting a smile at Misawa as she departed. "Rika, you will meet my master," the excited bald man announced. "I will go for Tannen," Serafal stated as she transported herself to the underworld. "I will go for Azazel," Issei added, also teleporting to the Grigori headquarters in the underworld. After the 4 members of the Hyudo entourage arrived, a young girl raised her hand to speak. "What is it, Ophis?" the matriarch of the Hyudo family asked. "It's not very common for me," Ophis replied, "but since I am now part of the family and soon to be Issei's wife, I will help them with their training." "Wait, you mean that?" Sona began. "That's right, I will also train them," Ophis confirmed. 2.5 hours later, Issei was the first to arrive, bringing with him the leader of the cadres, Azazel, who held a large training dimension cube. "Azazel-sama, it's good to see you," Goru said, shaking hands with the cadre. "Good evening, Goru-san," Azazel replied politely. "Issei and Surzex informed me of the situation, and I have come to assist you in your training." The next to arrive was Penemu, who brought Motohama's master and some companions with him. "Hello, master," Koga greeted respectfully. "It's good to see you again." "My disciple," Siegfried said, patting Koga's head. "Penemu-sama informed me of the delicate situation you are in, so I decided to call a couple of comrades who agreed to come with me to help with your training," the swordsman explained, pointing to a blonde woman and an old, scruffy-looking pirate. "Good evening, my name is Charlotte Christine Cold. It's an honor to meet the team of the feared Sekiryai," the blonde said with a bow, "and even more so to meet my future apprentice," she added, looking determinedly at Koga. "Very pleased," the other swordsman said. "Just call me Cervantes. Unfortunately, I didn't want to come, but I remembered that I owed a favor to Penemu-sama, so I agreed to train you this time," the pirate said reluctantly. "Don't get too cocky. Sometimes the old man is quite the tsundere," Siegfried whispered. "I heard you, fool," Cervantes replied, ready to draw his swords. "Enough, both of you," Penemu shouted, and at that command, Siegfried and Cervantes sheathed their swords. Next to arrive was Gabriel, who brought Sagat and 2 more fighters with him. Misawa quickly approached Sagat and Rika, who was left speechless. "I apologize for the delay," Gabriel said with a smile. "Master Sagat," Misawa exclaimed upon seeing the colossal Muay Thai fighter. "It's good to see you again." "Well, if it isn't my best and only disciple," Sagat said, smiling at him. "Gabriel informed me of the situation, and I agreed to come to your home, but I brought several fighters who will also help you," he added. The first, who had a Bruce Lee style, approached to shake hands. "Nice to meet you. My name is Fei Long," he said politely. Now a long-haired blonde wearing only green pants approached. "Just call me Alex," he said disinterestedly, shaking Misawa's hand. Serafal arrived with Tannen, who was now tall enough to fit comfortably in the residence, along with some surprising companions. "Valet, what are you doing here?" Issei asked, greeting his eternal rival. I was training with Tannen, along with Arthur, Luffy, and Biko, until Serafal came to tell us about your raiding game against the Gremory, Valley explained with a smile. So, to help with your training and ours, we decided to come lend a hand, Biko added. But someone else was excited about the idea of coming to see you, Arthur said, pointing his thumb backward to his shy little sister. Issei saw Luffy blushing and fidgeting with her fingers, while Fenrir tried to calm her down. Luffy-chan, she said, greeting him. Issei-sama, the little mage said, and upon seeing her hero and great crush, she couldn't handle the pressure and fainted. Her brother simply sighed. Issei, I will tell you one thing. You've stolen my sister's heart, so you must take responsibility for that, Arthur said with a forced smile. If not, I will stab you with Caliban in a way that you'll be left impaled like Vlad Tepes in his days. As a bloodthirsty conqueror, he added comically, pretending to threaten the brown-haired boy with Caliban. All right, Issei replied, frightened. I will take good care of Luffy-chan. 30 minutes later, the family and guests stood in front of a board with Sona Citri explaining the training plan, assisted by Yura and Tsubaki. All right, everyone, this will be the training plan. Azazel brought us one of his time dimension capsules, which will be activated and will last for a PRD of 3 weeks and 6 days. While we are locked inside, you will undergo 4 years of training. 1 week in the normal world will equal 1 year inside the dimension, Sona explained seriously. I have distributed the training time equitably. Misawa Matsuda, you will be trained for the first 2 years in the dimension by Sagat-san, Fei Long-san, and Alex-san. Koga Motohama, you will be trained by Siegfried-san, Charlotte-san, and Cervantes-san. Kiba Yudo, you will be trained by Arthur and Biko. Gasper and Kunu will be trained by Luffy along with Valley. Gabriel and Penemu will train with Kaori Katase and Saika Murayama. From the last 2, I need to see if you can withstand and defeat Gabriel-san and Penemu-san. Lastly, One-sama, Annabelle-san, and you, Issei, Tannen will continue your training. So, what will you do with the remaining time in the dimension, Sona-san? Kiryu asked, intrigued. Ophis will train everyone for the next year and 10 months in the dimension, Sona replied. Everyone was stunned, as the dragon goddess took the initiative to train the Hyudo entourage. The little girl stood up from her seat to address her family. I hope you all give your best, Ophis said expressionlessly. The guests can also train with me. Some, like Sagat, Siegfried, and Alex, accepted without hesitation. Any comments or questions? Sona asked. Luffy raised her hand. Yes, Luffy? Sona responded. The nervous little mage stammered, blushing and anxious. It's about to request, to Issei-sama. Sona replied with a look that seemed to say, not again. What do you want, Luffy-chan? Issei asked. If you win, the raiding game? Luffy said, blushing heavily from nerves. Will you go out with me? Everyone fell into an awkward silence. The first to burst into laughter at such a sweet declaration was Azazel, accompanied by Cervantes and Alex. Others were surprised, like Fei Long and Charlotte, that a girl had confessed to the legendary Sekiryu. The harem began to exude a murderous aura toward Issei, who started to sweat, but he also remembered Arthur's advice and dared to look at him. Arthur gave him a very eerie smile that seemed to say, "Don't break my sister's heart, okay?" This caused a waterfall of sweat to cascade down Issei's head. Issei has a tough road ahead, Motohama said, laughing quietly. Poor guy, Matsuda added. Issei took a deep breath to make his decision. He smiled at the little mage and accepted her invitation to go out with her. Luffy jumped with joy, her excitement palpable. However, a hand suddenly gripped her shoulder, and when she turned around, she saw Sona and Issei's group surrounding her with an intimidating presence, leaving her feeling anxious. Sona, with a sly smile, suggested they needed to talk to Luffy, and the others nodded in agreement. They practically dragged the poor girl into Sona's room for a little chat. Luffy called out for Issei and her brother, pleading for help. The poor Luffy cried out in terror, tears streaming down her face. Everyone around her went pale at the sight of her distress. Tannen remarked that if there was anything more dangerous in this beautiful world, it was a jealous woman defending what was hers. Everyone nodded in agreement. The next day, everyone gathered in the expansive hall of the residence. Issei's harem welcomed Luffei as a new member after discussing her feelings for Issei the previous night. She confessed that she had loved him since watching his epic battles against Loki, Diodora, Serorg, and others, captivated by his sweet and kind personality. The other members of the harem approved of her affection for Issei, with the understanding that she would wait until she matured a bit more before becoming NTMT with him. Azazel then announced it was time to activate his invention, signaling the start of their training dimension. He reminded everyone that it would remain active for 3 weeks and 6 days. Aika Hyudo, Goro Hyudo, Tsubaki, Kiryu, Kasumi, Fenrir, Yura, and Rika watched as everyone entered the training dimension. Sona entrusted Yura and Tsubaki with the safety of the residents, their parents, and their friends, to which Tsubaki confidently assured her that it would be in good hands. Issei's entire entourage, along with their respective mentors, entered the training dimension, which then closed behind them. Aika Hyudo forced a smile, commenting that it would be a long month without them. Rika expressed how much she would miss Misawa-kun, while Kasumi noted she would miss Koga-chan. Tsubaki remarked on how she never thought the perverts would finally have girlfriends. Kiryu smiled, saying that Gasper had changed her a lot, and she truly loved her little one. Goru then suggested they clean the house, to which all the girls enthusiastically agreed. 3 weeks and 6 days later, a summary of the training revealed that the Hyudo family had undergone an intense and grueling regimen that would have exhausted a normal demon. However, the protagonists demonstrated qualities and determination that kept them from giving up. Misawa refined his Muay Thai attacks and learned street fighting techniques from Fong, Jeet Kune Do from Alex, and was subjected to 1-on-1, 2-on-1, and 3-on-1 attack drills. His physique improved significantly, and he could now maintain his sacred gear, Raksha Oblivion, for over 24 hours, allowing him to break through gold, platinum, and titanium with his fists. His appearance transformed, making him more handsome, and he adopted a more serious demeanor. Motohama mastered his sacred gear, Rock Howl, which allowed him to produce sound waves capable of cracking small mountains and effortlessly destroying rocks and metals. Like Misawa, he underwent various attack simulations and learned to wield a rapier from Charlotte and dual swords from Cervantes. His character and sharp gaze underwent a significant change. Kiba made great strides in his training. His sacred gear, Sword Birth, enabled him to summon up to 1,000 sacred demonic swords and even summon 700 dragon soldiers for battle. Arthur and Biko pushed him hard, and he responded well. Kiba's appearance changed, maintaining his princely demeanor but now with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Gasper and Kunu faced the toughest training, as Valet and Luffei were particularly demanding. Gasper began to develop greater resistance to physical and magical attacks through rigorous physical training, which also improved his hand-to-hand combat skills and allowed him to start developing blood magic. Kunu underwent intense magical training with Luffei, mastering the senjutsu magic of the 4 natural elements and developing resistance to magical and physical attacks. With Vala's guidance, she also learned to fight in close combat and could maintain her QB transformation for 18 hours. Their appearances changed significantly, with Gasper gaining a more masculine allure and Kunu becoming strikingly beautiful, rivaling Zenobia and Irina. Penemu and Gabriel were particularly demanding with Saika and Kaori, making their previous training seem like child's play. Both angels pushed the girls hard, but Saika and Kaori rose to the challenge, defeating the former most powerful cadre and seraph in swordplay. They mastered their magical attacks and developed their own techniques, making Penemu and Gabriel proud. While their appearances remained largely the same, Katase and Murayama showed noticeable changes in both character and physique. With Seraphal, Annabelle, and Issei, their training was intense, as Tannen showed no mercy. They trained relentlessly, developing immense physical and magical strength. Issei's training allowed him to surpass a Mao and hold his own against Tiamat. Seraphal significantly improved her ice abilities, capable of summoning thousands of ice spears and potentially destroying an entire continent. Annabelle mastered her sacred gear, Grateful Sin, allowing her to rival the power of Hades himself. In the final year, Ophis subjected Issei's entourage and their guests, along with Sona, to a rigorous training regimen, teaching them about dragons, culture, spells, senses, and how to master their nature. The guests were subjected to an exhausting physical training regimen. Ophis remained unfazed and also put them through relentless attack simulations that lasted over 24 hours straight. Sona Citri, the strategist of the Hyudo family, observed, convinced that her beloved Issei's entourage could achieve great heights and be recognized as some of the strongest in the underworld and in history. Once the training was completed, a dimensional fissure opened, and the entourage along with their teachers prepared to leave the training dimension and return home. Upon arriving at the Hyudo residence, they were greeted by the Hyudo patriarchs, along with Kiryu, Rika, Kasumi, Tsubaki, and Yura. The last five, upon seeing their boyfriends, couldn't help but be overwhelmed by their handsome appearances, which left Misawa, Koga, Kiba, Gasper, and Issei with beads of sweat. The girls in Issei's harem, witnessing his godlike physique, also felt a rush of warmth and admiration from Penemu, Ophis, Sona, and Annabelle. Issei suggested that everyone take a break and expressed his gratitude to their teachers for their efforts in training them for this important battle. The entourage thanked their mentors profusely, and Siegfried remarked that it would be their honor to help. Cervantes smiled, saying he had grown fond of the young ones, while Feng expressed his hope for their victory. Alex encouraged them to teach that troublesome Gremory a lesson, and Charlotte looked forward to witnessing their fight. Sagat expressed his pride in them, while Valley urged them to defeat the disgrace of the Gremory family. Lu Fei expressed her trust in Issei and the others, giving him a supportive kiss. Feeling immensely grateful, Issei smiled with determination, thinking about his friends and their freedom from their burdens. They all shared a meal together, united as a family, and prepared for the decisive day ahead, knowing that their fate depended on this raiding game. For them, losing was not an option. The next chapter would reveal the transformations of Issei's entourage, showcasing their new battle attire for the upcoming fight against the Gremory team. The arena for the raiding game was filled to capacity. The Hyudo entourage was set to battle once again, this time in an official raiding game. The underworld had been left impressed by the Sekyudai team during their previous match against Razor Phoenix's entourage, especially considering it was their debut. 80% of the audience supported Issei's team, particularly the children who idolized their hero. Many young demons and fallen angels could be seen with plush toys and action figures of the Sekyudai. In the VIP section, the three Mao were present, along with Michael, Uriel, Azazel, Barakiel, Raphtalia, Zeus, Odin, the Hindu god Ganesha, the Egyptian god Ra, and the Japanese deities Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Surzex shared with Barakiel what Rias had done regarding Aquino, apologizing on her behalf. Barakiel accepted the apology but felt the need to address his daughter, as Rias Gremory's actions had nearly destroyed the last remnants of his wife Shuri's legacy. In the front rows, Sona and her entourage, led by Saji, Kiryu, Rika, Kasumi, Sikvera, Tsubaki, Lefei, Valley with Lavinia, Gondel, Arthur, Biko, and the Hyudo family, were present under Ophis's watchful care. The leaders of the Phoenix, Gremory, Citri, Agars, Lady Bale, Isolde Vapula, and the Hyudo clan teachers were also in attendance. Gondel had been informed by Surzex about Rias's misstep against Rosweiss and planned to speak with her granddaughter to mend things, letting her know that Odin had permitted her return to Asgard. As the arena darkened, signaling the start of the battle, the commentator was now the Joker of Michael, Dulio Gesualdo. He greeted the audience enthusiastically, promising a battle that would exceed their expectations. However, he paused to thank someone for bringing him his favorite drink, causing a wave of groans from the audience as many demons held their heads in disbelief. Michael urged Dulio to focus on the commentary instead of his sweet cravings. Apologizing, Dulio resumed, and the Gremory clan's emblem appeared in the western part of the arena, accompanied by music, announcing the introduction of Rias Gremory's entourage. The Dragon Queen passed by and approached the red-haired girl. Rias's entire entourage was terrified. They wanted to defend their mistress, but fear paralyzed them. The Dragon Queen looked at the red-haired girl for a moment before reaching for a box on the desk and pulling out 3 evil pieces. She examined them with disdain, commenting that they smelled like drag, and placed them against her chest. She commanded Rias to perform the ritual before she changed her mind. Rias snapped out of her trance and complied. She declared that Tiamat would walk in this world again as her servant. The 3 evil pieces that belonged to Issei were absorbed by Tiamat, indicating that she was now Rias Gremory's new servant. Rias couldn't help but smile, realizing she only had 3 evil pieces left. Tiamat suggested that the former leader of the Yukai was in a state of complete fury and madness, willing to do anything to bring Kunu and Hayudo Issei back to her side. She proposed that if Rias offered a favorable deal, Yasaka would join their ranks. Rias had never considered bringing Yasaka into her group, but with Tiamat's information, she smiled even wider and immediately turned to her entourage, commanding them to head to Kyoto for their last comrade. It was time to complete the first part of their plan to recover Issei. All responded with enthusiasm, but Akino, Rosweiss, and Kaneko appeared less convinced. Rosweiss expressed her doubts, and Akino agreed. Kaneko simply nodded in agreement. Issei extended his hand to Annabelle, inviting her to dance. They moved gracefully to the sweet melody, and Issei was grateful to Venelana Gremory for teaching him how to waltz, ensuring he wouldn't embarrass himself at high-class demon parties. Annabelle enjoyed dancing with the person she loved, showcasing her elegance on the dance floor alongside Sekiryu, drawing the attention of other couples who paused to watch them. As the music ended, everyone applauded Annabelle and Issei, causing them both to blush. Mozarta then took the stage, calling for another round of applause for Sekiryu and his beloved Annabelle for their magnificent waltz. The demons complied, and Mozarta continued, explaining that the next piece was inspired by the great feats of Sekiryu, the timely participation of the Mao, and the allies who helped defeat Reiselvim Lucifer and the dangerous Trihexa. The third piece began, and everyone applauded as Mozarta played a beautiful melody that quickly had all the gathered demons dancing in rhythm. Issei took Annabelle's hand again, and they resumed dancing. The 5th piece was more relaxed for Issei and Annabelle, allowing them to enjoy the moment together. The 6th piece featured the young high-class demons dancing, with Issei and Annabelle at the center of the floor. They noticed Serorg Bale dancing with his queen, Sikvera Agars with Valley Lucifer, Razor Phoenix with Ubaluna, and Dihauser Belial with Roygun Belphegor, among other young demons. Before the 7th and final piece of the night, Mozarta Nibiros requested the floor once more. She humbly asked for Hayudo Issei and Annabelle Vapula to come to the center of the dance floor, as this piece was dedicated to them. Suddenly, the Gremory symbol erupted in thousands of black rays, revealing Rias's entourage. All, except for Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss, wore confident smiles, while the 3 remained serious. The most striking sight was a woman with reddish hair dressed in a purple ninja outfit and a fox mask. Yasaka was hiding behind that appearance. The arena darkened again as a new song began, this time featuring the symbol of the Hayudo clan, where 2 red dragons encircled a sword, illuminating the attendees with red lasers and delighting the children. Both teams ended up in different areas of the dimension. Rias's team appeared inside the Eastern Palace, while Issei's team found themselves outside the same palace. Grafia declared that the raiding game was about to begin. Issei's team entered the burning palace, climbing to the first floor and witnessing many wooden debris consumed by flames. The spectators watched the action unfold inside the palace through screens. Issei warned his team to be cautious, as any member of the Gremory team could be hiding in the ruins. Gabriel and Penemu protected him from the front and back, while the others eyed the ruins with suspicion. Matsuda noticed the fire moving in an unnatural way until he shouted a warning to Issei about a fireball that shot toward him. Gabriel activated a protective shield to guard Issei, and Matsuda expressed his anger, recognizing Ravel Phoenix's cowardly attack. Ravel emerged from the flames of the temple, her body seemingly untouched by the fire. She taunted Matsuda, challenging him to face her. Matsuda, determined, declared that he would take care of the Phoenix and would catch up with the others later. Issei nodded in agreement and ordered the team to move to the next floor. Motohama called out to Matsuda to give Ravel a good lesson, reminding him that she had nearly killed him too. Matsuda agreed and ascended with the Hyudo team, leaving Ravel and Misawa ready to fight on the first floor. Ravel smugly remarked that she wished Issei could witness her defeat of one of his best friends, while Misawa prepared for battle, declaring that Ravel's wings would be extinguished. The fight began with Ravel launching fireballs at Misawa, who dodged them effortlessly and quickly engaged in close combat. Ravel mocked him, claiming he stood no chance against a demon. Misawa, smiling, revealed his dragon wings, shocking Ravel, who couldn't believe that one of the biggest losers from Kuo Academy was half-dragon. Misawa thanked Ravel for pushing him to the brink of death, which led to his newfound strength, courtesy of Issei and his devil pieces. Ravel's anger grew as Misawa began to outpace her in flight, eventually catching her by the hair. She screamed in pain as he slammed her to the wooden floor of the temple, delivering a blow to her abdomen. Ravel retaliated with a fiery blade from her hand, striking Misawa and causing him to bleed heavily. Ravel stood triumphantly over Misawa, taunting him about how he would lose the rating game and be separated from his beloved girlfriend. Her words fueled Misawa's fury, and he began to emanate a reddish aura, his eyes transforming into those of a predator ready to strike. Meanwhile, in the arena stands, the Lord Phoenixes felt embarrassed by their daughter's taunts toward her opponent. Rika, having heard Ravel's insults, shouted out to Misawa, declaring her true feelings. She acknowledged his past flaws but emphasized that he was the sweetest person she had ever known. Her heartfelt declaration stunned everyone in the arena, including the VIP section, where Surzex, Michael, and Azazel smiled at Rika's words. Back in the arena, Matsuda heard Rika's shout, and the reddish aura around Misawa began to fade. The bandages on his arms and legs started to glow, and despite his injuries, he felt a powerful presence. A humanoid tiger silhouette appeared, healing his wounds instantly. Misawa recognized the figure as Rakshasa and prepared for battle. Rakshasa let out a fearsome roar, causing Ravel to tremble in fear as the two combined their powers. Misawa unleashed his new combat armor, declaring it was time to end the fight. In an instant he was in front of Ravel, launching a flurry of attacks. Ravel tried to defend herself, but Misawa's enhanced strength and speed overwhelmed her, and she struggled to withstand his relentless assault. After 5 minutes of relentless strikes and kicks, Ravel was in a disheveled state. Her dress was nearly torn apart, revealing a glimpse of her white undergarments. Her arms felt nearly incapacitated, and her beautiful face was marred by bruises, swelling, and blood. Tears streamed down her cheeks from the pain, but her pride prevented her from showing any weakness to her opponent. The outcome of the duel was all but certain. The martial artist declared with intensity that they would end her suffering. Dulio announced the arrival of Hyudo's team with excitement. Suddenly, a reddish tornado appeared, dissipating to reveal the squad of heroes. The women in the audience gazed at Issei, Matsuda, Motohama, Kiba, and Gasper with admiration, unable to reconcile their previous youthful appearances with the strong and charismatic personalities they now displayed. The cheers for Issei rang out, with various demon girls expressing their admiration. Rias, watching from her team, couldn't help but comment on Issei's transformation, imagining how sweet victory would be when they married. As the screens lit up, the rosters of both teams were displayed. Rias Gremory's team included her as the king, Akino as queen, and several others in key roles. Hyudo Issei led his team, which featured Annabelle as queen and Seraphal as a bishop, among others. Once the introductions concluded, Dulio announced that the referee for the match would be Graphia Lucifuge, the queen of the Mao. Graphia appeared on a platform, explaining the rules of the raiding game. The teams would be transported to a battlefield, where they would aim to defeat the opposing king to win. In the arena, the intensity escalated as Matsuda unleashed a powerful attack, eliminating Ravel Phoenix from the game. Misawa celebrated his victory, and the audience applauded his impressive performance. Rika, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears of happiness for Matsuda's success, receiving comfort from Sona and Kasumi. In the VIP area, Ganesha chuckled, praising the efforts of his allies. Meanwhile, back in the arena, A voice pierced through the chaos, announcing a powerful transformation. A woman in yellow armor emerged from the flames, revealing herself to be Asia Argento. Issei, taken aback, recognized her as she activated her balance breaker. Asia, filled with determination, declared her intent to defeat Issei and deliver him to Rias. Just as Issei prepared to respond, Gasper stepped in, asking to face Asia himself. He bit his finger, causing blood to flow and take the shape of a weapon. As the Hyudo team retreated, leaving Gasper to confront Asia, she taunted him about his newfound courage. Gasper, determined to prove himself, prepared for the battle ahead. The fight began with Gasper defending against Asia's relentless attacks. He recalled the rigorous training he had undergone, which had prepared him for this moment. Asia, confident in her strength, unleashed a powerful energy attack, but Gasper had a secret weapon. Activating his balance breaker, Gasper transformed, channeling the power of darkness. As Asia's attack approached, he absorbed it effortlessly, leaving her stunned. With a sinister smile, Gasper approached Asia, who attempted to invoke her healing powers, but it was too late. In a swift motion, Gasper shattered Asia's armor, leaving her vulnerable and defenseless. The battle had taken a dramatic turn, showcasing the growth and determination of both fighters. Almenahilde began to attack from a distance, using the destructive force in the form of lightning gained from drinking Rias Gremory's blood. Motohama easily dodged her attacks. He noted that while drinking someone's blood granted one their abilities, it was impossible to match them. Without responding, Almenahilde took out a second vial of blood and drank it. Suddenly, she began to harness senjutsu energy. Motohama remarked that she had consumed Yasaka's blood, which he believed would make his victory even sweeter. Almenahilde, however, was not deterred and launched senjutsu orbs at him. Motohama wielded rock, unleashing horrendous screeches that shattered the senjutsu orbs mid-flight, causing them to injure the vampire. In pain, Almenahilde vowed to retaliate. She prepared another senjutsu attack but found Motohama had vanished. Searching frantically, she was caught off guard when he appeared above her, taunting her as he flew with his red dragon wings. Enraged, Almenahilde commanded Rock to attack, and Motohama swung his gladius, sending sound waves directly at her. The vampire cried out in pain as the sound waves struck her, leaving her severely injured. Seeing her on the ground, Motohama was ready to finish the duel, but Almenahilde had a surprise attack prepared. She unleashed the power of destruction to repel him, revealing she still had energy left. Motohama acknowledged her resilience, while Almenahilde produced her last vial of blood and drank it. After consuming the final drop, she radiated a dragon-like aura and launched a blue fireball attack reminiscent of Tiamat. Motohama attempted to repel the attack as he had before, but the flames were too powerful, and he was forced to endure the impact. In the stands, Kasumi watched in horror as the energy ball hurtled toward her boyfriend, Koga. Desperate to save him, she was held back by Tsubaki, Kiryu, and Lady Phoenix, who tried to calm her. Despite her protests, it seemed too late, and the atmosphere was tense as they awaited the outcome. Then, a loud explosion filled the arena, leaving a cloud of dust and smoke. Grafia strained to see Koga's condition, while Almenahilde's maniacal laughter echoed around them. Kasumi wept inconsolably, comforted by Rika and Lu Fei, while the Hyudo family and the Citri, Gremory, and Phoenix clans hung their heads in despair. Suddenly, Valet and Lavinia shouted in surprise, drawing everyone's attention to the screen where a violet glow emerged. A massive bird-like silhouette was seen protecting Motohama with its wings. Arthur expressed disbelief, while Blair remarked on the creature's monstrous appearance. In the VIP area, Azizel smiled, noting Rock's attachment to its bearer, while Amaterasu fanned herself in astonishment. Back in the arena, Motohama realized he was shielded by a violet aura. He looked up to see the silhouette with dazzling yellow eyes watching him closely. Rock confirmed its protection with a nod, embracing Motohama in a protective manner. As they synchronized their powers, Motohama shouted his transformation. With a powerful declaration, he activated his balance breaker. Suddenly, he donned a black armor adorned with golden details, his dragon wings transforming into violet bird wings. In his right hand he wielded a Templar sword with a dark silver blade and a golden hilt. He marveled at his new weapon, realizing it had been hidden beneath the appearance of a heavy gladius. Ermenegilde, shocked, accused him of luck as she began to gather energy from the 3 individuals whose blood she had consumed, preparing another combined energy attack. Motohama, determined, declared he would not allow it. In a flash he tackled the vampire. Feeling the impact, she attempted to escape by flying with her bat-like wings, but Motohama reached her at sonic speed. As Ermenegilde expressed her disbelief, Motohama swung his Templar sword, slicing through her left wing. She screamed in pain, and before she could fall he swiftly severed her other wing, leaving her in shock and agony. "Cursed monster," Ermenegilde cried, tears streaming down her face as she covered her newly severed wings, blood trickling from them. "It was time to end this," Motohama declared, watching as Ermenegilde fell to the ground. He took to the air, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a thunderous screech that echoed like a powerful roar. The sound was so intense that Ermenegilde was slammed to the ground, unable to move, and she felt a sharp pain as her ears began to bleed. "Please make it stop," she cried out in desperation, her tears flowing as the sonic attack overwhelmed her senses. "At your command," Motohama shouted, and in less than a second he dove down with his Templar sword. With a swift motion he drove the sword into Ermenegilde's abdomen. She was taken aback by the sudden attack, staring into the cold gaze of the winged knight. "I'm sorry, but your journey ends here," Motohama said as Ermenegilde began to dissolve into particles of light. "The last piece of Rias Gremory has been eliminated," Grafia announced triumphantly. The arena erupted with excitement at the triumphant return of Hyudo. The Citri clan jumped for joy, while Valle, Arthur, and Biko stood up to applaud Motohama's performance. Among them, Kasumi was the most ecstatic, tears of happiness streaming down her face as she blushed with pride. "I think I've fallen even more in love with my Koga-chan," she thought, overwhelmed with joy at seeing her boyfriend safe and still in the game. Gasper was Raphael. He declared his intentions as he grabbed Asia by her school blouse, revealing his fangs and preparing to bite her neck. Asia felt a surge of horror as Gasper drained her of the twin light healing ability, leaving her with just enough energy to survive. Gasper told her that he would spare her life, but as Asia cried in pain, he used his newly acquired ability to heal her, restoring her to her former self. However, he swiftly knocked her out with a blow to the back of her neck, eliminating her from the raiding game. Grafia was taken aback, announcing that a piece of Rias Gremory's team had been eliminated. In the stands, Kiryu watched her boyfriend's actions with a mix of admiration and love, shouting her affection for Gasper. Gasper deactivated his balance breaker and rushed to the 3rd floor, where his team awaited him to continue their journey to confront Rias Gremory. Meanwhile, Issei and his companions arrived on the 3rd floor, where darkness reigned and not a hint of fire could be seen. The sound of heels clicking on the wooden floor echoed ominously. A cold female voice remarked on the defeat of her companions, contemplating whether her next meal would be the blood of a pigeon, a delicious crow, the former Mao, or perhaps her 2 favorite species, a fresh human or a red dragon. Issei, filled with disdain, warned Ermenegilde that he would decapitate her before she could harm anyone. Ermenegilde appeared in her usual Gothic attire, her cold eyes fixating on Issei's group, particularly on Kaori Katase and Saika Murayama, as she craved their blood. She greeted Issei with a smile, feigning warmth despite their past encounters. Issei, however, reminded her of the rudeness she had earned when he witnessed her with her lover. Ermenegilde's demeanor shifted from arrogance to sorrow as Issei expressed his gratitude for discovering who his true allies were, those who would never abandon him. As Ermenegilde grew furious, she drank from a bottle of blood, emanating a crimson aura reminiscent of her king. Gasper noted the scent of dragon and Yukai blood, realizing that Tiamat and Yasaka had contributed to her power. Motohama stepped forward, eager to confront the vampire from the Karlstein clan, stating that her words only fueled his anger. Issei agreed to let him face her, and the group prepared to move on to the 4th floor. Ermenegilde liked her lips, relishing the thought of savoring Motohama's flesh and blood. He retorted that she would find herself impaled before she could try. The battle was set, Koga Motohama vs. Elmenahilde Karlstein. Back in the arena, Motohama deactivated his balance breaker and ran to join his team for the upcoming confrontation. Meanwhile, on the fifth and final floor, Rias was furious upon learning that Elmenahilde had been defeated. She unleashed destructive energy around her, cursing the incompetence of her team. Tiamat reminded Rias that the fourth floor still posed a threat, as the three guardians there appeared hostile. Rias instructed Tiamat to ensure their obedience, revealing her use of a forbidden necromancy spell to control Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss, leaving them in a state close to death to carry out her orders. Kanemitsu, also known as Yasaka, approached Rias, reminding her of their agreement not to harm her daughter. Rias, losing her temper, declared that Kunu would be her prey, leaving Kanemitsu with a look of disgust. Returning with the Hyudo crew. The fourth floor was as dark as the third. The members of the crew remained alert until they suddenly heard the footsteps of three individuals, accompanied by their labored breathing as if they were struggling for air. Issei warned everyone to be cautious, drawing Ascalon while his team prepared their balance breakers and weapons to defend against the impending threat. However, they were taken aback when they recognized the three figures they least wanted to confront. Issei called out to Akino, who appeared to be walking in a daze, her expression vacant and lifeless, her complexion pale as if drained of vitality. Gasper noticed Kaneko approaching in a similar state, while Yudokiba was horrified to see Rosweiss in a condition reminiscent of Akino and Kaneko. Kunu and Penemu used their magical tracking abilities on their three opponents and discovered something that horrified everyone. Kunu was on the verge of tears as she exclaimed that it was impossible. Seraphal, terrified, asked what was happening. Penemu revealed that it was one of the most impure techniques in the history of magic, a necromancy technique known as the corpse puppet. Kunu pointed out that the source of the magic affecting the three girls was the collars they wore, which emitted a dark green aura surrounding them. In the VIP room, Barakiel cried out in despair, tears streaming down his face as he was held back by Ganesha, Tsukoyami, R.A., and Azazel, lamenting that his daughter had been harmed. Surzex, filled with rage, confronted Rias, stating that she had crossed a line and would face judgment for her actions. Odin expressed his sorrow for Rosweiss, while Michael, Raphtalia, and Amaterasu could only offer him comfort in solidarity. In the preferred seats, Gondel cried out in anguish as she watched her granddaughter fall victim to a necromancy technique. The Hyudo family and the Citri lords consoled her, while the Gremory lords, Ophis, Vale, Saji, and Sona were furious at Rias Gremory's actions. In the Citri hospital, Kuroka was watching the rating game in her room when she saw her sister being subjected to a necromancy spell. She screamed in despair, crying out for her sister, while the demon nurses could only watch helplessly, feeling hatred and revulsion toward Rias Gremory. Returning to the arena, Issei and his companions saw three victims, three innocent martyrs caught in the whims of a capricious girl willing to commit illicit acts to achieve her goals. The Hyudo crew felt a deep sense of hatred, disgust, and anger toward Rias Gremory, with Gabriel feeling a profound sorrow. Issei vowed that they would never forgive Rias for this. To be continued, the Hyudo group began to crumble in sorrow as they realized that Akino Himejima, Kaneko Tuju, and Rosweiss had been harmed by their queen, Rias Gremory, in her pursuit of Issei. Drake shouted that the three girls were not dead, materializing his gauntlet. Issei, resigned, questioned Drake's claim. Katase and Murayama's katanas also materialized. Fujin confirmed that the three were in agony but still alive, and they could hear their labored breathing. Annabelle noted that their heartbeats were slowing down, and Raijin warned that they had only 30 minutes left to live and needed to remove the collars containing the necromancy spell. Issei, following Raijin's advice, created a communication circle to contact someone specific. In the preferred seats, Andrew Citri asked who was speaking. Issei introduced himself and quickly explained that the Gremory girls were alive but in critical condition. He requested that they be transported to the Citri hospital for emergency care. Hearing that Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss were still alive brought Andrew relief, but he understood the gravity of the situation. He agreed to prepare the hospital for their arrival and wished Issei luck in defeating Rias Gremory. Hemlock Citri questioned why Andrew was leaving. He explained that their son-in-law would save the three girls and that he would support him. Sona, trying to process her father's words, asked if they were dead. Andrew reassured her that Issei had just informed him they were alive and that he and his team would do everything possible to save them. He smiled at Sona, who could hardly contain her joy at the news. The Hyudo family and friends were filled with hope, especially Gondel, who regained her faith that Rosweiss could be saved. Issei was entrusted with Gondel's granddaughter's safety. In the VIP room, Surzex relayed the information from the Citri patriarch to Barakiel, who regained hope that Aquino would survive. He urged the Hyudo crew to save his daughter. In the Citri hospital, the hospital was bustling as doctors and nurses prepared for 3 patients in critical condition, as ordered by Lord Citri. Kuroka realized that the patients were from the ongoing raiding game and concluded that her sister was alive. She anxiously entrusted Chiron to Issei. Back to the arena. Issei was already planning the strategy to free the 3 rebellious Gremory members. He spoke seriously, outlining their roles. Gasper and Annabelle were to be ready with medical magic, while Kunu was to have her healing senjutsu prepared for when they needed it. The 3 nodded in agreement. Kiba, Motohama, and Matsuda would take care of Kaneko, while Gabriel, Penemu, and Serafal would handle Rosweiss. Saika and Kaori would stay with Issei to confront Aquino. Issei reminded them that the goal was to remove the collars and minimize injuries as much as possible. The group responded with a loud affirmation. Fight no. Hyudo Squad vs Aquino, Hymenma, Kaneko Taju, and Rosweiss, Corpse Puppets. The battles occur simultaneously. Kiba, Motohama, and Matsuda vs Kaneko Taju. The albino Nikomata charged like a bullet, attacking Motohama with a powerful strike, but he managed to block her attack. He winced at the force of Kaneko's blow. Next, she turned to Kiba, who also struggled to fend off her series of punches and kicks. Despite his efforts, he found it challenging to keep pace with the Nikomata. Kiba felt a heavy weight in his heart as he faced her. Finally, Kaneko targeted Matsuda, who managed to halt her advance. As the only hand-to-hand fighter, he engaged Kaneko in a fierce exchange of blows and kicks for 5 critical minutes, with Kiba and Motohama watching intently. Matsuda eventually managed to subdue Kaneko with an Aikido hold, immobilizing her right arm by placing his knee on her shoulder. In response, she attempted to break free by launching a senjutsu blast at Matsuda, but Motohama quickly disabled her other arm. Kaneko struggled against the 2 Hyudo pawns, expressing her frustration with a loud roar. Motohama urged her to calm down, while Matsuda shouted for Kiba to act quickly. Matsuda lifted the chain of Kaneko's collar, but suddenly, the collar delivered an electric shock. Kiba expressed concern for Matsuda, who reassured him not to worry and urged him to proceed. Issei's pawn had prepared his best sacred demonic sword. Kiba shouted that they would free Kaneko and launched an attack on the collar chain. With a crash, Kiba shattered Kaneko's collar, causing her to stop moving. A dark green aura in the shape of a skull began to emerge from her, and her skin started to regain its natural color. Motohama, sensing Kaneko's pulse, panicked and called for Kunu to act quickly, prompting the little Yukai to channel senjutsu energy to Kaneko. Gabriel, Penemu, and Serafal vs Rosweiss. The puppet Rosweiss began firing beams of light towards Penemu, who skillfully dodged the attacks. However, the puppet started to duplicate the beams, forcing Gabriel and Serafal to evade as well. Serafal expressed frustration at their inability to approach Rosweiss. Gabriel suggested they find a way to get closer. Penemu, having landed, noticed that Rosweiss remained in the same spot from which she attacked. An idea struck her, and she called for Serafal to freeze Rosweiss' legs. Serafal hesitated, concerned about harming Ross, but Penemu insisted that it was necessary to prevent losing Rosweiss forever. Reluctantly, Serafal cast a powerful blizzard towards Rosweiss. The puppet took a defensive stance, but once the blizzard subsided, her legs were frozen. As Rosweiss struggled to free herself, it was futile. Penemu seized the moment, unleashing dark magic that ensnared the ex-Valkyrie's arms and placed a shackle around her neck. Penemu rushed towards the chained ex-Valkyrie, grabbing the chain of her collar. Just like Matsuda, she received an electric shock. Penemu cried out for Gabriel to destroy the collar. Gabriel summoned a lance filled with sacred magic and swiftly flew in for a decisive strike. With a clang, Gabriel shattered Rosweiss's collar, releasing the necromancy magic contained within. A dark green aura in the shape of a skull emerged from the ex-Valkyrie, leaving her completely. Seraphal, seeing that the necromancy magic had departed, used her own magic to thaw Rosweiss's legs. Penemu carefully positioned her on her back and checked for a pulse, just as Motohama did. Penemu urgently called for Gasper to use the stolen twin light healing on Rosweiss. Gasper responded with determination and began to channel Asia's recently acquired ability to heal Rosweiss. Issei, Saika Murayama, and Kaori Katase faced Akino Himejima. Akino quickly entered her fallen angel mode, launching bolts of lightning toward her opponents. However, Saika, using Fujin, countered Akino's thunderous abilities with wind, while Kaori absorbed the attacks with Raijin. Akino's puppet formed a sword of sacred energy and charged at Issei, who defended himself with Ascalon. Issei called out to Akino, urging her to react. A single tear fell from Akino's empty eyes as she struggled to speak his name while continuing her assault, kicking him away. Murayama and Katase rushed to Issei's side, calling out to him. Issei, serious, instructed the two girls to follow his lead, explaining they had only one chance to free Akino from the spell. They agreed, ready to fight. Issei commanded Kaori to paralyze Akino, and she responded with determination. As Kaori charged forward, her amber katana crackled with electricity, heading straight for Akino, who awaited her with a blade of sacred light. When their swords clashed, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Kaori felt a cut on her kimono and a trickle of blood on her shoulder, but she remained unfazed. Akino, however, was struck by an electric shock and fell to her knees, attempting to unleash another lightning attack. Issei shouted for Saika to neutralize Akino's electric strikes with Fujin. Saika complied, while Kaori returned to Akino, gripping the chain of her collar. Despite receiving an electric shock, Kaori pressed on. Issei prepared Ascalon, moving with incredible speed. The chain of Akino's collar shattered, and a dark green aura shaped like a skull was expelled from her body. Issei called for Annabelle to begin healing Akino. Annabelle rushed to her side, desperate for her to awaken. Gasper pleaded for Rosweiss to respond, while Kunu cried out for Kaneko. Time was running out, and none of the three girls reacted to the healing magic. Gabriel and Penemu wept in frustration, joined by Kaori, Saika, and Seraphal. Kiba, Motohama, and Matsuda lowered their heads in sorrow. Issei lamented deeply, crying inconsolably as he held Akino's head, expressing his forgiveness to her and the others. Suddenly, the boosted gear began to glow, and Drake spoke to Issei, revealing that his desire to bring his friends back to life had awakened a power within him. This power, called Dragon Ultimate Wish, required him to sacrifice a year of his own life energy to save each of them. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Issei placed his gauntlet over Akino's heart, thanking Annabelle for her efforts. He activated the ancient draconian magic, channeling his energy into Akino. She began to glow, surrounded by his red aura, and soon her heart started to beat again. Akino gasped, taking in her surroundings and recognizing her friends. She asked where she was, and Issei embraced her, overwhelmed with joy. Akino, weak but relieved, tried to apologize, but Issei silenced her with a gentle finger to her lips, promising to talk later. He then focused on saving Kaneko and Rosweiss. Issei repeated the process for Rosweiss and Kaneko. Soon, both of their hearts stabilized. Rosweiss was the first to awaken, confused but happy to see her friends. They embraced her, tears of joy flowing. Finally, Kaneko opened her eyes, questioning her state. She was greeted by the smiles of her friends, and Kunu rushed to hug her. Issei, tears of happiness in his eyes, welcomed her back, and Kaneko, also in tears, acknowledged him. The group embraced, relieved to have their friends back. The Hyudo entourage was reaching the top floor of the burning palace, where they found Rias Gremory waiting for them alongside Tiamat and Yasaka. Rias, playfully biting her index finger, expressed her anticipation for the confrontation, stating that she could not wait for it to end. She congratulated them for defeating most of her beloved entourage but added that the Real challenge was just beginning. Issei responded with a look of disdain. Rias continued, suggesting that Issei surrender to make it easier for his entourage to retreat with honor. The Hyudo entourage fell silent in response, showing their contempt for her. Yasaka stepped forward to confront Issei's group, declaring her intention to face the Hyudo clan's bishop, Kunu, the former princess of the Yukai faction. Kunu stepped forward, signaling her acceptance of the duel proposed by her mother. Issei observed Kunu's determination and agreed to her request. He insisted that everyone allow Kunu to fight alone, as this was something she needed to resolve personally. Rias, Tiamat, and the Hyudo entourage moved away from the combat zone to witness the confrontation between mother and daughter. Yasaka, with tears streaming down her face behind her fox mask, lamented how Kunu had hurt her by abandoning her to join the Grigori. She vowed that this time she would defeat Kunu, Issei, and that they would be a happy family, even if it meant by force. Kunu, with a fierce look, declared that she had only one thing to say: it was time to fight. The battle commenced between Yasaka and Kunu. The two kitsunes began exchanging blows, with Yasaka using water senjutsu to create kunais, while Kunu utilized natural senjutsu. The younger kitsune was holding her own against her mother. Yasaka growled in frustration, questioning how Kunu had improved so much. Kunu explained that her desire to become strong and protect her family and friends from Rias Gremory motivated her to give her best. She refused to let Yasaka separate her from Aika and Goru. Yasaka, confused and furious, insisted that Kunu had no family other than her, emphasizing that she was the only mother Kunu had. In her anger, Yasaka launched an attack at Kunu, who defended herself with a fire senjutsu shield. Kunu shouted that Yasaka was not her mother but a servant of Rias Gremory, the one who had taken and harmed her mother on that fateful day. In that moment, Kunu struck Yasaka, shattering her fox mask into countless pieces and knocking the older kitsune to the ground. As Yasaka fell, she quickly regained her footing, growling fiercely. Her eyes turned red, and her pupils became thin as a dark aura began to emanate from her. Yasaka was succumbing to her rage, declaring that Kunu was a cursed brat. Yasaka screamed in fury, invoking black flames that surrounded her, intensifying and radiating a terrifying aura. Annabelle shouted a warning, alerting everyone to Yasaka's transformation. The kitsune was changing into a colossal fox with black fur and red-tipped ears and tails. "Even if I have to do it myself, you will return with me, Kunu," Yasaka declared, her voice filled with determination. Kunu remained calm and summoned white flames that enveloped her. Issei expressed his surprise at Kunu's transformation, noting the increasing intensity of her flames and the powerful aura she emanated. "I will not allow you to separate me from my family," Kunu shouted, revealing her own transformation into a yellow-furred fox with black-tipped ears and tails. The two colossal foxes, each towering 7 meters high, glared at each other, baring their teeth. Without warning, they charged at one another, colliding with tremendous force. Yasaka began to overpower Kunu, biting at her neck, causing her to cry out in pain. "You will regret turning your back on me, you spoiled brat," Yasaka exclaimed with fervor. Kunu retaliated with a fierce swipe to Yasaka's face. Both kitsunes engaged in a fierce battle that shook the palace and drew the attention of their respective followers. Issei and his friends watched in anguish, unable to bear the sight of the mother and daughter locked in such an intense struggle, while Rias and Tiamat observed with smiles, enjoying the spectacle. In a moment of distraction, Yasaka managed to throw Kunu against a wall, her 9 tails igniting with black flames as she unleashed her aura. "Say goodbye, Kunu," Yasaka shouted, merging the flames into a massive black fireball, 12 meters in diameter, and launching it toward her daughter. "Kunu!" Hyudo's followers cried out in horror. In her kitsune form, Kunu struggled to rise, watching helplessly as the black fire approached. Accepting her fate, she closed her eyes, ready to face the attack with honor. I'm sorry, Issei, everyone. I've let you down, Kunu thought, tears streaming down her face as memories of her time with her friends and family flooded her mind. She cherished them all, not wanting to lose them in this way. No, I can't lose them, Kunu thought desperately. But the black fireball struck its target. Boom. Kunu! Hayudo's followers cried out in horror. In the stands, Aika Hayudo screamed in despair, tears flowing as she was comforted by her husband, Zeoticus, and Venelana Gremry. Sona, Yura, Kasumi, Rika, and Kiryu wept for the little kitsune. In the VIP area, the leaders and invited gods stood in shock, witnessing Yasaka's apparent victory over her daughter. Raphtalia trembled in horror, fearing the worst. A heavy silence fell over the arena. Back in the arena, the area where Kunu had been was engulfed in black flames, with no trace of her remaining. Well done, Yasaka, Rias said with a smile. One less threat. But Issei stepped forward, filled with rage. Yasaka, why? Why did you attack your own daughter? He demanded, his eyes narrowing. The black kitsune remained silent, staring at the spot where Kunu had been, preparing to confront Issei when suddenly a bright light illuminated the area. White flames began to emerge, extinguishing the black fire, and from the flames appeared the silhouette of a fox, staring directly at Yasaka. No, this can't be. I should have defeated you with my attack. Yasaka shouted in disbelief. As the white flames subsided, Kunu emerged in her humanoid form, her hair transformed from blonde to white, and her eyes shifted from honey to a piercing red. Yasaka, it's time to end this, Kunu declared, her hands igniting with white fire as she formed a massive fireball, growing to 15 meters in diameter. Yasaka looked on in terror at her daughter's newfound power. Curse you! Yasaka shouted, gathering black fire into her own enormous. The two kitsunes, one in beast form and the other humanoid, faced each other with cold determination, as if they were not mother and daughter. Die! Yasaka screamed, launching her black fireball. Kunu countered with her white fireball, and the two forces collided with a tremendous impact. Neither was willing to yield, Yasaka struggling to maintain her fireball while Kunu held her ground. Kunu! Yasaka shouted in fury and desperation. Your dream of that family is over. I will kill them all, and you will return with me. No, I will not allow you to harm my family. Kunu shouted, recalling the joyful faces of her loved ones. Neither you, nor Tiamat, nor Rias Gremry, will harm anyone. With the memories of her loved ones fueling her resolve, Kunu found the strength to push back against Yasaka's attack. The white fireball began to absorb the black one, propelling it back toward the black kitsune. Yasaka, taken aback by her daughter's determination, could only watch in astonishment as Kunu unleashed her true power. Hija, thank you for opening my eyes. I am so proud of you. Now I realize my mistake, the great mistake I made. I still remember when you told me you wanted to be like me. Now I am the one who wants to be strong and determined like you, daughter. How the roles have reversed, Yasaka thought as kaboom. The sand fell silent once again, and in the explosion zone lay Yasaka, severely injured, her ninja suit torn, revealing her form marred by burns and injuries from the fierce battle. Kunu could no longer bear it. Mother, cried the young Yukai, tears streaming down her face as she cradled her mother's head in her arms. Daughter, Yasaka said weakly, I am so grateful. Mother, don't talk. Kunu urged, I know what that wretched girl did to you. She pointed at Rias, who merely smiled proudly. All I can say is that despite almost defeating me in this duel, you made two grave mistakes and threatened to destroy my family and team. Sniff. I forgive you, mother. Kunu shouted, crying into Yasaka's chest. The former leader began to shed tears, and after a long time, she smiled again. Despite losing the encounter, she gained her daughter's forgiveness, and that was enough for her. Forgive me for all the pain I caused you, Yasaka said, embracing her while crying. Kunu continued to weep inconsolably, knowing she had to hurt her own mother to stop her, leaving her in such a terrible state. Mother, forgive me, sniff, forgive me for hurting you emotionally. Kunu cried. Forgive me for injuring you, sniff. I am proud of you, daughter, Yasaka said as she began to dissolve into particles of light in the sand. Please win this rating game and support Issei. I love you, Yasaka said before disappearing completely. Mother! Kunu screamed, crying uncontrollably as she clung to the last particles of light from Yasaka. A pawn of Rias Gremory has been defeated, Grafia announced. In the VIP seats, Issei's family and friends did not celebrate the victory, as it tasted very bitter. Aika Haido, Hemlock Citri, Venelana Gremory, Kaina Phoenix, and Blair Bale wept for the emotional moment Kunu had experienced in forgiving her mother. I am proud of you, Kunu-chan, Aika Hayudo said, smiling through her tears. Back in the arena, Issei and his group approached Kunu. She stood up, her gaze fixed on Issei, conveying her determination to help him defeat Rias Gremory in honor of Yasaka and the other 4 girls harmed by the redhead. Rias Gremory! Kunu shouted. In the name of my mother and those you have harmed, we will defeat you. To be continued, the Hayudo group watched with a hint of sadness as Yasaka was eliminated by Kunu. She had issued an ultimatum to the redhead and the dragon, but the 2 Rias and her pawn laughed. The Hayudo group began to grow furious. Oh, foolish girl, Rias said, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. Now you've made me laugh. At least you're more useful than your useless mother. At that comment, Kunu started to boil with anger. Take back what you said about Yasaka-san. Matsuda shouted. Wow, if it isn't one of the perverts from the academy, Rias said, now focusing her gaze on the former bald boy. I'll have so much fun that when I defeat you, you'll have to say goodbye to your girlfriend, and the best part is I'll turn her into a plaything for Tiamat, the redhead said, laughing in a disturbingly joyful manner. Matsuda also began to seethe. Don't insult my friend or his girlfriend. That woman is far better than you. Motohama yelled. Be quiet, pervert, Rias replied with disdain. Seriously, your girlfriend must be blind or out of her mind to be interested in someone as mediocre as you. Tiamat will have a great time with Kasumi when she defeats you, the redhead said, her smile never fading. Motohama clenched his fists, glaring at Rias. Don't get too cocky, Gremory. Gasper and Kiba shouted. Well, if it isn't the Demed traitors, Rias said, feigning joy. I'm so excited to see you again that my excitement will only grow when I execute you for defying your master. I'll delight in seeing Tsubaki and Kiryu's faces when they witness your dismembered bodies and weep for you, Rias said, her SDSM evident in her twisted grin. Gasper and Kiba, imagining that scene and the sorrowful faces of their loved ones, began to grit their teeth, a thirst for battle igniting within them. You talk so much only because Tiamat protects you. You're just a coward, Penemu and Gabriel said angrily. The spoiled girl is nothing without her blue lizard, Seraphal and Annabelle mocked the redhead. Saika and Katase could only laugh at the offensive comments directed at Rias Gremory, who was beginning to seethe with rage. At that moment, Tiamat stepped in to defend Rias. My queen, the Dragon Queen said, there's something you should know. What is it? Tiamat asked, glaring at her. These girls bear the mark of the Sekiryurai, Tiamat said, and Rias, knowing what it meant to be marked by a dragon, began to radiate an aura of fury. You have stolen my Issei's virginity. Rias screamed, enraged. His virginity was mine by right. The Hayudo girls could only smile proudly. But know the consequences when the marked female abandons or, in this case, is unfaithful to the dragon, Tiamat continued. The mark carries a curse that turns the offending females into undesirable beings throughout the world, and slowly, the dragon's aura will kill them painfully, Tiamat concluded with a wicked smile. So now you know what we must do, my king. Upon hearing Tiamat's information, Rias smiled in a psychopathic manner and began to laugh in a disturbingly joyful way. Issei, hearing the same information from the dragon, felt a wave of concern for his harem. That's right, Tiamat. Issei! Rias shouted, looking at the brown-haired boy. Your friends, your girlfriends and fiancés, I will kill them, she proclaimed triumphantly. And you, she pointed at the Hayudo girls, when I win this rating game, I'll make you come to the occult club and you'll see how my girls and I have the best sessions with my Issei. In the stands, Ophis listened to the declaration made by the red-haired Gremory. She rose from her seat and stated that the girl had dug her own grave, glancing at the redhead with a hint of pity. Zeoticus, concerned for his daughter, asked what Ophis meant. Ophis explained that what Tiamat had forgotten to tell her daughter was that dragons are very protective and territorial about their possessions and loved ones. Thus, the girl had committed a serious offense against Issei, and he was not the only one offended. Venelana, still struggling to understand, inquired how Issei could be the only one offended. Ophis clarified that Issei's entourage was 50% dragon, meaning they had also involved the females of Motohama, Matsuda, Kiba, and Gasper. She noted that Sona and Yura, marked by Issei, were beginning to exude a dangerous aura due to the redhead's words. The females, having their feelings intensified by their dragon heritage, felt a surge of anger towards the red-haired girl. Ophis remarked that females are more dangerous when it comes to protecting their males. Sikvera Agars, growing pale, asked Ophis what this meant. Ophis replied that the Gremory clan would need to find another heir, as Rias Gremory and Tiamat had signed their own death sentence. They would have to contend with a furious entourage of dragons. Back in the arena, the Hyudo entourage fell silent upon hearing Rias Gremory's ultimatum, their heads bowed. Tiamat questioned what was wrong with them, teasing that they were so impressed by her king's words that they were left speechless in fear. Her laughter ceased abruptly as she sensed a powerful pressure, and Rias also paled at the overwhelming force. The Hyudo entourage began to emanate a reddish aura resembling fire, trembling in the sand as they lifted their faces to reveal their crimson eyes filled with hatred and rage directed at the king and pawn Gremory. Issei, with a voice that echoed with fury, took a fighting stance, calling out for Rias and Tiamat. Gasper, Motohama, and Matsuda activated their respective balance breakers, while Kiba drew forth his most powerful sacred demonic sword. Gabriel and Penemu readied their sacred lance and sword, respectively, as Kaori and Saika materialized their katanas. Kunu and Seraphal ominously prepared magic in their hands, and Annabelle summoned her grateful sin, wielding her double scythe dangerously. Fueled by hatred and anger, Issei declared that they would regret crossing his girls and family. As he entered his balance breaker, Drake shouted the name of his armor, revealing the Security's armor enveloping Issei. Tiamat smiled wickedly, exclaiming that this was what she had been waiting for. She began to transform, engulfed in a torrent of blue flames, revealing a colossal sapphire dragon. She vowed to ensure that Drake would die once and for all. The final battle commenced, Rias Gremory and Tiamat versus the Hyudo entourage. The Hyudo entourage charged forward, with Motohama and Kiba leading the way, swords drawn. Tiamat countered with a powerful blast of flames, but Kunu and Seraphal quickly conjured a shield spell made of water and ice to protect the swordsmen. Their defense was successful, extinguishing Tiamat's flames, allowing Kiba and Motohama to strike their swords into the Dragon Queen. Tiamat roared in frustration, taking to the skies and destroying the temple's ceiling as she prepared to unleash a torrent of fire. However, she was halted when Gasper used his sacred gear to freeze her in time. Matsuda and the transformed albino kitsune, Kunu, leaped into action, confronting Tiamat with their dragon wings. Matsuda angrily declared that she would return to the ground, delivering a powerful blow with Raksha Oblivion that sent Tiamat crashing down, shattering the temple floor. Kunu followed up with a fierce attack, launching a ball of white fire that struck Tiamat, sending her down another level of the temple. Next, it was Motohama's turn to attack. He inhaled deeply and unleashed one of his most powerful sonic screeches, causing Tiamat to writhe in pain. Enraged, she retaliated with another blue fireball, but Seraphal was right behind Motohama, her fury palpable. She summoned a large magical circle in the sky, unleashing a barrage of ice meteors toward Tiamat. The Hyudo members quickly evacuated the fiery area. The meteors crashed down with tremendous force, and when the dust settled, Tiamat was visibly injured, glaring at her opponents with a thirst for vengeance. Struggling to rise, she noticed a magical seal on the ground, marked with the emblem of a dragon's head pierced by a sword. It was an anti-dragon magic trap. Gabriel, the creator of the seal, proclaimed that it was designed to ensnare dragons. Penemu added that Tiamat had practically fallen into a trap. Rias, witnessing her ally's predicament, cried out to leave her dragon alone. She launched a sphere of destructive force toward Gabriel, but Annabelle intervened, absorbing the attack with her scythe and declaring that she wouldn't allow harm to come to her partner's women. She charged at Rias, landing a powerful kick that sent her crashing to the ground, injured from the impact. With the energy of destruction she had just absorbed, Annabelle managed to deliver a devastating cut to Tiamat's wings, causing them to be severely damaged. Tiamat roared in pain. Issei, accompanied by his knights Saika and Kaori, declared it was time to put an end to the fifth-rate dragon. Tiamat looked at the Security and his knights, laughing at the thought of being defeated by humans. Don't tell me those humans will finish me off. Drake, seriously, after so much time locked away, have they hurt you? Tiamat mocked, her laughter echoing. The red dragon warned her that if he were in her position, he wouldn't be laughing. His thoughts revealed that his bearer's knights were eager for this moment. Tiamat shouted defiantly that she would not be defeated by mere humans, proclaiming herself the Dragon Queen. The Hyudo knights could no longer tolerate Tiamat's taunts. Fueled by anger and a desire for revenge for what the Gremmery had done to Issei, they began to gather their energy. Their katanas glowed, and the atmosphere shifted as thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, with the wind whipping violently around them. Rias watched in disbelief as Murayama and Katase unleashed their powers. Kaori Katase called upon the raging thunder god, donning an armor of steel with red details, while Saika Murayama invoked the chaos wind god, clad in green-accented armor and carrying a steel mantle on her back. Having reached their balance breakers, the two girls faced Tiamat, their fury manifesting as the weather grew more tumultuous, with thunder crashing and lightning striking the ruined palace. For the first time, Tiamat felt fear. Murayama took a combat stance, using her mantle to create a fierce whirlwind that violently hurled Tiamat away. She unleashed the Imperial Hurricane, while Kaori summoned the power of 2 lightning bolts, transforming them into drumsticks to summon the thunder god's might. With a cry of explosive lightning, Kaori directed a red bolt into Saika's hurricane, combining their attacks. Tiamat was caught in the onslaught, electrified and battered. Her roars filled the air as the combined force of their powers caused a massive explosion. As Tiamat fell from the sky, she crashed into the palace courtyard, struggling to comprehend her defeat. She gasped, unable to accept that she, the queen, had been bested. You underestimated my entourage, Tiamat, Issei said, removing his Security helmet. And you underestimated my knights. Drake warned Tiamat that she would now face the consequences of her underestimation. The Dragon Queen uttered her last words before losing consciousness, her form dissipating into particles of light. Grafia announced that the last pawn of Rias Gremmery had been eliminated. The arena erupted in excitement as they witnessed Tiamat's defeat, a testament to the teamwork of the Hyudo entourage. Back in the arena, Rias Gremmery felt helpless as she realized her greatest ally had fallen. Surrounded by the Hyudo entourage, she struggled to find her voice, gripped by fear and desperation for the first time in her life. Issei, filled with anger, approached Rias and seized her by the collar of her school uniform. The others rallied around him, ready to deliver their retribution. With a fierce shout, Matsuda struck Rias in the chest, breaking several ribs. Motohama followed with a blow to her abdomen, and Gasper landed a kick to her back. Kiba inflicted a cut on her chest, while Gabriel and Penemu delivered sacred energy strikes. Serafal kicked her in the face, and Kunu struck her back with a hammering blow. Saika and Murayama landed cross punches to her face, and Annabelle delivered a cut with her scythe, expressing their collective pain and anger. After the onslaught, Rias appeared vulnerable and broken, her clothes torn, her body marred by blood, bruises, and cuts. She could only murmur for mercy. Issei approached her, gripping her neck, determined to end this. He declared that he would sever any ties she had to him. As he prepared to unleash his final attack, Draig's voice echoed in his mind, amplifying his power. With a thunderous shout, Issei unleashed the dragon knuckle, striking Rias in the abdomen with such force that she was sent flying from the arena, suffering internal injuries and vomiting blood as she fell, unconscious and fading from view. Grafia declared that Rias Gremory had been defeated, announcing the victory of the Hyudo entourage. To be continued. After the overwhelming victory of the Hyudo clan over the Gremory clan, the arena erupted with cheers. Children shouted excitedly for their heroes, especially for the Sekiryudai, chanting the name that echoed throughout the underworld. In the VIP section, friends of the Hyudo entourage celebrated, clapping and cheering. Vale, Biko, Arthur, and Sikvera were among those applauding, while Sona, Yura, the Hyudo elders, Rika, Kasumi, Kiryu, and Tsubaki jumped and cheered with enthusiasm. In the VIP room, everyone except Surzex, who had stepped out, celebrated Issei's triumph with bottles of golden apple liquor, courtesy of Tannen. Within moments, all the invited gods Azizel, Shemahazai, the two Mao, Michael, Uriel, and Raphtalia succumbed to the effects of the potent drink. Meanwhile, in the Citri hospital, Kuroka smiled at Issei's victory while in another recovery room, Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss cried tears of joy, relieved that Issei and his team had finally taken revenge on the one who had caused them pain for so long. In the infirmary of the Raiding Games arena, the Gremory entourage remained unconscious, with the exception of two individuals. Asia Argento, in disbelief, lay on her cot, unable to comprehend their brutal defeat at the hands of the Hyudo team. She cried out in despair, expressing her shock at the loss of Tiamat and Rias. A calm voice interrupted her thoughts, expressing satisfaction. Asia turned to see Yasaka, who appeared serene and happy. Asia, feeling indignant, questioned Yasaka's attitude, lamenting the loss of Rias and Issei. "Are you listening to me?" The kitsune ignored her and continued to be cheerful. Yasaka expressed her gratitude to Issei and Kunu, reflecting on the recent victory over Tiamat and Rias. Asia, filled with fury, shouted at Yasaka, but her anger was interrupted when the door opened to reveal a familiar red-haired figure. Surzex looked coldly at Asia, causing her to feel a twinge of fear. She quickly turned to Yasaka. Surzex greeted Yasaka, asking about the honor of his visit. He noted that the battle had taken a toll on her. Yasaka acknowledged this, crediting Issei and her daughter Kunu for their support. Memories flooded her mind of Kunu's forgiveness and her tears of regret for the harm caused during the fight. Yasaka lamented that they could have avoided this situation if they had stopped Surzek's sister. Surzex agreed, pointing out that while Rias acted wrongly, many in her entourage failed to stop her plans. He glanced at Asia, who averted her gaze. Surzex praised Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss for fulfilling their duty to correct their king, which only fueled Asia's anger further. Yasaka resignedly stated that as a servant of Surzek's sister, she had no choice but to remain, though she wished to return to Kyoto for a peaceful life. She found solace in knowing her daughter was in good hands, recalling Goru and Aika Hyudo. Surzex appeared satisfied with her words. He then surprised Yasaka by suggesting he could free her from his sister's control. Before she could respond, he began to recite a spell, his hands glowing red as he touched Yasaka's chest and extracted the 3 evil pieces from her. Once completed, Yasaka was astonished and joyful, while Asia could hardly believe what she had witnessed. Surzex explained how he managed to extract the pieces without his sister's consent, revealing an agreement made when Rias received her pieces due to her immaturity. This special permission allowed them to remove pieces from Rias' entourage without sacrificing the servant's life. Yasaka realized this was how they saved Issei from the fall of the dragon. Surzex reassured Yasaka that he owed her this, especially after they had wronged her in the past. He expressed regret for the accusations made against her and welcomed her to the underworld, despite her not being the leader of the Yukai anymore. At that moment, the infirmary door opened, revealing several nurses bringing in 2 unconscious individuals on stretchers. One was Tiamat in her human form, bandaged across her torso, and the other was Rias Gremory, her face covered in healing material and her arms also bandaged. Surzex looked at his sister with pity and sighed, noting that she could have avoided all of this if she had been honest with Issei. He stated that her lack of remorse for her actions would lead to a trial once she was discharged from the hospital. Asia, horrified by Surzek's words, pleaded with him not to do this to Rias, emphasizing their familial bond. Surzex explained that being his sister did not grant her the freedom to act without consequences. He expressed disappointment in Asia and the unconscious Irina, stating that they must adhere to the laws established in the underworld and the peace treaty among factions. He regrettably informed them that, aside from Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss, they would all face judgment. Asia's anger flared as she questioned why those three would be exempt. Surzex explained that Issei had requested their absolution as part of his victory in the raiding game. The realization of Issei's support for the three rebels crushed Asia, leading her to tears over their inevitable fate. Surzex, addressing Yasaka, stated that by the orders of the three Maos, the Demon Council, and the leader of the Yukai, Raphtalia was also absolved of all charges. He left the infirmary, leaving Asia to mourn her situation. Surzex reflected on fulfilling the first part of Issei's requests, tears welling in his eyes at the thought of his sister's future. As he entered the VIP room, he was met with chaos. Ra and Ganesha were laughing uncontrollably, Amaterasu was crying while being comforted by a tearful Raphtalia, and Tsukoyami and Azazel were exchanging insults. Meanwhile, Zeus, Odin, Ajuka, Falbium, Uriel, Barakiel, and Michael lay asleep on the floor, having succumbed to the effects of alcohol. Surzex commented on the liquor, suggesting it should be classified as a weapon of mass neurological destruction. A week later, in the human world, the Hyudo family planned to celebrate their victory alongside Akino, Kaneko, Rosweiss, Kuroka, and Yasaka. The five had just been discharged from the Citri hospital and were accompanied by Barakiel, Gondel, and the company of Zeoticus, Venelana Gremory, Surzex, Graphia, and Milikas to their new residence. They were welcomed by Aika Hyudo, along with Kunu, Annabelle, and Sona. The last two greeted and embraced the five girls as a sign of peace and renewed friendship. Kunu and Yasaka did not hesitate to hug each other again, with Yasaka wanting to meet her adoptive grandparents and thank them for taking care of her daughter. The new visitors made their way to the courtyard where the celebration was taking place under the glow of the sunset and torches. They could see Issei, Matsuda, Motohama, Serorg, Razor, Vale, Saji, and Kiba chatting happily while sipping fruit punch. Gora Hyudo was being assisted by Biko, Yura, Momo Hanakai, Tomo Megumi, Isabella, Burant, and Rhea Kusaka as they prepared grilled meat for the guests. Ruruko, Sona's knight, was pleading with Kiryu to be Gasper's second girlfriend, to which the four-eyed girl agreed, leading Gasper to officially enter a love triangle with Kiryu and Ruruko. A similar situation unfolded with Razor's pawns, N.I. and Lee, asking to be Matsuda's second girlfriends, while Chiri's sought Kasumi's permission to be Motohama's girlfriend. Both human friends agreed, as long as they were acknowledged as the first in their beloved's hearts. Upon hearing this news from their girlfriends, Motohama and Matsuda cried tears of joy. The martial artist exclaimed with tears in his eyes that he finally had his own harem, while Motohama shouted in excitement about his love triangle, both being embraced by their new partners. Gasper was practically showered with affection by Kiryu and Ruruko, receiving a nod of approval from Issei. Tsubaki, along with Razor's entourage, Gabriel, Penemu, Serafal, Kaori, Lefei, Sikvera, Ophis, Lavinia, and Saika, were engaged in conversation with Yubaluna, Razor's queen, who was gently caressing her belly. Tsubaki expressed her excitement, and Yubaluna joyfully confirmed that she and Razor were expecting a baby. The girls cheered at the news, while Razor smiled, acknowledging that the announcement had been made. Kiba congratulated him, and Saji inquired about how far along Yubaluna was, learning that she was just 2 months P.R.T. As the men continued to chat and congratulate Razor, the women remained animated about Yubaluna's P.R.D.Y. Meanwhile, the adults were joyfully discussing the future of their children, sharing anecdotes ranging from the humorous to the embarrassing. The moment arrived when Akino, Kaneko, Rosweiss, Kuroka, and Yasaka reunited with the Hayudo family and their friends. Akino greeted them somewhat shyly, while Rosweiss bowed politely. Kuroka, Yasaka, and Kaneko offered their greetings in unison. Issei approached the 5 newcomers with a serious expression, and everyone watched with anticipation and concern. He welcomed them warmly, assuring them that it was their home now. The 5 girls smiled and quickly joined the festivities. Yasaka engaged in calm conversations with the adults about family matters, while Kuroka devoured food as if she hadn't eaten in ages. Kaneko and Rosweiss gathered with the girls to discuss the care Yubeluna would need before and after giving birth. Akino then asked Issei if they could speak privately. They stepped into the house, followed closely by Yasaka, Kuroka, Rosweiss, and Kaneko. Once seated in the main room, Akino expressed her concern about whether Issei still loved them after their past actions, even though they had been manipulated. Issei sighed, looking sadly at Akino, explaining that to save his life from the fall of the dragon, he had to suppress his feelings for all of them, including the 5 who had been influenced by Rias. He confirmed that he no longer loved them. Akino began to shed tears, and the others followed suit, realizing it was to be expected. However, a voice interjected, revealing Ophis, the dragon girl, who suggested that Akino and the others could rebuild the feelings Issei had lost, starting from scratch. Akino felt a glimmer of hope and was determined to earn back Issei's trust, respect, and love. She introduced herself formally, expressing her desire to get along with him. Kaneko and Rosweiss followed suit, each presenting themselves to Issei with the same intention. Yasaka introduced herself as the former leader of the Yukai faction, expressing her gratitude to Issei for saving her life once again. Kuroka finished the introductions, stating her name and her relationship to Kaneko. Issei smiled and returned their bows, acknowledging the honor was his. He encouraged them to enjoy the festivities together. The 4 girls, along with Yasaka, cheered with smiles they hadn't shown in a long time. During the party, Surzex informed Issei that the 5 former Gremory girls would be staying at his house from that moment on and assured him that he had personally removed the evil pieces from Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss. Issei agreed to the arrangement, and plans were made to remodel the house for the new residents and guests who would be staying the night. The celebration continued late into the night, with all the guests staying over at the residence. In their respective chambers were Matsuda, who fell asleep with Rika, Enai, Enli, Motohama with Kasumi and Chiris, Gasper with Kiryu and Ruruko, and Issei with his harem. Although the girls invited the 5 new residents to sleep with Issei, they preferred to earn their place through effort and returned to their own rooms. Issei felt grateful that his family had grown and that he had released a burden he had carried in his heart for a long time. Forgiving Akino, Kaneko, Rosweiss, Yasaka, and Kuroka greatly lightened his soul and changed his demeanor. Continuing. Creating a new fanfic. It is a crossover of MKDX DBFS. In the next chapter, I will provide details about the upcoming fanfic. Chapter End. Inferno, Palace of the 3 Judges, 11 a.m. We find ourselves in the Supreme Court of the Underworld, where the 3 judges, Iacos, Minos, and Rhadamanthes, were judging Rias Gremory, Asia Argento, Zenobia Corda, Irina Shidu, Elmenahild Karlstein, Ravel Phoenix, and Tiamat. They were shackled with anti-magic cuffs. But how did we arrive at this point? Let us take a step back. Flashback. As we recall, Rias and her entourage had committed several offenses. It had been a month since Issei Hayudo's raiding game against Rias Gremory, during which Rias had fallen into a coma for 2 weeks until she woke up in the hospital. The red-haired girl saw that her entire entourage was conscious but had lost their spark. Even the powerful Tiamat wore a completely vacant expression. The reason? They were detained on multiple charges and were considered criminals awaiting trial. Surzex would no longer judge her. He had left it in the hands of the 3 judges of the underworld, known for being cruel, merciless, and just. Rias could not believe what her entourage was telling her. She wanted to escape the hospital, but she was restrained with anti-magic cuffs on her wrists, and the doors and windows were reinforced with escape-preventing magic. She remained incredulous that her sweet older brother had done this to her. When the day of her medical discharge arrived, What remained of the Gremory entourage was transferred to the palace of the 3 judges of the underworld. End of flashback. The court was in session as the 3 judges regarded the accused with deadly glares. They were well aware of the crimes committed, while the Gremory members glared at the judges with hatred and disdain. Many witnesses were present at the trial, including the patriarchs of Gremory and Phoenix, Surzex, Barakiel, Gondel, Issei, Annabelle, Kiryu, Ophis, Matsuda, Akino, Kaneko, Rosweiss, Kuroka, and Yasaka. Minus asked with sarcasm how the accused considered themselves, anticipating the typical response from criminals who had entered his courtroom. The Gremory members shouted that they were innocent. At such audacity, Minus began to laugh in a crude manner. Ayakos questioned whether they truly did not understand why they were there, looking at the red-haired Gremory with a sickening disdain. The Gremory members fell silent, and Ayakos confirmed his suspicion. Rhadamanthes then pulled out a scroll and began to read. He stated that Rias Gremory, Asia Argento, Zenobia Quarta, Irina Shidu, Ravel Phoenix, Almenahilde Karlstein, and Tiamat were accused of the following serious crimes: the attempted murder of the former Valkyrie Rosweiss, the semi-fallen Akino Himejima, and the Nikomata Kaneko Tuju, along with the use of a severely prohibited necromantic spell by Rias and her entourage against the affected individuals, the murder of several Tengu guardians from the Yukai faction, the release of a captive from a mental sanatorium, the attempted murder by Ravel Phoenix against 2 humans, witnessed by others, and the attempted murder of the Nikomata Kuroka Hellcat by Tiamat in the human world. Essentially, there were charges against the factions of Asgard, Yukai, and the underworld. Rias, infuriated, declared that she did not care and directed her anger toward the former members of her entourage, who regarded her with indifference. She insisted that they had no proof that she was responsible for the near-fatal incidents involving her former members. Minus stopped laughing and approached Rias, grabbing her head. He stated that they did not need material evidence and conjured a helmet made of opal with an emerald at the front, placing it on her head. Rias attempted to shake it off but to no avail. Minus explained that this was the helmet of the Greek goddess of truth, Pallas, Athena, which would reveal her heaviest memories, those that weighed on her conscience, and expose her crimes before the honorable court of the underworld. Rias was horrified at this description. The helmet began to function, immediately transmitting her memories as if it were a cinema. First, it showed the planning of the betrayal against Issei and the mental manipulation of Akino, Kaneko, Kuroka, Yasaka, and Rosweiss. The Gremory entourage began to cry as they remembered Issei's suffering. Second, it revealed the plan to pressure Issei to return, including the order to attack Issei's friends. The memory depicted Ravel's attack on Matsuda and Motohama, leaving them on the brink of death, accompanied by Rias's faint laughter. The third memory displayed the massacre of the Tengu guards upon their arrival in Kyoto, showcasing Asia crushing guards' heads without remorse, Zenobia impaling with Durandal, Irina dismembering with Excalibur Mimic, Almenahilde feasting on the fallen guards, and Ravel incinerating them alongside Tiamat. Rias laughed at the misfortune of a guard who had been cut in half, crushing his skull, while Yasaka's escape was also shown, highlighting her unstable state of mind. Witnessing this memory, some could not suppress their nausea, as the brutality displayed was beyond anything seen even during the Holy Inquisition. The fifth memory revealed Rias's violation of a security seal in one of the forbidden libraries guarded by Ajuka, where she obtained a tome of necromancy, a forbidden magical art that disturbed the eternal rest of the deceased. Upon learning of Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss' rebellion, a dark spell was cast to ensure their complete obedience and eliminate them. Ajuka watched this memory with intense hatred directed at the red-haired girl. Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss clenched their fists so tightly in anger that they began to bleed. The last memory revealed Rias planning a strategy for the raiding game against Issei and his team. Before they could move through the palace, Rias unexpectedly attacked Akino, leaving her in agony. Asia also left Kaneko in a similar state, while Almenahilde inflicted suffering on Rosweiss. It was evident that Rias employed forbidden magic on her agonized servants, who then rose from the ground like true puppets, their eyes vacant. Rias and her entourage laughed maniacally at the torment they had inflicted on Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss. When the helmet stopped transmitting Rias's memories, she trembled in fear, realizing that her crimes and those of her followers had been exposed. Minus returned with the other judges, and Ayaka's spoke up, declaring that the maximum penalty would be imposed. As he raised his hand, Surzex, Griselda Corda, Izel, Reverend Shidu, Kaina Phoenix, Valerie Teeps, and Ophis appeared. Ayakas proclaimed that they would cease to be demons. At this sentence, Rias's entourage paled in horror and began to weep. Their wings spread wide as Surzex positioned himself behind Rias, materializing a dark steel sword that he wielded. Rias pleaded for mercy, but Surzex looked at her coldly. With a swift motion, he struck, and Rias screamed in pain as one of her wings was severed. The other Gremry members were horrified at the suffering of their leader. Another slash followed, and Rias cried out again as her second wing was torn away. Asia was next to lose her wings, executed by Azazel. She screamed as her wings were cut, tears streaming down her face as she glared at the one who had done this. Irina, witnessing her father with the sword, begged him not to do it, but the Reverend Shidu, with tears in his eyes, denied having daughters. With a swift slash, Irina cried out in agony as her first demon wing was severed, followed by another painful scream as the second was cut away. Zenobia was next, and Griselda Corta positioned herself behind her, preparing to cut her wing. Zenobia pleaded for mercy, calling out to her sister, but Griselda coldly reminded her of her past actions, taunting her about her relationship with a human. Another slash echoed, and Zenobia screamed in pain, cursing Griselda. Elmenahild was next, but Valerie noted that her wings had already been destroyed, sparing her the agony of the act. Elmenahild's fury grew at the comment. Finally, it was Tiamat's turn, but Ophis saw that Tiamat had no wings left. She turned to the judges, asking for permission to strip Tiamat of her dragon nature and mark her with the dragon's sign of repudiation. Minos, Ayakas, and Rhadamanthes granted the request. Ophis placed her hands on Tiamat's brain and heart, reciting a spell that visibly extracted Tiamat's dragon essence. Tiamat screamed in despair, and as a dragon silhouette was pulled from her, Ophis shaped it into a blue sphere, declaring that Tiamat would now live as a human. Ayakas then announced that the second phase of the maximum penalty involved stripping them of their powers and magical items. Ajuka and Falbium began to recite a spell similar to Ophis's, unleashing violet rays toward the Gremry, extracting their demon silhouettes and compacting them into a red sphere. With a crushing sound, the sphere was destroyed by the two Mao, declaring that they would live as humans, devoid of powers. Azazel approached Asia and extracted Fafnir and the twin light healing from her without causing her harm. Griselda took Durandal from Zenobia, while Reverend Shidu seized Excalibur Mimic from Irina. On the bleachers, the entire Hayudo family was overjoyed to see that Akino, Kaneko, and Rosweiss were safe. Sona, tears of happiness streaming down her face, expressed her gratitude for Issei's bravery. Gondal, also in tears, thanked Issei for saving her granddaughter. Yura, embracing Tomo Meguri, proudly declared that Issei was indeed remarkable. Issei's parents smiled and expressed their pride in their son, while Ophis joined in the celebration. In the VIP room, Barakiel was overwhelmed with joy upon learning that Akino was alive. He shouted his gratitude to Issei and the Hayudo clan, promising eternal debt to them. The leaders could no longer hold back their tears at such an emotional scene, while the invited gods smiled in approval. Odin, grinning, acknowledged the young hero for saving Rosweiss. In the Citri hospital, Kuroka was filled with joy at the rescue of her sister. She thanked Issei and the Hayudo clan for saving Chiron, her tears mingling with her smile as she watched Issei, Motohama, Matsuda, and Kunu embracing a weakened Kaneko on the screen. Returning to the arena, Rosweiss smiled and expressed her gratitude for their rescue, asking them to defeat Rias, as she chose to withdraw from the game, disappearing in a shower of light. Kaneko, smiling at the Hayudo clan, also decided to retire, vanishing in a similar manner. Akino implored Issei to win the raiding game and end the nightmare, assuring him she believed in him. With a smile and a blush, she withdrew, asking the Hyudo clan to take care of Issei. The two towers and Rias Gremory have surrendered, Grafia announced. 5 minutes later, Issei received a call from Lord Citri through a magical circle in his ear. Andrew Citri informed him that the girls were being transported to the hospital and that they would take care of them from that moment on. Issei sighed in relief and rallied his friends, declaring it was time to face Rias Gremory. They would fight the battle of their lives and finish this on the 5th floor. His companions cheered as they ascended the stairs. To be continued. What did you think? Now for the third part of the penance, we will go to the ice prison of Tartarus, Ayakos announced, and the entire court was transported to the prison, where the cold was unbearable. Welcome to the illusory frozen desert. Ayakos pointed to a mountain where dark clouds threatened to unleash lightning, and the anguished cries of many prisoners echoed through the air. As your crimes, death will not be a sufficient punishment. You will be condemned to oblivion, to the cold, and to the illusory tortures of your own conscience for all eternity, Rhadamanthys declared. A grim reaper approached the 3 judges and the condemned. Ah, so we have more prisoners, do we? The reaper said, grabbing Rias by her hair and holding her over the edge of the illusory frozen desert. Rias cried out in pain, looking at her parents, her brother, and Issei. She whispered an apology through her tears. Any last words before you are forgotten? The reaper taunted. "No," was Rias Gremory's final cry as she vanished into the dark clouds. The reaper then seized Zenobia. "Last words?" it asked. "I curse all factions." Zenobia shouted defiantly. "Safe journey," the reaper replied as it cast her into the frozen desert. "Malditu." Zenovia's voice echoed until it faded into the mist. Next, the reaper grabbed Irina. "Last words?" it inquired. "I deserve this." "I'm sorry," the former friend of Issei said, looking at him with indifference. "Bon voyage." The reaper laughed as it sent Irina to her eternal punishment. Ravel was next. "Anything to say?" the emissary of Hades asked. Ravel looked at her parents and gave them a final smile. "Forgive me, I love you," she said softly. "Goodbye," the reaper shouted as it hurled Ravel into her fate. "Ah!" Ravel cried out, prompting Kaina Phoenix to weep, consoled by her husband and Surzex. It was Asia's turn. "Last words, little nun?" the reaper mocked. Asia looked at Issei and smiled through her tears. "Issei-sen, thank you for accepting me as family, and I'm sorry for my betrayal. I deserve this punishment and more," she confessed, knowing she would never see him again. "Emissary of Hades, I'm ready." The reaper wasted no time and cast her into the prison, where she fell with a smile and tears streaming down her beautiful face. Elmenahilde was next. "A little blood before your punishment?" the reaper asked, gripping the vampire, who remained silent. "Now until never." "Ah!" Elmenahilde screamed for the last time. Finally, it was Tiamat's turn. "Any last words?" "My queen?" the reaper laughed. "Cursed bag of bones." Tiamat spat at the reaper, who retaliated with a blow to her abdomen. "Suffer!" the reaper shouted as it threw Tiamat into the ice prison. "Divaho!" was her final cry. "All right, I'm leaving," the reaper said, abandoning the court to begin torturing and punishing Rias Gremory and her followers for all eternity. "The trial has ended," Rhadamanthys announced, transporting the court attendees to the underworld palace. Justice had been served, but the victory was bittersweet. Venelana Gremory and Kaina Phoenix wept bitterly as they witnessed their daughters condemned for eternity. Surzex also cried, knowing it was his fault for spoiling his sister and failing to teach her D'Espelin from the start. The faces of Reverend Shidu and Griselda Corda reflected their regret for not raising their daughter and ward properly. Issei and his companions returned home, trying to calm themselves. The woman who had given him a second chance at life had betrayed him, and the hatred she had harbored since that fateful moment had led to her execution before his eyes. It was a very gray day for Issei Hyudo and his friends. To be continued. 2 months had passed since Rias's execution, and much had transpired during that time. One significant event was Surzek's modifying the memories of everyone in Kuo City, erasing all recollections of Rias, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Elmenahild, and Ravel, ensuring that no one suspected their sudden absence. Surzek also resigned from his position as Mao, feeling immense guilt for not having disciplined his sister, which he believed led to her downfall. He considered himself a failure both as a brother and as a Mao. His successor would be Rival Phoenix. Surzek became the new heir of the Gremory family, dedicating himself alongside his wife Grafia to raise Milikas with love and DSPN. In solidarity with Surzek, Ajuka and Falbium also stepped down from their roles as Mao. Ajuka's successor would be Sikvera Agars, while Falbium's would be Serorg Bale. The long-awaited successor of Serafal would be Mozarta Nibairos. The four new Maos Ruval Lucifer, Sikvera Beelzebub, Serorg Asmodio, and Mozarta Leviathan were introduced to the underworld. Meanwhile, the Hayudo family returned to their usual routine, attending school. Penemu, Gabriel, and Rosweiss resumed their teaching roles, while Issei and his friends significantly improved their grades. The boys of the Hayudo family had transformed, capturing the attention of many girls at the academy, including a few teachers and single mothers. The three former perverts were now considered attractive like Kiba, and some girls lamented that Gasper was no longer cute but were pleased with his newfound masculinity, comparing him to Kiba. The five boys were regarded as the new princes of Kuo Academy. But now, the focus shifted to the events of this chapter. Friday, Keiuch Mountain Area, New Hayudo Residence, 8 p.m. The family enjoyed a delightful dinner of sushi and beef stew, prepared by Akino and Kuroka. It was worth noting that Ruruko, Enai, Lee, and Chiris had moved into the new Hayudo residence to be with their boyfriends. Everyone expressed their satisfaction with twinkling eyes, savoring the meal. Akino beamed with happiness at their praise, while Kuroka smiled, pleased that they enjoyed her special sushi. Issei was eating calmly with Ophis in his lap when he remembered a promise he made to a mage if he won the raiding game. He turned to Lu Fei, asking if she would like to go out on their date the next day. Lu Fei blushed at the memory of what she had asked Issei and felt joy that he remembered. She agreed, her face turning redder at the honor of being invited. Issei reassured her to just call him Issei, which made her blush even more. Ophis, with her usual expressionless demeanor, observed them. She declared that she hoped Issei would not prioritize Lu Fei over her, asserting her position as the alpha female of his harem. Issei felt nervous under her gaze. Sona, blushing, warned Issei not to end his date with Lu Fei as he had done with them in the past, and Serafal, Saika, Kaori, and Annabelle nodded in agreement. Issei, flustered, insisted he would never do that, emphasizing that Lu Fei was still inexperienced in that regard. Kunu innocently asked her adoptive grandmother how her date with Issei had ended. Aika Hayudo cheekily replied that they had engaged in a lot of exercise, leaving them tired yet happy. The women who had been NTMT with Issei couldn't help but blush at the implication. Kunu, determined, declared she would do the same, causing everyone to look at Issei with a mix of surprise and disbelief. She announced her plan to do 100 squats and 100 sit-ups before bed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The family burst into laughter at Kunu's innocent determination, encouraging her new healthy habit. Lu Fei felt thrilled about her upcoming date with Issei. The new residents gathered for a sort of assembly, eager to help Lu Fei prepare for her date. Akino took the lead, suggesting they assist Lu Fei in looking her best. Lee proposed giving her some advice, while Ruruko suggested a spring dress would suit her. Rosweiss offered to do her makeup, and Kaneko mentioned she had the perfect perfume to enhance her appeal. Enai thoughtfully added that a hint of sweet perfume would make her more attractive to Issei. They all agreed to help Lu Fei get ready for her date with Issei. Kuroka expressed her excitement, knowing Issei had a way of making girls happy. Akino declared the start of Operation Perfect Date for Lu Fei, and the new residents cheered in agreement. Suddenly, Kiryu shouted that something smelled burnt in the kitchen. They turned to see the kettle overheating, releasing a scent of burnt plastic. Akino exclaimed in alarm about the tea water. The next day, New Hyudo residence 9 a.m. Issei was chatting with Arthur about Lu Fei's interests while waiting for the youngest Pendragon, who was finishing her shower. In her room, the new residents of the house were busy preparing. The young mage, feeling nervous, asked what they were doing there as Akino and her friends looked at her with mischievous smiles. Akino teased that Lu Fei had a date with Issei, and the nervous mage confirmed it as the four Nikomadas, the former Valkyrie, the fallen angel, Ruruko, and Chiris approached her. Akino shouted that it was time to make Lu Fei look beautiful, and her friends enthusiastically agreed. Lu Fei was overwhelmed as Akino selected her outfit. Rosweiss helped with her makeup, and Lee styled her hair, Ruruko painted her nails, and Kaneko and Kuroka chose accessories like headbands, earrings, bracelets, and rings to match her outfit, while also finding the perfect fragrance for her. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Fei emerged, looking satisfied and smiling, thanks to her friends. She expressed her gratitude with a bow. Ruruko, happy for the blonde girl, encouraged her to enjoy her date with Issei. When Lu Fei came down, she surprised Arthur and Issei. Arthur exclaimed with joy and pride that his sister was beautiful, while Issei, feeling flustered, thought to himself about how stunning she looked despite her age. Drake chimed in, humorously warning Issei to control his dragon instincts regarding the young girl. Issei mentally thanked Drake for the support as they transported themselves via a magic circle. Climactic Shopping Center 11 a.m. Issei and Lu Fei were having the time of their lives, exploring the shopping center. For Lu Fei, it was a new experience since she had only been in a medieval castle, the countryside, a library, and a magic academy. Issei guided her around, explaining the functions of various things that piqued her interest. They first visited the cinema to watch Aladdin. For Lu Fei, it was magical to see animated films for the first time. Afterward, they enjoyed ice cream at a soda fountain, with Lu Fei squealing in delight at the taste of citrus-flavored ice cream, making Issei laugh at her reaction. They also visited an arcade, where Issei struggled to teach her how to play video games. Lu Fei had 2 left feet in the dance games, scored no points in basketball, and kicked worse than a beginner in karate during a strength measuring game. However, she showed a knack for sniper games and enjoyed those immensely. After the arcade, they browsed dress shops, and Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she imagined herself in the beautiful dresses. They then passed by a jewelry store, where Issei spotted wedding rings. He playfully asked Lu Fei how she would react if he proposed to her at that moment. Lu Fei turned as red as a cherry, feeling nervous as she stammered that she was too young to think about marriage. Issei smiled at her reaction, finding her adorable, and gently patted her head. He explained that he planned to propose to the girls after graduation but could wait for her since it would be considered inappropriate to marry someone so young and beautiful. Flattered by his compliment, Lu Fei smiled back and expressed her enthusiasm to support him in proposing to the girls, adding that she would wait for her own ring when she was older. Issei thanked her and embraced her, and she returned the hug. Both returned to the Hyudo residence, happy and considering their date a success. Time skips 6 months later. The day of graduation had arrived for the third-year high school students. Everyone gathered in the auditorium, eagerly awaiting their diplomas. The Hyudo family, along with Isolde Vapula, Matsuda's and Motohama's parents, Akino, Sona, Tsubaki, Kunu, Kaneko, Kuroka, Gasper, Lee, Ruruko, Chiris, and the Citri and Gremory patriarchs were there to witness Issei, Kiba, Matsuda, and Motohama's graduation. As the graduates received their diplomas, the crowd erupted in cheers when the girls walked across the stage. The boys howled like wolves at the sight of the Kuo beauties. However, the cheers quickly quieted as a heavy pressure filled the air. The source of this pressure was Issei, Gasper, Matsuda, and Motohama, who glared at the other boys with a fierce intensity, warning them to stop pursuing their girlfriends. The newly graduated girls sighed, blushing and enamored by how protective their boyfriends were. The director announced the 4 top students who had achieved excellence: Koga Motohama, Misawa Matsuda, Kiba Yudo, and Issei Hyudo. The moment their names were called, the girls screamed as if at a concert. As the four boys made their way to the stage, they were greeted by the directors and teachers, including Azazel, Rosweiss, Penemu, and Gabriel, who all radiated an aura of protectiveness as the girls cheered for Issei. They received their diplomas amidst applause and more cheers before returning to their seats. After the graduation ceremony, the newly graduated girls rushed to intercept the four princes of Kuo, but they mysteriously vanished, leaving the girls and their teachers behind. The question remained, why did they disappear? A week had passed since the birth of Razor and Yubiluna's daughter, and to further brighten their bond, they had officially tied the knot. Thanks to Razor's brother, Mao, Yubiluna was elevated to a high-class demon as a wedding gift to her sister-in-law. Issei was more determined than ever to marry all of his girls, just like his friends Motohama, Matsuda, Gasper, and Kiba. Although Ophis, the self-proclaimed alpha of Issei's harem, was one of the last to join, Issei chose to propose to her first, driven by love and the desire to protect her. For his marriage proposals, Issei knew he had to impress each of his girls on their upcoming dates, which meant saying goodbye to his savings. It would be a challenging few days for him, so he planned to whisk away each of his girlfriends daily for the proposals. Issei took the dragon goddess to Barcelona for a date in front of the city's cathedral under the moonlight. He knelt before Ophis, who had transformed into her adult form. He presented her with a silver ring adorned with an amethyst and expressed his heartfelt intentions. Ophis, for the first time, showed emotion as tears of joy filled her eyes. She accepted his proposal with a radiant smile, and the crowd around them cheered as they shared a deep kiss, celebrating their engagement. Next, he took Sona on a picnic to the Lake of Love in Bruges, Belgium. While Sona was preparing a sandwich, she stumbled upon a small box that read, "For Sona, open me." Surprised, she opened it to find a platinum ring with a sapphire. Overwhelmed with emotion, she asked Issei what it was. He knelt before her, acknowledging her unwavering support, and asked if she would marry him. With excitement, Sona shouted her acceptance, and they celebrated their engagement with a kiss as the locals applauded. For his third proposal, Issei brought Kari Katase to Landmannalaugar, Iceland, to witness the northern lights. After enjoying a geothermal bath, they walked along a snowy path, where Kaori marveled at the beauty of the auroras. Issei knelt before her, revealing a platinum ring with a pink tourmaline. He thanked her for joining him on this adventure and asked if she would marry him. Kaori joyfully accepted, and as they embraced, a passing Viking blew a horn, marking the formation of another couple in the icy landscape. Issei's fourth proposal was to Gabriel, whom he took to Rome. Before heading to their final destination, the Orange Garden on Aventine Hill, they visited the Vatican. Upon arriving at the garden, Gabriel admired the view of the bustling city. Issei, wanting to express his feelings, revealed a pure gold ring and asked if she would marry him. Overcome with emotion, Gabriel nodded vigorously, and the locals cheered as they shared a kiss to seal their engagement. The fifth proposal was to Yura Tsubasa, which he chose to do in Mexico, specifically in Nanacamilpa, Tlaxcala, under the stars in a forest. As they walked along a dark path with lanterns, Yura excitedly asked where they were headed. Issei reassured her, and when they reached a clearing, he counted down before the fireflies illuminated the area. Yura was enchanted by the sight, and Issei knelt, presenting her with a platinum ring featuring a lapis lazuli. With joy, Yura accepted his proposal, and they shared a passionate kiss, surrounded by the glowing fireflies. Next, Issei proposed to Serafal in the city of eternal love, Paris, France. They explored the city late into the night, and at the foot of the Eiffel Tower, Issei followed his ritual, asking Serafal to marry him while showing her a dark silver ring with a blue cyant. She joyfully accepted, and the French passers-by cheered for the couple. Issei then returned to Mexico with Saika Murayama, taking her to the Mayan ruins of Chichen Itza. At the foot of the Kukulkan pyramid, he asked her to marry him while revealing a tungsten ring with a citron. Saika, filled with happiness, accepted, and they shared a kiss as the night unfolded around them. Finally, Issei took Penemu to Mount Fujiyama in Japan for his last proposal. When they reached the top, the moment felt almost the same. The brown-haired young man asked Penemu if she would marry him, revealing a silver ring adorned with an emerald. Filled with excitement, she embraced him tightly, expressing her joy in a heartfelt gesture. Their journey then took them to Germany, specifically to the Neuschwanstein Castle in Bavaria. After exploring the castle, they traveled along the romantic road until they arrived at the Marienbrück Bridge. It was there that he made his final proposal. With a black steel ring featuring a dazzling ruby in hand, he asked Annabel Vapula if she would marry him. Overwhelmed with happiness, she eagerly accepted, sealing her response with a passionate kiss. In Framundo, Hospital Citri 1 p.m. All the recent graduates, along with Issei's parents, the heads of the Gremery and Citri families, Isolde Vapula, and the Hyudo family members, arrived at the gynecology room. Lords Phoenix and Razor appeared quite worried. Issei expressed his concern for Yubaluna was in labor. Kaina Phoenix trembled as she informed them that Yubaluna was still in the process of giving birth. Sona reassured everyone that their medical staff was the best in such situations. However, Carmine fell silent as the sounds of Yubaluna's labor filled the room. Yubaluna's voice echoed with frustration as she expressed her determination, while Razor pleaded for mercy from the DLVRY room. The doctor, visibly nervous, urged Yubaluna to push, witnessing her fierce determination. The waiting room was filled with anxious anticipation, with Saika hoping that Razor wouldn't be hospitalized for any injuries. An hour passed with tension until suddenly, the sound of a baby crying broke through. The GUNCLGST emerged, announcing the arrival of a beautiful girl. Joy erupted in the waiting room, and the heads of the Gremery and Citri families congratulated the Phoenix family. They entered the DLVY room to meet their new granddaughter and check on Razor. Once Yubaluna was moved to the recovery room, Razor's friends and the Hyudo family gathered to see the newborn. They marveled at the baby with blonde hair and small lilac streaks. Everyone exclaimed how beautiful she was, and Issei, noticing Razor's discomfort with a neck brace and bandaged arms, asked if he was all right. Razor, overwhelmed with joy, confirmed that it was all worth it because his daughter had been born. Raphael Phoenix inquired about the name they would choose for her, and a moment of silence followed. Razor finally declared the name Ravel, explaining that despite the past, she was his sister and he loved her. He vowed to raise his daughter with the love and disdain he wished he could have given his sister. Yubaluna smiled and agreed with Razor's choice. The room filled with smiles as everyone welcomed Ravel Phoenix too, and the baby giggled in response to her name. And so, the first member of the new generation of demons, Ravel Phoenix II, was born. In the days that followed, the engaged girls proudly displayed their engagement rings and unanimously decided to marry at the same time in one of the world's most famous cathedrals, St. Basil's Cathedral in Russia. This grand occasion was funded by Surzex, as Issei's last request after winning the rating game against Rias was for Surzex to be the godfather of the wedding, a request the red-haired man gladly accepted for his former son-in-law and friend, Hyudo Issei. Cathedral of St. Basil, Moscow, Russia 12 p.m. The grand wedding of Issei and his brides was taking place as a private event in the majestic Russian cathedral. The demon attendees wore special collars to shield themselves from the holy place and the prayers of Michael, who would officiate the ceremony. Some of Issei's brides also wore them. Michael stood at the altar alongside Issei and his groomsmen, Vale, Saji, Matsuda, Motohama, Kiba, and Gasper. He smiled at Issei, wishing him happiness and reminding him to take care of all his wives, especially his sister. Issei nodded in agreement, grateful for Michael's support. The attendees included the new head of the Gremery family, Surzex and Grafia, along with Ziaticus and Venelana, the lords of Citri, Andrew and Hemlock, the Phoenix family, with Raphael, Kaina, Razor, and Yubaluna holding Ravel II in her arms, as well as many other notable figures from the demon world. Milikas excitedly announced that the brides were arriving, and the music played as they prepared for the ceremony. The first to appear was Saika Murayama. Her parents were filled with joy and tears of happiness upon seeing her. The second was Sona Citri, and the Citri lords smiled with pride for their daughter. The third was Penemu, wearing a wedding dress that caught the eye. The fourth was Gabriel, radiating beauty, which brought a tear of emotion to Michael's eye as he saw his sister. The fifth was Serafal Citri, who could not contain her excitement as she saw her daughter in her wedding attire. The sixth to appear was Kaori Katase, dressed in a somewhat revealing gown, prompting her parents to shed tears of joy for their daughter. The seventh was Annabel Vapula, and Isolde Vapula could only express her happiness by saying, "My baby is now a woman." The eighth was Yura Tsubasa, and the Citri entourage cried tears of joy at seeing their companion fulfill her dream of marrying the man of her dreams. Lastly, Office Ouroboros arrived, emanating a gentle yet imposing aura. Behind them stood their bridesmaids, Akino Himejima for Penemu, Kaneko Taju for Saika Murayama, Kuroka for Kaori Katase, Rosweiss for Gabriel, Rika Kono for Office, Kasumi Asakura for Serafal, Kiryu Aika for Annabel, Tomo Meguri with Yura Tsubasa, and Tsubaki Shinra for Sona, all dressed in violet gowns. Michael began the ceremony, stating that they were gathered to celebrate the union between Issei Hyudo and these beautiful women. He humorously noted that he had paperwork to finish, so he would keep the speech brief. He then asked Issei if he accepted Sona Citri, Serafal Citri, Kaori Katase, Saika Murayama, Gabriel, Penemu, Annabel Vapula, and Office Ouroboros as his legitimate wives, promising to be faithful in prosperity and adversity, in health and sickness, loving and respecting them every day of his eternal life. Issei smiled and affirmed his acceptance. Michael then turned to the brides, asking if they accepted Issei Hyudo as their legitimate husband, promising to be faithful in prosperity and adversity, in health and sickness, loving and respecting him every day of their lives. They all responded in unison with the resounding affirmation. Michael then asked if anyone opposed the marriage to speak now or forever hold their peace. The only sound was the wind blowing and the typical sound of a clumsy altar boy stumbling down the cathedral stairs. He then declared them husband and wives, allowing Issei to kiss his brides. Before doing so, Issei wanted to share a few words with his wives. He expressed his gratitude for making him a happy man and dragon, acknowledging their support during his toughest times. He felt embarrassed yet hopeful that they would tolerate his shortcomings for eternity. Sona spoke, affirming that she always knew he was her destined partner, and his kindness made her heart race. Saika reflected on their rocky start but was grateful to have gotten to know him better, ultimately choosing him at the altar. Serafal professed her love, noting that Issei possessed qualities that many powerful beings lacked: love, kindness, and humility. Annabel expressed her surprise at marrying her idol, promising her love even after death. Penemu thanked him for accepting her as she was and vowed to make him happy for eternity. Gabriel stated that no matter his form, she married him for who he was. Kaori found in him the wonderful, brave, and loving person she had always hoped for. Yura admitted that his quirky personality drew her in, but it was his protective nature that made her fall in love. Finally, Office shared that she had waited centuries to feel the warmth of love, declaring her eternal affection for him. With that, Issei kissed each of his 8 brides, and everyone applauded the newlyweds. Issei's parents were emotional as they witnessed their son marry such beautiful women. Meanwhile, Lefei, Akino, Kaneko, Kuroka, Rosweiss, and Yasaka shared their excitement, wishing to be with Issei soon. Once outside the Moscow Cathedral, the newlyweds announced their honeymoon destination, Tahiti. Issei thanked Surzex for his support, expressing his gratitude for everything he had done for the underworld. They shared a heartfelt brotherly hug before Issei shouted his farewell as they transported to Tahiti via a magic circle. As they departed, friends and family of the Red Emperor Dragon shouted their goodbyes. Issei understood that this was the beginning of a new chapter as the leader of his own clan, aware that new challenges awaited him. His greatest challenge would be to please 9 women, but that story would be for another day. Chapter End. What happened after 15 years? Phantomize 90 expressed gratitude to those who followed this fanfiction and acknowledged the characters. It was noted that none of the characters, except for Annabel Vapula and Rika Kono, were original creations. The characters from High School DxD belonged to Ichii Ishibumi, while Kasumi Asakura belonged to Ken Akamatsu. The intention of this fanfiction was solely to entertain and bring joy. For Issei, it was recognized that he had faced many betrayals from the Gremory family, but he had found happiness. He had married and built the family he always desired, founded his own clan, graduated from university with a degree in literature, and become a renowned writer and literature teacher. He was now a beloved figure at the academy and a father to many children. His 15 wives adored him, especially those from his second collective wedding, as he had given them a new chance. Issei had matured into a more paternal and gentle person. For Kari Katase and Saika Murayama, they were characters often overlooked in fanfictions, but they had risen to prominence as Issei's wives. They had proven that a human could overcome a powerful dragon like Tiamat, eventually choosing to become hybrids of human and dragon for Issei and their children. Katase, once impulsive and a fierce warrior, had improved her personality after marrying Issei. She graduated from university and became the head teacher of the kendo club at Kuo Academy. Saika, similar to her friend, transformed into a loving and dedicated mother after marrying Issei. She also graduated and became a history teacher at Kuo Academy. For Matsuda and Motohama, they had found happiness with their respective partners. Matsuda had married Rika, Ni, and Lee simultaneously in Thailand, becoming a father to a boy with Rika and 2 lovely Nikomadas with Ni and Lee. He had become a professional fighter in mixed martial arts, reigning as the champion in Muay Thai, UFC, and wrestling while maintaining a humble demeanor. Motohama had married Kasumi and Chiris in London, becoming a dedicated veterinarian specializing in birds. He had a beautiful daughter with Kasumi and a spirited son with Chiris. For Sona and Serafal, 2 contrasting members of the Citri family, they shared a common love for a clumsy red dragon. Sona, known as the Iron Empress of Kuro, had realized her dream of establishing a raiding game school in the underworld for reincarnated demons and those of lower class, thanks to Issei's influence. She was the proud mother of a son with his father's character and a daughter who mirrored her own. Serafal, the beloved magical girl, had to give up her television show but pursued her passion for fashion design after finishing university. She was the mother of a son who inherited his sister's seriousness but secretly enjoyed magical girl anime. For Gabriel and Penemu, the former Seraphim had given up everything to be with Issei. Gabriel had embraced her new dragon nature and continued her work as an arts teacher while being a proud mother. Penemu, the most beautiful former member of Grigori, also continued her work as a mathematics teacher, helping Kuo Academy become the best in Japan for math. She was a proud mother of a boy. For Kunu and Yura, Kunu embraced her role as the older sister to Issei's children. She graduated as a veterinarian, specializing in mammals, and had a soft spot for Milika's Gremory. Yura had achieved the seemingly impossible by marrying Issei and had the most children among the first wives, welcoming 2 daughters and a son, all with their parents' friendly and energetic traits. She graduated as an archaeologist but dedicated most of her time to her family. For Annabelle, it was noted that her clan was thriving and ready for a rebirth. She had become an exemplary doctor and was the mother of a boy and a girl. Annabelle was encouraged to make Issei happy and take care of him. For Ophis, after wandering through the dimensional gap for so long, she had found a family with Issei and the others. She dedicated herself to maintaining the home and ensuring the safety of the Hyudo residents. You are the mother of a child who is as powerful as you and Issei, but just as lazy as the uncle, Great Red. It is hoped that you continue to love Issei for all eternity. For Lufei, you married Issei at the tender age of 18 and chose to finish high school while dedicating yourself to magic and creating new spells. You were the last to become Piardinanti among the 15 girls of Issei, and you are the mother of a sweet child. You provided great support to Yura, your in-laws, Kuroka, and Yasaka at the Hyudo residence. For Akino Hymenma, Chiron Tuju, Kuroka Hellcat, Rosweiss, and Yasaka, congratulations on achieving what many thought impossible, to love Issei again. Your wedding with Lu Fei took place 8 years after the first in Russia, and you were able to marry in Nottingham, England, granting you the happy ending you all hoped for. Akino graduated with honors from university and pursued a career in biology, becoming the mother of a lively Chiron graduated as a doctor and works well with Annabelle, being the mother of a serious girl. Kuroka, still a bit lazy even after marriage, showed talent in agriculture and began growing vegetables in the backyard of the residence, ensuring that the Hyudo residents never lacked food, especially in terms of vegetables. You are the mother of a girl. Yasaka decided to move from Kyoto with her husband's family, and things improved greatly with Kunu. You became a mother. No, just like Yura, you practically multiplied with Issei, having 3 children with him. You supported Kuroka with her vegetables and fields. Rosweiss followed the same path as Penemu and Gabriel, now teaching chemistry at Kuo Academy, where she is regarded as a scholar in the subject. You are the mother of a very intelligent girl. For Kiba and Tsubaki, congratulations to the 2 of you. Kiba, you have transformed from a prince into a proud father of 2 children who inherited your manners and Shinra's fiery spirit. You dedicated yourself to fencing and were selected for the Olympics, bringing many gold medals to Japan. Tsubaki, you became the vice director of the Raiding Games Academy under Sona, always being your best friend's right hand and providing unwavering support at work. Your children see you as a role model, and together with your husband Yudo, they are the joy of your long life. Both of you married in Japan. For Gasper, when I wanted to include you among the main characters, I decided to make you a man. Congratulations, you managed to marry Kiryu and Ruruko at the same time, celebrating your wedding in Romania. You dedicated yourself to psychiatry, highly recommended by both Dr. Annabelle and Dr. Chiron. You had a boy with Kiryu and a girl with Ruruko. Kiryu pursued journalism while Ruruko became a teacher at the Raiding Games Academy under Sona. For Surzex, Rias's fate affected you at first, but thanks to the support of your loyal wife, your son, your parents, and your faithful friend Issei, you overcame it and restored the glory of the Gremory family that Rias had lost due to her actions. You gave Milika's 2 more sisters, to be precise, twins. These are the words I dedicate to the characters I used. An important note, the OVA will take time to publish, as it was something I had not anticipated, but at your request, I will begin creating it once I finish this story and after a week of rest. Kamui Hyudo Uraboros, son of Issei and Ophis, is a 100% dragon with a rank of king. Aged Kimiko Hyudo Vapula, daughter of Issei and Annabelle, is half demon and half dragon, with a rank of queen. Aged Orion Hyudo Citri, son of Issei and Seraphal, is half dragon and half demon, with a rank of knight. Aged Alexander Hyudo Citri, son of Issei and Sona, is 75% dragon and 25% demon, with a rank of knight. Aged Naoko Hyudo Katase, daughter of Issei and Kaori, is 80% dragon and 20% human with a rank of knight. Aged Sachi Hyudo Murayama, daughter of Issei and Saika, is 75% dragon and 25% human, with a rank of knight. Aged Adela Hyudo, son of Issei and Penemu, is 75% dragon and 25% fallen, with a rank of rook. Aged Mayuri Hyudo, daughter of Issei and Gabriel, is 75% dragon and 25% angel, with a rank of rook. Aged Valentine Hyudo Hellcat, daughter of Issei and Kuroka, is 50% dragon and 50% Nikomata, with a rank of pawn. Aged Nabiki Hyudo Tuju, daughter of Issei and Chiron, is 50% dragon and 50% Nikomata, with a rank of pawn. Aged Kurinai Hyudo Himejima, son of Issei and Akino, is 50% dragon and 50% fallen, with a rank of pawn. Aged Helwig Hyudo, daughter of Issei and Rosweiss, is 50% dragon and 50% Asgardian, with a rank of pawn. Aged Zephin Kiba Tsubaki, son of Yuto and Shinra, is 50% dragon and 50% demon, with a rank of pawn. Aged Matthew Vladi Kiryu, son of Gasper and Aika, is 50% dragon and 50% vampire, with a rank of pawn. Aged Selena Motohama Asakura, daughter of Koga and Kasumi, is 50% dragon and 50% human, with a rank of pawn. Aged Eiji Matsuda Kono, son of Misawa and Rika, is 50% dragon and 50% human, with a rank of pawn. Aged here is the new Hyudo entourage. Continuing with the descendants of Issei and some of his friends, they will be spectators of the raiding game between Kamui Hyudo and Milika's Gremory. Miura Hyudo Tsubasa, the first son of Issei and Yura, is 50% demon and 50% dragon, aged Miroslava Hayudo Tsubasa. The second daughter of Issei and Yura is 50% demon and 50% dragon, aged Charlene Hayudo Tsubasa. The third daughter of Issei and Yura is 50% demon and 50% dragon, aged Kim Hayudo. The first son of Issei and Yasaka is 50% kitsune and 50% dragon, aged Fudo Hayudo. The second son of Issei and Yasaka is 50% kitsune and 50% dragon, aged Suzume Hayudo. The third daughter of Issei and Yasaka is 50% kitsune and 50% dragon, aged Rin Hayudo Citri. The second daughter of Issei and Sona is 50% demon and 50% dragon, aged Thomas Hayudo Vapula. The first son of Issei and Annabelle is 50% demon and 50% dragon, aged Mondred Hayudo Pendragon. The first son of Issei and Lufei is 50% human and 50% dragon, aged. The arena for the raiding games was packed, especially with women, as two of the most beloved young teams from all factions were about to face off. Milika's Gremory, the new heir of the Gremory clan, was set to battle Kamui Hayudo, the firstborn and heir of the Hayudo clan. Both kings were considered the new icons of charm within their allied factions. Valkyries, angels, demons, fallen angels, and Yukai sighed and were captivated by the mere presence of Milika's and Kamui, along with their brothers and friends. However, whenever a girl approached to flirt with Kamui, his half-sisters would come to the rescue. They had a strong brother complex and adored their brothers fiercely, much like Selena Motohama with Ryoma Motohama, and Tammy and T. Matsuda with their brother Eiji. Carmilla, one of Gasper's daughters, would become jealous if Matthew paid attention to another girl. Generally, Issei's daughters Naoko, Kimiko, Sachi, Mayuri, Valentine, Nabiki, Helwig, Miroslava, Charlene, Suzume, and Rin were very noble and affectionate. However, when it came to anyone getting close to their brothers, they became possessive and aggressive, as dragons often did. The only ones allowed to approach were Milika's sisters, Shiho and Shirori, because they had grown up together, often visited by Uncle Surzex, Aunt Graphia, along with Zeoticus and Venelana. Returning to the arena, the Hayudo clan, led by Issei, took their seats alongside their wives, followed by Gasper and his respective partners, and then Motohama, Kiba, and Matsuda with their wives. Issei, with a beard, reminisced about his glory days in the raiding games, noting how long it had been since they had stepped into the arena. Annabelle agreed, mentioning that since they had children, the raiding games had taken a back seat to raising them well. Sona expressed her confusion about where their brother complex came from, casting a pointed look at her sister. Seraphal playfully pouted, insisting that Sona was still very lovable and that she wanted to fulfill her Yuri fantasy with her. Yasaka chimed in, teasing Sona about their NTMT moments with Issei. Sona, blushing, explained that she did it because Issei enjoyed those moments between her and her sister. Akino smiled, reminding Sona not to be embarrassed, grateful that Surzex and Graphia were watching the kids. Annabelle mentioned hearing that Kunu wanted to impress Milika's with provocative lingerie, wondering where she had picked up such ideas. Kuroka proudly claimed that her stucked tactics had worked, showing off her 6-month baby bump. Yura Tsubasa happily shared that she had 3 beautiful children, while Katase, also visibly Jin and T, expressed her hopes for twins. Murayama rubbed her own 6-month belly, recalling how Issei had kept her from sitting for a week after a particularly wild night. Chiron, equally Jin T, reflected on her mixed feelings of embarrassment and satisfaction. Rossweiss admitted that their night had been wilder than their honeymoon. Lu Fei nervously joked about Kunu potentially becoming Jin and T, suggesting that Goru and Aika could soon be considered great-grandparents. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, the children of the Hayudo clan, led by their eldest sister Kunu, who was 25, had a great view of the arena, courtesy of Sorg Asmodeus and Mozarta Nibairos, while being cared for by Surzex and Graphia. Charlene Hayudo marveled at the impressive sight, while Thomas Hayudo expressed disbelief that their parents had fought in such a place. Fudo Hayudo still couldn't believe that his mother had faced his father there. Surzex, despite being 45, still looked youthful as he assured them that their father was an exceptional and brave being, who, along with his allies, had defeated the Trihexa, the greatest threat to existence. Mondred Hyudo, sweetly cradled in Carmilla Vladi's arms, asked Surzex to tell them again the story of how their parents and he had defeated the evil dragon. Matsuda, holding hands with her half-sister Tammy, eagerly requested to hear the tale of Uncle Issei once more. Surzex found it impossible to resist the pleading eyes of Mondred and Deki, succumbing to their charm. He agreed to recount the story once again, prompting cheers from the Hyudo children while the gods watched the scene with affection. Huitzilopochtli, the Aztec god of war, teased Surzex about being outmatched by children. Quetzalcoatl, in human form, offered chocolate from Mesoamerica to the kids, who happily accepted the delicious treat. Azazel laughed, complimenting Quetzalcoatl on his ability to entertain children, while Michael noted that he had been a beloved god during his civilization's peak. Odin expressed a wish to see a battle between his Vikings and the Aztecs, while Sikvera smiled, glad that the Aztec faction had joined the alliance. The conversation was interrupted when the arena lights dimmed, exciting the attendees and signaling the commentator for the evening, who turned out to be Valerie Teeps. She announced that they were about to witness a friendly confrontation between the two most powerful young teams in the underworld. The Queen of Serorg declared the elimination of a pawn from Kamui Haidu. Valentine, filled with rage, launched an attack on Mature, catching her off guard when her abdomen was exposed. With a powerful strike infused with white senjutsu, Valentine hit Mature hard, causing her clothing to tear. Despite the blow, Mature managed a smile before losing consciousness and being eliminated from the arena. The Queen announced the elimination of a pawn from Milika's Gremry. Valentine attempted to catch her breath, but it proved costly as Sienko ambushed her with a barrage of sharp weapons and traps. Sienko remarked that her king needed to win as she watched Valentine fall. Kurabara, Akino's son, cried out for his sister and retaliated with a lightning strike at Sienko, who gracefully dodged his attacks. Helwig, invoking Asgardian magic, summoned lightning that struck Sienko, leaving her incapacitated. The referee announced the elimination of another pawn from Milika's Gremry. Kurabara warned Helwig just as Satori and Tsukuyo approached him. Two members of the Hyudo clan intervened to protect Helwig. Selena, Motohama's daughter, defended against Tsukuyo's attack, while Zephin, Yudo's son, shielded Helwig from Satori's assault. Both Hyudo swordsmen repelled the Gremry fighters. Satori expressed surprise at being blocked, while Zephin vowed not to let Helwig be harmed. The two engaged in a fierce sword duel, with Satori's agility giving her the upper hand. Meanwhile, Selena urged Helwig to assist Attila and Mayuri, stepping away from the fight to face the stoic Tsukuyo. Tsukuyo admired Selena's bravery in taking her friend's place, and Selena, filled with determination, summoned her sacred gear, manifesting a claymore. As Selena charged, Tsukuyo anticipated her moves, dodging with precision. However, when Selena let her guard down, Tsukuyo struck, landing a decisive blow to her chest. Despite the pain, Selena's stubbornness and courage kept her from giving up. Tsukuyo, maintaining her neutral expression, encouraged Selena to attack her with everything she had. Realizing Tsukuyo's acute sense of hearing, Selena unleashed her power, surrounding herself with a gray aura before charging again. As Tsukuyo sensed Selena's approach, she drew her katana, but both swordswomen ended up injuring each other in a final clash. Tsukuyo acknowledged Selena's skill before collapsing, eliminated from the arena. Selena, too, succumbed to her injuries and fell unconscious. The referee announced the elimination of both a pawn from Milika's Gremry and Kamui Hai. Meanwhile, Zephin faced off against Satori, who was wearing him down. Despite his injuries, Zephin remained resilient, noting Satori's signs of fatigue. He complimented her skill, causing her to blush and lose focus. Seizing the moment, Zephin infused his falchion with draconic and demonic energy, delivering a swift strike to Satori's abdomen. As she was eliminated, Satori playfully accused him of cheating, expressing a desire for a rematch before fading away. Zephin decided to assist Eiji, but noticed his friend was being healed by Matthew, who smiled and invited him to join in supporting their allies. With his demon and dragon wings unfurled, Zephin flew off to help his friends. Elsewhere in the arena, Eiji Matsuda was engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand battle with Yuri, who struggled to subdue him. Yuri, impressed by Eiji's skills, acknowledged him as the second-best disciple of Sagat. Eiji, in turn, recognized her as a formidable opponent and prepared to escalate the fight with his sacred gear. Suddenly, a pair of navy blue fighting gloves formed from Eiji's hands to his elbows. They engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat once again, but this time Yuri found herself at a disadvantage. Each time she tried to defend herself, she was affected by the chilling power of Eiji's sacred gear. Eventually, she stopped defending and braced herself for the icy blows from Eiji. With determination, Eiji shouted as he unleashed a powerful finishing move inspired by his master Sagat, sending Yuri out of the arena. The attack from Eiji began with a loud announcement from the referee, declaring the elimination of a pawn from the Gremory team. Eiji was caught off guard, feeling a sharp pain as kunai struck his abdomen and legs. He groaned in discomfort, realizing his attacker was right behind him. Ibuki smirked, pointing out Eiji's mistake in letting his guard down, and swiftly knocked him out with a blow to the neck, eliminating him from the game. The Queen of Serorg announced the elimination of another pawn from Kamui Hyudo. A dark-haired girl with a sadistic tone remarked on Ibuki's success in taking down her target. Ibuki gestured behind her, revealing Zephyr and Matthew landing to confront the last two pawns of Milikas. The tension between the pairs of pawns was palpable as they prepared for battle. Amu readied her Tiger Claws technique, Ibuki gripped her kunai, Matthew summoned blood magic to form a scythe, and Zephyr brandished his weapon, falchion. A fierce fight was about to unfold. The inevitable clash between the pawns of Hyudo and Gremory erupted in a spectacular confrontation. Amu against Matthew and Ibuki against Zephyr. In the duel between Amu and Matthew, the Gremory pawn focused her energy, attempting to land strikes on the half-vampire, half-dragon. She managed to hit him a few times. With a sadistic smile, Amu taunted Matthew, questioning his ability to defend himself. Matthew, confident, replied that he was just getting started. Suddenly, the blood from his wounds began to levitate as he unleashed his blood darts, solidifying into 8 small blood spears that struck Amu in her arms and legs. She cried out in pain as the spears embedded themselves, leaving her incapacitated. Matthew approached her menacingly, declaring he would finish her quickly. Using his magic, he extracted blood from her, forming a scythe, and delivered a decisive blow to her abdomen, eliminating her from the raiding game. The referee announced the elimination of another pawn from Milikas. A scream echoed through the arena. It was Zephyr, who was being overwhelmed by a barrage of kunai courtesy of Ibuki, leaving him defeated on the ground. Matthew rushed to help his fallen comrade, calling out to Zephyr, who insisted he should assist the others instead. Zephyr entrusted Matthew with the safety of Kamui, urging him not to fail his friend as he faded from the arena. The referee declared the defeat of another pawn from Kamui Hyudo. Now, Matthew faced Ibuki, wielding the scythe made from Amu's blood. He began attacking the Gremory ninja, who countered with kunai and shurikens. Each time Matthew aimed to strike, Ibuki would vanish using her replacement technique, leaving him to hit a tree marked with the message, "You missed." The intensity of their exchanges left both combatants exhausted. Ibuki acknowledged Matthew as a formidable rival, admitting he had pushed her to her limits. Matthew proposed that they settle the match with one final attack, to which Ibuki agreed. Taking a combat stance, both warriors locked eyes, and in an instant, they charged toward each other. A swift slash echoed through the arena as they halted, turning their backs to one another. Ibuki, feeling a warm trickle of blood from her abdomen, acknowledged Matthew as one of the few who had bested her. She requested a rematch, collapsing to her knees as her strength waned. Matthew approached her, suggesting instead that they go on a date. Ibuki was taken aback and blushed at the unexpected proposal. She accepted, urging Matthew to finish the fight. He complied, using his magic to extract blood from her, forming a ninjutsu, and swiftly eliminated her with a precise strike to the neck. The referee announced the elimination of the last pawn from Milikas. Suddenly, a communication circle appeared in Matthew's ear. A serious yet frantic voice called for him, stating they needed help as Ravel and the others were cornered, and Helwig was injured. Matthew responded with determination, ready to assist Kamui. In another part of the arena, Attila Hyudo was engaged in a sword duel with Yago. Yago wielded a saber while Attila brandished Durandal. He spoke of the honor it took to wield such a sword, emphasizing the values instilled in him by his father, to do good, help others selflessly, and to offer assistance to anyone in need, regardless of their background. Yago, adopting a fighting stance, challenged Attila to show his will in battle. Attila charged forward, and with a powerful strike, he shattered Yago's saber, sending it flying 10 meters away. Attila began to chant a spell, and several magical circles appeared, adorned with the emblem of the Hyudo clan. Sacred energy surged forth in the direction of the Gremory Tower. Yago acknowledged the battle, feeling the impact of the rays as they struck him, leading to his defeat. The Queen of Saraorg proclaimed the fall of the Gremory Tower. Attila, extending his fallen angel and dragon wings, resolved to support his brother Kamui. Meanwhile, Mayuri was engaged in a fierce battle against the Chinese fighter Kim Woo. Armed with nunchakus charged with astral energy and senjutsu, Kim Woo cornered the daughter of Issei and Gabriel, expertly wielding her weapon at sonic speed. Mayuri struggled to maintain her defensive magic against the relentless onslaught of Kim Woo. Frustration filled Mayuri as she realized the intensity of the attack. Then, a shout echoed through the arena, accompanied by a lightning strike that narrowly missed Kim Woo, interrupting her assault. Kurabara, having intervened, urged Mayuri to recover her strength while he took on Kim Woo. As Mayuri took flight towards Kamui and the others, Kurabara faced Kim Woo, who threatened him with her nunchakus. Kurabara declared that he would not hold back, unleashing an aura that crackled with lightning. Kim Woo charged at him, her speed and power evident as Kurabara defended himself with thunder shields. However, he soon felt the weight of the battle, and the inevitable happened. He began to take direct hits from the skilled fighter. In the stands, Akino watched in horror as her son was battered. Issei encouraged Kurabara to persevere, while Enai noted how much punishment he had endured. Kasumi expressed her concern, and Motohama speculated about Kurabara's potential strategy. Back in the arena, the hybrid of dragon and fallen angel focused on the fight. He noticed that Kim Woo was tiring, her strikes were becoming weaker and slower. Just as she seemed to falter, Kurabara seized the moment, despite his battered state. With a swollen face and injuries, he declared his attack, channeling electricity through his nunchakus and striking Kim Woo. The impact sent Kim Woo crashing to the ground, her body convulsing from the electric shock as she began to fade from the arena. The referee announced the elimination of the last Gremory Tower. Kurabara, now wavering, fell to the ground, gazing upward. He hoped he had done well, thinking of his parents as he too began to disappear from the arena. In the stands, Akino experienced a whirlwind of emotions: anger, worry, and pride for her son. She lamented the stress he caused her while casting a playful glance at Issei, who blushed and pretended not to hear. Motohama remarked on Kurabara's risky technique, suggesting he train harder for resilience in the future. The Gremory symbol appeared in the eastern arena, and red lights illuminated the sand. Valerie announced the arrival of Milika's Gremory's team with enthusiasm, and the power of destruction manifested, revealing a complete entourage of 16 members, with the young Milika's Gremory standing at the forefront. Suddenly, the music stopped, and the Hyudo clan symbol emerged in the western part of the arena. Valerie, mimicking her father's grand entrances in raiding games, shouted the introduction of the Hyudo team, and a reddish tornado revealed Kamui Hyudo, flanked by his brothers and friends. In the VIP area, the Hyudo boys, watching as spectators, cheered for their brother. They shouted for Kamui to win, while the Gremory twins joined in, calling out for Milika's. The parents of the new Hyudo team watched their children with pride, expressing their confidence in their victory, with Ophis noting that her training was a guarantee of success. Dr. Gasper, embraced by Kiryu and Ruruko, remarked on the value of their intense training sessions, while Matsuda, also hugged by Rika, Enai, and Lee, agreed. The scoreboard displayed the teams. Hyudo team. Milika's Gremory team. Milica's Grammar King. Son of Queen. Ravel Phoenix 2, Bishop. Thargus Ibish. Oi Kaneda, T. Strider Hirius, T. Yagotr. Timu. Kirukiru Amu, Pawn. Mature, Pawn. Vikis Fun. Tenditu. Tsukuyo Inaba, Pawn. Satori Tamaba, Pawn. The new referee, the Queen of Serorg, began the protocol for the raiding games. She announced that the game would be a free-for-all, stating that if a king was defeated, their team would be disqualified. She instructed both teams to transport themselves to their respective sides of the arena and declared the start of the battle. Both teams rushed to confront each other, initiating the fight. Valentine faced off against Vice while Nabiki took on Mature. Mature commented on the skill of her younger opponents, and Valentine proudly mentioned their training under Ophis. Vice taunted Valentine, preparing to strike, but Nabiki intervened with a swift attack, rescuing her sister. With a series of precise blows, Nabiki eliminated Vice, and the arena erupted in cheers. In the arena, Mature unleashed her powerful attack on Nabiki, synchronizing with a clone to finish her off in a spectacular explosion, leading to Nabiki's elimination. Meanwhile, the main battle raged in the center of the arena, where the Hyudo team was gathered. Matthew stood alongside Kamui and Kimiko, while Mayuri, Alexander, and Orion protected them from magical fire and earth attacks. Aoi and Strider attempted to break through the defenses, but Helwig and the knights Sachi and Naoko thwarted their efforts. Adela was engaged with Shanoa, struggling against her strength. Shanoa, revealing her feathered wings, began to chant a spell, summoning light spears that descended toward the Hyudo team. Adela warned his teammates and invoked a defensive spell to shield them. The sounds of powerful attacks echoed as Adela fought to maintain their defense, feeling the strain as it began to crack. Kamui, determined not to let his team down, tapped into his draconic energy to reinforce their defenses. Suddenly, there was a tremendous explosion that shook the arena, causing everyone present to rise in alarm. Sona expressed her concern, wondering what was happening. Another explosion followed, and it became clear that it was not just the sand shifting. The underworld was experiencing a seismic disturbance. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the Hyudo entourage remained vigilant, ready for anything. Ophis sensed an overwhelming aura, which Issei noted surpassed even that of the Trihexa. Sona felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, while Seraphal shouted in panic that something was approaching from the depths of Tartarus. In the VIP room, Surzex, Graphia, the Four Maus, Michael, Azazel, Raphtalia, Odin, and the invited gods were protecting the children of the Hyudo entourage. Ganesha was filled with terror as he exclaimed that the aura was impossible. Michael inquired about Ganesha's distress, while Shiva, equally nervous, revealed that the god who was supposed to be asleep had awakened with a singular purpose. As Shiva's strength waned, he fell to his knees, declaring that the Kali Yuga was imminent. The personalities in the VIP room realized who they were dealing with. Back in the arena, the Gremory and Hyudo teams halted their attacks due to the tremors. Suddenly, a geyser of magma erupted, forcing both teams to dodge for safety. Shanoa, feeling the powerful energy, alerted Milikas, who acknowledged its intensity. Ravel Phoenix too shouted that it was more powerful than Ophis. Kamui and Kimiko Hyudo expressed their disbelief, realizing that this force surpassed not only Ophis but also their parents and uncle combined. Orion Hyudo warned everyone to be alert as the source of the disturbance approached. As the geyser of magma subsided, a geyser of light emerged, revealing a figure with blue skin, black hair, and 4 arms, dressed in Hindu robes and seated in a lotus position. Alexander Hyudo, alarmed, recognized the presence of the gods in the VIP room and called out to his parents. Issei and his wives moved forward to protect their children, while Surzex and Graphia shielded Milikas, Shirori, and Shiho. Ophis, furious, confronted the Hindu god Vishnu, who remained calm despite her anger. Rival Lucifer questioned Vishnu's presence, to which the god replied that he had come to warn them of the impending Kali Yuga. He demanded their loyalty, promising survival, while threatening that the entire universe would vanish if they did not comply. The aura he emitted was so powerful that it left everyone, including Ophis, nearly incapacitated. Vishnu then introduced his 5 new followers, who appeared familiar to the gathered crowd, dressed in Hindu robes. Surzex shouted Rias's name, while Issei called out for Asia. Griselda was taken aback by Zenovia's presence, and Razor recognized Ravel. Ophis acknowledged Tiamat among the new wives. The 5 women regarded the factions with disdain, and Rias declared that Vishnu would correct and create a new world. Zenovia, with a twisted smile, threatened to eliminate everyone. Ravel, seeing her niece, tried to persuade her to join Vishnu, but Ravel too refused, declaring her loyalty to her family and friends. Vishnu, unfazed, remarked that her demise was inevitable. Issei then questioned the whereabouts of Irina and Elmenahild, to which Asia responded that they had chosen to remain in Tartarus rather than become Vishnu's wives. Vishnu warned that the Kali Yuga could erupt at any moment. Issei and Surzex boldly declared that they would not allow Vishnu to unleash the Kali Yuga. Ophis and Milikas echoed their defiance, while the children of Issei and the original Hyudo entourage shouted in unison against Vishnu and his followers. Rias, angered by the insults directed at her, asserted her identity as the wife of the great Vishnu. Vishnu urged Rias to calm down, promising her the revenge she sought, and declared their retreat, vanishing with Rias, Zenovia, Asia, Tiamat, and Ravel. Prison of ice in Tartarus, unknown hour. The icy prison tormented the prisoners, leaving them on the ground, covered in snow, suffering from the relentless cold. The reapers carried out their duties, subjecting them to illusions that made the prisoners wish for death, but the grim reality was that the right to die was denied to them. They would never escape this eternal punishment. Among the prisoners, 2 women stood out, a redhead and a blonde, both lying on the frozen ground, battered by a snowstorm. Rias reflected on her eternal condemnation, questioning why this had happened to her. She lamented the loss of her followers, who had turned away from her, blaming her for their misfortunes. Only Asia remained by her side, despite Rias's role in corrupting the gentle healer, turning her into a killer who nearly harmed Issei. Rias regretted her infidelity towards Issei Hyudo, believing that if she had not acted selfishly, none of this would have occurred. The illusions tormented her, as she still saw her deceased lover, Eddie, blaming her for his death. She felt the weight of her actions, knowing that her betrayal had led to his untimely demise at the hands of her brother and others. Rias also carried the burden of being pregnant with Eddie's child, a child that the Reapers had told her would not survive. She shared this pain with Zenovia, who bore a similar weight. Both women had become pregnant without realizing it, while others had taken precautions to avoid unwanted pregnancies. Rias felt immense sorrow as she remembered her loved ones Issei, her parents, and friends who now treated her with disdain, mocking her suffering and calling her the disgrace of her clan. Despite the pain, she resolved to care for Asia, who had also endured too much, having lost her own lover, Justin, to Razor. Suddenly, a Reaper appeared above the 2 condemned women, holding a crystal ball. "Ah, Miss Gremory, Miss Argento," the Reaper said in a haunting voice, laughing at their plight. "I was looking for you. Honestly, I hardly recognize you since you were thrown into this prison." Rias and Asia remained still before the guardian of the prison. Continuing on, "I wanted you to see some heartwarming images and scenes that occurred on Earth while you are here, fulfilling your eternal sentence," the Reaper continued, using the crystal ball to display scenes. Rias's heart leaped as she saw Issei at a wedding altar in Nottingham, surrounded by 5 brides. Tears filled her eyes as she realized he was marrying Akino, Kaneko, Kuroka, Rosweiss, and Lufei. Those 5. They married Issei, Rias thought, her heart breaking. Asia, witnessing the wedding, began to cry, a smile on her face despite the pain. She felt joy for Issei's happiness, even as her heart ached. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a tropical paradise, revealing a gathering among Issei and his 5 brides. Rias and Asia felt their hearts shatter as they watched Issei engage intimately with Akino, while Lufei and Kaneko shared a passionate kiss. The sight of Akino and Rosweiss together, and Kuroka's affection for Yasaka, deepened their anguish. The Reaper, observing their reactions, mockingly noted how Zenovia had reacted similarly when shown the first wedding and honeymoon of the Securudii, vowing to take revenge on all who had wronged them. Suddenly, a bright light emerged from the prison, and the Hindu god Vishnu appeared. "Who dares to violate the prison of Tartarus?" the Reaper shouted, brandishing a scythe and preparing to attack the god, who remained unfazed. With a cry of pain, the Reaper disintegrated as Vishnu stood resolute. The Hindu god looked at Rias with a hint of pity. Vishnu remarked on how pathetic the Rias Gremory of this dimension appeared, expressing confusion about why they had come here. Just then, a silhouette of a woman appeared, carrying a blue-haired figure. It was true, the alternative version of Rias Gremory, a red-haired woman, commented on how lamentable her counterpart. She noted that there was someone willing to be her wife and servant, referring to Zenobia. Zenobia affirmed her commitment, expressing her desire to eliminate all factions, addressing Vishnu with respect as she struggled to kneel before him. Vishnu welcomed Zenobia, using his power to remove the cold and the clothes that had condemned her, replacing them with Hindu robes. He then inquired about Asia's whereabouts. Another silhouette revealed itself as an alternative version of Asia, also dressed in Hindu attire. She mentioned her attempts to convince Irina, Ravel, and Tiamat from this dimension to cooperate, but they refused. Upon seeing the condemned Asia, she expressed disgust at her own pitiful self in this dimension and kicked her counterpart in the face. Vishnu then announced that the Kali Yuga would be unleashed in this dimension, and all, including the prisoners of Tartarus, the Fates, and even Hades himself, would be eliminated. He turned to Rias, reminding her of how they had killed Issei, Hyudo, and Surzex from her dimension. Rias, with a sinister smile, recalled how Vishnu had decapitated Ani and claimed her as his wife, describing the event as both bloody and romantic. The condemned Rias was horrified by the revelations from her alternative self and Vishnu. Vishnu stated he needed to visit the underworld to make his threat public, disappearing in a pillar of light with his new wife, Zenobia, and the alternative Rias and Asia. The condemned Rias and Asia were left in shock. Rias expressed her fear for Ani and Issei, stating they were in imminent danger. Asia, worried, asked what they would do. Rias, shedding tears, lamented that there was nothing they could do as a fierce snowstorm began to rage. Meanwhile, in a ruined Buddhist temple in another dimension, a white-haired figure sat in a lotus position, meditating. As he did, two pairs of arms emerged from his back, radiating a negative mantra filled with anger and hatred. He then declared he had located Vishnu, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Ashura, a black-haired figure accompanied by a girl, acknowledged the discovery. Ashura opened an interdimensional portal, determined to prevent another massacre at Vishnu's hands. The girl, Mitra, pleaded with her father not to go, expressing her pain at having lost her mother and her fear of losing him too. Ashura reassured her, explaining that if he didn't stop Vishnu, it would be the end for them all. Mitra, tears streaming down her face, begged him to promise he would return alive. Ashura, filled with sorrow, embraced her and promised he would find his fallen friends in that dimension. Hyudo Issei, Ophis Ouroboros, Sona Citri, and Surzex Gremory. He urged Yasha to take care of Mitra as he stepped into the interdimensional portal. Yasha agreed, holding Mitra's hand tightly as they watched Ashura disappear. Inside the portal, Ashura traveled to the dimension where he had located Vishnu, vowing to prevent the deaths of his friends this time. He regretted not being strong enough when they fell in battle, but he was determined to save them. The story concluded with Ashura shouting his resolve as a light enveloped him, transporting him to the dimension. Ruvel addressed Sikvera, Serorg, and Mozarta, stating that they needed to go to Hades to negotiate the release of Irina Shidu and Elmenahild Karlstein. The four Maos responded with determination as they vanished in a magical circle. Meanwhile, in the arena, the patriarchs of Gremory and Hyudo spoke to the followers of their children. Issei warned them that dark times were approaching and that they needed to take the upcoming battles more seriously. Surzex emphasized the importance of looking out for one another, as they could not predict when the enemy would strike. The followers of Hyudo and Gremory exchanged resolute glances, affirming their commitment. Ophis then expressed that it was time to train seriously. She asked Surzex if Milikas and his followers could train with her and Great Red, and insisted that Graphia, Shiho, and Shirori also join them. She noted that while Vishnu might be powerful, he and his wives underestimated them. Surzex agreed, and Graphia and her daughters nodded in agreement. Issei rallied everyone, declaring that it was time to train to stop Vishnu. He looked at Annabelle, Sona, Serafal, Ophis, Katase, Murayama, Gabriel, Penemu, Kiba, Tsubaki, Motohama, Rika, Kasumi, Matsuda, Enai, Lee, Ruruko, Gasper, Lefei, Yura, Akino, Chiron, Rosweiss, Kunu, Yasaka, Kuroka, Sona's followers, Razor's followers, their children, Milikas and his followers, Surzex, Graphia, Shiho, Shirori, Michael, and Azazel. A powerful roar echoed in the arena as 2 generations of demons, angels, fallen angels, Asgardians, and Yukai stood united, determined to face the greatest threat to the universe. But that would be a story for another day. The first season concluded, with a hint of what was to come in the second season titled, The Humans Who Conquered the Dragon, The Threat of Vishnu. Before revealing a small preview of the second season, it was mentioned that the timeline for its release depended on the completion of another unfinished Pokémon fanfiction. Once that was done, work on the second season of this fanfiction and a new one related to DxD would begin. After the trailer, a synopsis of the 2 new ideas would be presented, and readers were encouraged to vote for their favorite, with the one receiving the most votes set to be published alongside the second season. The supernatural world, as everyone knew, it would witness a cruel war. Images of Kuo Academy, the underworld, Kyoto, Asgard, and the heavens flashed across the screen. Angels, demons, Yukai, and fallen angels would battle against Vishnu's minions. The stakes were high, and the conflict would be intense. Vishnu would appear in the sky, completing his master plan as he attacked Michael and Metatron. He declared that the Kali Yuga had begun, seated on Michael's throne, with Rias, Zenobia, Asia, Ravel, and Tiamat by his side. But the last hope rests on a select group of supernatural warriors who will fight until they eliminate the dangerous threat. The main warriors of this story gather, joined by a demigod who has experienced the horrors of the Kali Yuga in his world. Ashura meets with Issei, Surzex, and Ophis in the streets of Kuro, while a dangerous enemy they had sealed decades ago forms an alliance, for now. A black dragon rises ominously, accompanied by unexpected betrayals. Ares, the god of war, pledges his loyalty to Vishnu. Poseidon echoes the sentiment, ready to assist as well. Sacrifices become inevitable, as Irina cradles Michael, who is gravely injured. In his final moments, the Overlord urges Irina to take his powers and save the world, transferring his strength and knowledge to her in a brilliant light, leaving her in tears. In another scene, Surzex watches Rias fade away, her voice filled with regret as she apologizes for her perceived failures, transforming into particles of light as she departs from the world. Both clan leaders mourn her loss deeply. Issei, fueled by rage, vows to confront Vishnu, wielding Ascalon with determination. Surzex, confronting a version of Rias from another dimension, expresses his anguish, calling her a monster. Sona, the descendant of Citri, attacks another version of Asia, accusing her of dishonoring Asia's memory. Ophis, transformed into a dragon, unleashes her fury against Tiamat, vowing revenge for Red's death. Irina, empowered by her overlord wings, readies ex-Durandal to face Zenobia, declaring her strength. Ravel, the daughter of Razor, confronts her aunt, demanding justice for her mother's death. Milikas, feeling betrayed, strikes at a treacherous god. Kamui, Issei and Ophis's son, cries out for his father as he witnesses the brutal attacks against his parents. Saika reassures Issei's children that she will protect their father, while Kaori challenges the Egyptian god of death, igniting a fierce battle. Together with Ashura, they will thwart Vishnu's plans and save their resistance before it is too late. Vishnu prepares for battle, just as the DxD team, armed with new powers and weapons, charges forward to clash with him. The saga of the humans who conquered the dragon, the threat of Vishnu unfolds. Coming soon on Wattpad. Now, here are the synopses for my upcoming fanfics. Please vote for the one you like best. First option, The Clan of Trihexa. Issei Hayado was sealed with Trihexa 5 years ago, and the women who loved him, except for Ravel, Tomo Meguri, and Isabella, sought love and comfort with other men. However, they will soon realize that Issei is closer than they think when a group of women, led by the 3 mentioned, arrives in Kuo, specifically at the university, bearing the power of the Red Emperor Dragon and the Beast of Apocalypse within them. Second option, Sekiryudai and Hakuryuko, superstars. Things in Issei's marriage have taken a turn for the worse. His wives have become demanding, leading him to request an immediate divorce. He meets with Vale, Kiba, Gasper, and Saji, discovering that they too have divorced their wives. Bonded by their shared love for the same music and their ability to play instruments, they decide to form a rock band to vent their frustrations and, perhaps, find true love along the way. Please vote in the comments for option 1 or option 2.